her equipment, that'd be cool too, you know. So
Yeah, yeah. Hi, talking of which.
she coming in.
Yeah, she's just there.
Cool. I'm putting everything together now. Started the stream up, getting the audio tested out, Sonya. So far, it seems good. There we go.
Howdy, y'all.
Heidi, Heidi,
Howdy.
Heidi.
Howdy.
Sounds good on YouTube. Sounds good on Rumble. D Live sounds good. I'm not testing the other ones because I think they're worthless. They're not worth even wasting my time on. I checked D Live. It had audio and everything set up. Now, Mark Watashik said he's going to be in here too, but
Oh, yeah, we're supposed to remind him.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I just seen 50 million messages from Roger on Teams, on MS Teams.
He's getting frustrated because I called him Big Daddy. No,
He is like Big Daddy, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I was seriously thinking after that, and I'm like, maybe we should say Big Daddy and the Don from now on. Mark Edworthy as the Don, and him as Big Daddy. We got Big Daddy and the Don in the room.
Okay, it makes us sound like some sort of troop, some sort of I don't know, stage troop.
Well, I mean, it worked. Yeah, I mean, listen to that, like Big Daddy and the Don.
Yeah.
Sonia, have you got? It sounds like our audio's bleeding out on you.
Yeah, do you have the speaker up?
Yeah.
I do. I can change it.
Well, just you can turn it down or turn it away from the microphones.
Yeah, and I've got 12 fans going.
Well, the fans, I can't hear the fans at all.
No?
Well, don't change it so that I can hear the fans. That's not how it works. You know, it's like, okay, let me take care of that.
Yeah.
Is that better or is it still doing it?
It sounds good. For
Does
me,
it?
it does.
Yeah.
Do a countdown real quick.
Yeah. Oh,
I can always.
maybe.
Here, let me put my headphones on. It'll probably solve everything.
It's quite faint. So it's not too bad.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. Had to do the headphones. Which
Now,
I don't like these gigantic headphones, but whatever.
Yeah, I know. It took me a while to get used to them, too. Mr. Edworthy won't do it. He says that they aren't fashionable.
Well, no, my
fancy little mic like he's got.
Yeah, I've got good noise detection, background detection. Circuitry in there.
Now, I was wanting to ask you. I mentioned it in chat. Now, you want to show pictures and stuff, which I think that's cool. But do you want to show off your tools too, like your gun and everything?
I went and got them just now. That's what took me so long. So I do have them.
Okay, I just wanted to run that by you because I'm.
Yeah, why not?
So
it'd be cool.
I've got talking points too, or questions. So I'm going to ask you all the cool tattoo questions first.
Sweet. I am totally prepared for those.
Everybody is going to just be blown away when we start talking about tattoo and tattoos. Yeah, seriously, because I don't think the average person really knows the life of a tattoo artist.
Yeah, that's true.
I really don't think so.
Well, I'll save it for the show. I was going to start telling you, but I'll save it for the show.
Yeah, there you go. See, you're getting really, really good at this stuff, man.
Am I? Thank you.
You really are.
I'm trying.
You are a pro.
Oh, thanks.
Well, everybody always has a problem when I tell them that. I was like, freaking, save that stuff for the show because that's
Hmm.
good content, But they just like to spill their beans before they even get into the actual interview. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, and
Yeah. Well, it has to do with the interviewer too. You are a very good interviewer, if you ask me. So, the questions that you ask bring up all kinds of stuff because you're such a good interviewer.
you know
So,
why though, don't you?
uh, why? Because you want to know.
Yeah, well that too.
That makes a good interviewer wanting to know. Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
it's because I'm a sexy, sexy man.
Whatever.
Man,
Well,
I
yeah,
should
No,
have
no,
known that one. That was an easy
uh,
question too, and I totally failed that one. Man.
yeah,
Roger, no flirting on stream.
yeah. Well, I mean, it
Was that
kind
flirting? I did flirting with himself. No,
Oh,
of.
no boasting of one's
he's
ego
used to.
on
He's,
stream.
yeah.
I'm debating. I'm debating on if, or I was debating on if I wanted to say that. But thank you, Sonia. It's like, well, who exactly am I flirting with? It's like freaking,
Yourself, I guess.
yeah.
You're used to doing things with yourself, so
They call it self love.
love,
No
yes,
comment.
self love. I know, right?
Self love.
Well, like we all are, we all have to like be here with ourselves and eat and watch TV or whatever we're doing. You know,
And sometimes that TV causes problems
it
too.
does. It sure does. I could write a book on that. For sure.
Now,
Oh, God, yeah, sorry.
Mark hasn't said anything yet in chat, which probably means he's going to bail on me. He got a little frustrating. I guess Debbie said she had to reschedule the show, so that kind of
Oh, yeah.
puts him in a strange position because of his channel, so
Yeah.
or his stream. So
Yeah.
now,
So should I send you these pictures? I'm sorry.
yeah, if you want to send them, and I'll upload them straight into the stream and everything, get them all set up.
Okay, cool.
Just
Sweet.
just upload the files, and then I'll put them into the.
Screen capture. Yeah, computer screen shots.
Okay, sweet. I can do that.
So we can get it on the way. And I'm gonna take my little head off of here when the stream
Oh,
starts,
how nice.
so
Yeah,
that because
that's sweet.
like I said, I'm gonna make because I did this for Michael Paul too, where I edited it out to where it doesn't show any kind of sign of my channel, like that live with Roger Hanson won't be on the copy I send you. It'll just be you and Mark Edworthy, the sexy English
Okay.
dude and the sexy tattoo chick. There you
Yeah.
go. Go Vogue
Sexy
on me.
people from both sides of the pond.
That's right. Oh, Sonya started going Vogue on me, started throwing up a. There we go. There. Vogue, Vogue, Vogue.
Right,
Oh,
right.
love
Okay.
Now, if anybody's listening, just be aware. And especially if it's the first time you've ever watched my streams, just be aware this is the kind of behavior that takes place on live with the Roger Hanson.
Yes. Yes.
This is actually mild. We're doing really good. We're
Yeah.
behaving. Did you hear what I did to censorship suck?
No, what'd you do?
No.
I went on a show and I freaking told him about the intergalactic.
Oh.
You mentioned that, yeah, yes, the whole Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah, the intergalactic proctology alliance and how it was
What
in their
the fuck?
yeah, and I said in their
Oh my
mission statement, it was their goal to freaking anally probe every single living creature in the universe.
Everybody needs a hobby.
All right.
Oh my gosh, so silly.
Well, then I broke it down to him too, and I was like, and I've heard a lot of people talk like if they have all this technology, why do they still have to anal probe people? And I told him, I was like, well, you got all that technology just laying around. it's like freaking why not use it? Why would you want good technology to go to waste? You know,
There's a logic there.
Okay.
if you have anal probing devices just sitting there, you might as well use them.
Ew.
Yeah.
That's what I said on there. I figured that because Willie wanted to know where you were.
Yeah. I think
So
Willie likes me.
well, he left on the show, and then I came in just after he left, and I said, "Man, I wish Willie was here," and that's when I started saying it. But it didn't start there or end there because I was sick.
Hey.
You know. And you shouldn't be streaming when you're sick. Oh,
Yeah. Can't really say it.
I can't. Yeah, it wasn't on there very well.
Yeah. I was just showing her because she's calling me, so I want to let her know I'm busy.
Oh,
Cool.
oh, okay. So you were showing her us. She muted out. But yeah, I don't know if you got to see that, Mark. It was pretty bad. Like I actually felt bad about it because I was sick and I would just let loose. And I told everybody, I'm like, you can't handle the full freaking force of infamous OG. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to censorship sucks,
Hmm.
they just
Yeah.
they just can't handle it, dude. It's just a little bit too much.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was really surprised Nancy could handle it as well as what, or better actually, than what censorship sucks did. Especially when I started telling everybody that we hated Facebook and get the hell out of here.
Dan goes 50% of his viewership.
Boy.
Freaking Mark Watashik started sweating balls, dude, because
Sweating balls even.
censorship got all upset. He's like, man, you can't be coming on here and telling our viewers that we hate them.
Yeah, he really loves his viewers.
Yeah, I
He
know.
says,
He had to correct me. I thought about it the next morning when I was feeling a little bit better, and I was like, man, I really, really went a little bit too far there. So horrible. So are you enjoying the early show before the interview, Sonia?
yes, I am actually.
Giving you the full
It's
breakdown.
fantastico. I have a lot of stories about these tattoos, actually. Like,
Good.
there's pretty much a story with every one of them.
Okay.
But
So
I'm throwing them into teams right now for you.
okay. Let me. Are okay? They're on. There we go. We got them. Now you just want to do those 4, or are there more?
I got a bunch more here.
Okay.
I got, there are probably over 40 there. Just kind of pick the ones you like, I guess.
Well, I mean, to be honest, we
Or
could.
the ones that look interesting to you.
We
There's
could.
certain ones I'd like to talk about.
Okay. Now, if there's 40 of them, actually, I could do a slideshow using freaking using
Okay.
actually
There's,
using
there's actually probably more than 40.
Teams.
I
Okay.
put quite a few in there.
Cool. Hold up. Let me set that up then. Because that would actually work out. Because I can use my OBS as an ingest, and because I've been wanting to do that for a while. I love using the ingest on here, where I can do like the studio at the same time as using OBS for other functions.
Hmm.
And I've really gotten to where I like that. It's almost orgasmic. Well,
So when I just want to go grab some coffee, tell me when a good time is. Is now a good time before we actually start
yeah.
questions?
Yes.
No, no,
Okay, I'll be right back then.
no. Looks like Mr. Robot won't be able to join us.
He's on the way to the.
He, yeah, he's
Okay.
on a gig or something.
Well, it's cool anyhow because like he would have just run amok and just messed things up. Started talking about Hawaii and shit.
Mm.
I hope he's listening so that he can hear. Like he tried to blame us. You know what I mean? Like
Trying to get melted.
he's going to go get melted. In Australia, that could mean a lot of things, ladies.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But we both know what he means.
Yes,
Yeah.
we both know what he means. So I'm gonna use the ingest on here
Mm.
for OBS, and I'm just gonna connect Teams up with the photos on team on the message between me and Sonia, and I can
Okay.
mute out. I can mute out on OBS with the desktop and the mic and stuff, and just do window capture and pull it
Yeah.
up. So
Have we had any issues with last night's stream, especially on YouTube?
no, not yet. I actually was even able to download the stuff and get it going. So that actually turned out pretty good.
So
I think,
YouTube,
huh?
yeah, I was going to say on YouTube, considering last night and what was it, last week or the week before, we had a controversial one.
Yeah,
They've
yeah.
lightened up a bit. Oh, but yeah, they must have.
That one didn't have any problems whatsoever. It came
Yeah.
through. No, I really do believe that though that they had a issue or freaking they got their asses put in check is what I think because they're allowing a lot more than what they used to. Just putting it out there. I mean, they really are allowing a lot more than what they're allowed to or what they were doing. Okay, so now I have the ingest set up. I can just hit stream. And it should be able to do it. There we go. Now you two are going to be down on the bottom. If I do that, your little heads are gonna be
Looks
replaced.
like Sonia is in the void, especially with the space beyond down underneath her.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of twilight zone sort of thing going on there.
It's exciting and new. There we go.
That's better.
There we go. That's okay. So they need to let me do duo first, and then what I can do is I can come here and pop that up underneath you whenever it's time to show your pictures and stuff, and you just tell me whenever you want to show the pictures, and we can get it on the road and going. Okay.
Okay, yeah, whenever, I guess, whenever, I don't know. Whatever you
Well,
think.
I've got cool questions and stuff, and then when we get to
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so let me use the bathroom real quick. You talk to her and come up with just like meaningless shit to talk about, Mark. Don't you know what I'm saying?
That
Well,
should
you
be pretty easy.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's
I'll be
what we
back.
do.
I got to run to the bathroom and stuff, and I'll be right back.
Okay. So how the heck have you been, Mark?
Tired.
How the heck
The
are you
last,
doing? Tired? Yeah.
yeah, the last couple of days I've just been grabbing sleep when I've been able to.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's just
Busy.
been really, yeah, busy.
Well, that's good, I
Yeah.
guess. I mean, at least you're doing stuff,
Mm.
getting stuff
Indeed.
done. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know, getting stuff done but not accomplishing anything.
Yeah. It's always a
Yeah.
progress, isn't it? Like,
Mm.
just, I know how that is. I finally got Jaffe's website kind of done. He won't let me redo the whole thing because he needs his old stuff, like from 2016. He has to have that.
Yeah,
So, and
I
I don't know how to do all that. So I just made a part and I linked it to new site, old site, and it's still a stage site, but that's okay. It'll work. It can still have traffic. It's got the forums and stuff, so it's kind of cool. I did it the
I
other night. I don't know if he noticed it yet. So
no, I
we'll
haven't.
see.
I had a look at. He asked me last year, and I had a look at it, and I downloaded. I physically downloaded the entire site and went through the entire structure, and it's somewhat confusing. I was
It's
going to,
very, very messy. Very messy.
yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
I,
Hmm.
I was intending to move it from WordPress to Joomla. Um,
Okay. Yeah, I haven't used
the
that
other
one.
open source, yeah. I've been using Joomla for decades now. Yeah, and the amount of work that I could see done in there,
Jeez, it's
yeah.
insane. Yeah,
He needs a full-time developer on that one.
he does for sure.
He's got one.
And
He's got one.
yeah, right.
Sonya's just busting hump, getting things done.
Yeah. Well, it's done as much as I can do it, as much as he'll let me do it anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Mm.
and it's pretty cool. You guys will have to go check it out. I put a thing on the front that just says new forum site. Just click on that and you can
Cool.
So
jack
it's
around
still
there for a minute.
WRPN.com.
I will
Yep.
definitely go check that out.
Hmm.
So I've dropped the little head for the interview
I
now,
seen that.
and I'm going to go ahead. And
Drop
this
the
is
little head.
this is one
That's
of the
funny.
times where I'm actually going to have to do an introduction because it is an interview. So I'll do an introduction, introduce Sonia and you, Mark, and we can get this going. And we'll do a really really good professional interview.
Yeah.
There we go. You ready, Mark?
Yep.
Okay. So here we go. I'm gonna do my countdown. 3, 2, 1. Now. Hey there, everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today we have a special guest with us that's going to do an interview, and this interview is going to be interesting. This is one that I've been wanting to do for a while. It's who's here. We lovingly call her Sonia Galactic with an E, not an I. Galactic.
Yep. Thank you.
And she is not only involved in doing stuff on the internet, but she is also a professional tattoo artist, and that is what the interview is going to be about today. So, with that, before we get to the interview, I'd like to welcome Mark Edworthy onto the
Hi.
show and say
Hi.
thank you for being here and supporting us. I'd also like to introduce Sonia Galactic. And with that being said, I would like to I'd like to hand it over to you, Sonia, and ask you to give us a little background behind how you got started in the tattoo business and stuff like that.
Oh, wow. That's a good question. It started many years ago. It did, though. I was, let's see. Well, I guess it really started over a cute guy, for sure. A guy I was like totally in love with back in the day. It was the summer of 1997. And I actually had I'm sure you guys heard in prison they make their own machines that
Yes,
are made out of tape player motors and
they're
whatever
actually
they can
they're actually
find, really.
they're actually called gel gun tats, and
Uh-huh.
that's going to be later on in the interview. Just so you know, I do
Okay, sure.
want
Yeah, I could tell you all about that. I haven't been to prison, however.
to.
I do know a bit about that because of knowing people who have been to prison. And
Hmm.
actually, my son's father, who died in 1993,
Hmm.
he had made a machine you know, back in the day, and he was tattooing on himself, and that was right before he actually got shot. So it was right before he was murdered, and so it was laying around the house, and I seen how he used it when he was using it, and it's funny because he wouldn't let me reach a spot where he couldn't reach. I'm like, oh, I'll do that for you. He's like, no way.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's funny how things have progressed. But so in any case, so that was laying around the house, and there was this guy he was like friends of everybody, and he was just the cutest thing ever. And so we started hanging out, and I mentioned to him about the tattoo machine. He's like, oh my God, tattoo me. And he would not stop bothering me. And I'm like, I get to sit there next to him all night long, drinking Jack Daniels and being like this close to him while I'm tattooing on him. I'm like, yeah, I'll do that.
Now, how old were you when you
I was
actually?
probably, it was 97 when I actually
Mm-hmm.
started.
Yeah.
So that was in my 20s, I think, something like that. Yeah. I really don't know. Um,
It kind of gives us a little background of what was
it
going
does.
on there if you
Hmm.
can't remember your age and
Right,
or
right.
what year you were.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I definitely know it was 96 or 97. It was one of those. And so I tattooed him, and did, like, I pretty much learned how to tattoo on him. And then, of course, everybody else around me wanted a little tattoo. Like, I did a little banana on this guy on his arm right here. It's like silly tattoos like that. But people like go crazy, especially this was in Oklahoma, and tattooing itself was illegal back then in the
Mhm.
state. Like, you couldn't tattoo there. And so I was like an outlaw. So it was really cool. So I was like, I will go to jail for being creative or whatever, which that never happened, of course. But it was just kind of one of those rebel things added to
Mhm.
the whole scenario of it.
Now,
And then, go ahead.
when you say it was illegal in the state, what state were you located in? Do you mind saying it?
It was Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Okay.
Oklahoma. Uh huh. Yeah.
So that's where you started out is in Oklahoma as a tattoo artist.
Yeah. I would say just at home. I wouldn't call me an artist back then. Of course, other people did, but I've always known how to draw, so it's
Hmm.
never been like a special kind of talent to me.
Hmm.
But there you go. So yeah, and then it just kind of progressed from there. I'm self-taught. I didn't apprentice under anyone. However, I wanted to, but I just could never get into a shop. I moved then from Oklahoma to, where was it? I think it was back to Vegas. Yeah, or no, it was Arizona. No, it was Vegas and then Arizona. Anyway, yeah. So over the years, I perfected the skill of tattooing, and I was doing hair at the time too, like a professional cosmetologist and teaching beauty school. So I already had all the sanitation stuff down, things like that. Whereas apparently, that's kind of overlooked by some of the unprofessionals, that aren't in shops and things like that. Even
Right.
some of the guys that are in shops out here in Arizona, because there's no licensing in the state of Arizona for tattoo artists, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, so I had to go to school for like a year to do hair to get a license to cut someone's hair. But if I poke them with a needle and make them bleed, it's anybody could do that. So it's pretty
now,
crazy.
now I know you said that you it was a cute guy, but
Oh yeah, for sure.
honestly, what got you interested in tattoos in the first place? What really sparked your attention to make it
I
where
just
you
like the way
wanted
they
to?
look. I like the way they look.
Hmm.
Because it's kind of like the badass thing. If you don't have a tattoo and once you get one, it's like it's an instant badass thing. So instantly you're like, I remember back in the day when I just had this little skull up here, which I went in and you can kind of see it, but I went in and had him do just this little top skull guy here, and I just
Hmm.
thought I was the coolest thing. I had my arm out the window. You know how it goes.
That's hot
Maybe.
too. That's
Yeah.
hot too. That's
Right.
so
For
hot,
sure.
man.
But yeah, so it's kind of that, and plus too the whole it's very therapeutic, like especially like emotion, like if you have emotions that you got to kind of work through or whatever, it can really help you to get some sort of a symbolic representation of how the strength it took to make it through that, or just how you feel about things, to where it's like a constant reminder and uplifter
Hmm.
to your spirit kind of thing. So that's also part of it, sure.
Cool.
Hmm.
Now I have the questions about the gel gun tattoos or
Okay.
gel gun. Actually, in the first place, it sounds like you have a good story when it comes to that gel gun that's sitting on, what was it, on the coffee table?
No, it was packed away for a while, but it was sitting on the coffee table when that guy came over.
Now, we know that you've done gel gun tattoos at this point, but
Yeah.
what's your thoughts when it comes to using gel guns? What's your
Sanitation is the main thing because there's really no way to, unless you rebuild your machine, and professionally they're called machines, not guns, just so everyone knows. So
Mhm.
I just have a habit of calling it a machine. But so if you rebuild it every time and use a new like ink pen tube, if that's what you're
Mhm.
using, you can use different things. But then there's really no way to sanitize it, you know.
Mhm.
So it's kind of like that. That's the main thing. But you can do great art with it. Sure, absolutely. It depends on the artist, not the machine, really.
So, what's your most memorable gel gun tat that you've ever done, or some of the most memorable,
Huh.
other than the banana?
I remember, other than the banana, right? Thank you.
All right.
Uh, I remember because I did the majority of them on Gary is the guy I'm talking about. It's not my ex roommate. It's Gary number one. We call him. He's in Texas, and I did. Have you ever heard of Paul Booth? He's a tattoo artist. He used to be really famous back in the day. He did like gory type of black and gray work, and he
Mm.
would do it freehand, and it was just amazing the stuff he was doing. So we were rockers, and we were really into like gory type of scary skulls and things like that. So I tried to do a couple of replicas of Paul Booth, which you know, I mean, I was just starting. So he still has all that work on him, which is hilarious. And then after I became a professional, I went and did more work on him to kind of clean it up and stuff. But there's still some beginners on there, which are kind of cool. So I'd probably have to say that the ones I did on him are the most memorable, because I spent so much time with him. Like I said, I practically learned how to tattoo, just practicing on him. So
Yeah. And see, the term practice is very, very important too,
yeah.
especially when it comes to tattoo artists, because when they say they're practicing, that means that there's some poor guinea pig that's allowing them to
Yeah.
just like put tattoos all over their body for
Oh yeah.
free.
Yeah, there's plenty of people that would, just let you. They don't even care.
Hmm.
I'm, I'm
It's
just,
crazy.
I'm just, a bit- I'm curious. If you haven't got a live subject to tattoo or to practice on, could you use something like, I don't know, a lump of pork or something?
Actually, pig skin works pretty good to replicate. They also have fake skin that you can use. It's very flat though. So it really just gives you the ability to hold your machine correctly because the machines, they have all kinds nowadays, but back when I started, they had the coil machines, which is this, which are they're kind of heavy, and it's like when you're not used to using those muscles, you got to kind of get used to it because your hand will be sore at the end of the day. It took maybe a week or two of my hand getting used to it before it didn't hurt anymore. Like it's like working out pretty much. But yeah, so there's these and pigskin is definitely, and also the self. When with my apprentices, I always have them definitely do a couple of tattoos on themselves so that they can get more of a feel of how deep they're going, how fast they want to move the line, along with just verbal instructions and things like that. It's kind of the practical part of the class. Yeah. So there. Yeah.
See, that's pretty good information.
Hmm.
Um, Now, the one thing that I do want to ask you, talking about like the gel guns, is when you mentioned the conventions, okay? Now, have you ever participated in gel gun competitions at conventions before?
Um, It conventions, they are it's all professional stuff. So if
Mhm.
you can't have one of those machines there, that's not. They make like replicas now, which really they're just rotary machines. You know,
See, that's kind of weird because like whenever I was running with tattoo artists, they used to have they used to call them freehand, uh, but they that was kind of like a slide to where they could get away with it. You know what I mean? But people who were into gel guns, they had their gel gun art, and they would have competitions to where person who does.
well, yeah, there's like prison art type of stuff. It's definitely a certain style or genre of tattooing, sure. But as far as the equipment goes, there's professional equipment that they use
Right,
in place of having an actual homemade machine.
right.
So, but yeah, but there's competitions in all kind of all genres like color, black and gray, and then the skip shading, which is what you see in with the jail gun tattoos, um,
Hmm.
because it's a single needle, and there's probably maybe 1% of all tattoo artists, professional tattoo artists, that use single needles. They barb very easily, and once a needle's barbed, it won't put any ink into the skin. It'll just rip the skin up like hamburgers. So really, I think threes are probably the smallest needle that people use. I have an example of a 7 right here, which is, let's see how close I can get that. And it's actually pretty small, but there are sorry, my camera's not that great.
It's all right.
Let's see if I put it
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, there are 7 tiny little needles in here, just tightly grouped and soldered together. I used to
Hmm.
actually solder my own needles back in the day too. Yeah.
That's cool as heck. Now,
Hmm.
how did you go about soldering them?
They have a little needle jig, and
Hmm.
then as you can see, there's a place where the needle grouping fits onto the bar right here.
Hmm.
And so you just take the bar and then you put it in the jig, and then you have your soldered together needles, which is another jig, and then just solder them together right there. It's very easy, actually, but it's so much. I mean, this needle is probably like 2 cents. They're so cheap that there's no reason anybody really has to make them, you know?
Well, for me, I've be honest, I've never had too much time around professional uh, tat equipment. You know what I mean?
No?
Machines, as you put it. Most of the people that I ran with were on gel guns and stuff. So
Since we're
I
on the.
have been around them. Huh?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to
Oh, go ahead.
interrupt. I was just saying, since we're on the topic of needles, I have this 15, which is what I usually use. I prefer actually like a 21, a much bigger needle.
Hmm.
But this is it's like a mag grouping,
Oh
which
yeah.
is similar. It's like a paintbrush almost. It's like
Hmm.
similar to, it's 15 little needles, but they're placed like this rather than flat. Rather, they do make flat ones though, but flat ones, if you don't know what you're doing, well, you can just slice the skin open with those pretty much if you're not careful. So mags is kind of what everybody uses, really.
Now, whenever I ran
Excuse me.
off to Kansas City with my buddy Lauren, he was a tat gun, or he was a tat artist, and that's
Oh,
where he actually started doing. Started out with pro guns. That's what we basically professional tat gun.
yep,
But
yep.
he tried that, and I remember he said that it was a freaking nightmare. Like getting
Mm,
used to that was hard.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember when I first switched over, and I used a 3 liner, which is the very very smallest one, for the most part, besides a single cat hair is what they call it.
Hmm.
But I used a 3, and when I switched over, like I was telling you guys earlier, my it was like, man, my hand, it felt like I was, like lifting weights with my hand. It was crazy. It was difficult to get used to. It was, and I only used 3 for like 10 years. I used only like a 3 liner, and I would do big pieces, and people would look at me like other artists, that I would come across. I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I did this piece with a 3." They're like, "What?" Because that's insane. Nobody would do that. First of all, it takes forever. to fill in a patch this big takes like an hour with a teeny little needle. So, but it's kind of like when I was doing hair. If you can do a mannequin's hair and make it look okay, then a person's hair is going to be much easier. So it's
Mhm.
like starting with the tough stuff first, and then I didn't, of course, know that. Just didn't really know about mags, and I didn't want to try it until I got into a shop, which was Diablo Tattoo, which was my first shop that I got into, and that's a whole nother story. But and then I started using 7 mags, which is kind of, they have 5s, but that's kind of the common when you first start as a 7 mag, and it was really difficult to get used to shading with a mag as opposed to with just a liner. So yeah.
Mhm.
hmm
That
For sure.
was actually probably one of the most amazing times whenever I was involved in it was whenever I seen Lauren switch over from gel gun to freaking professional.
hmm
And I remember him going through the hand thing too, where it was causing. I mean, it was a serious issue because gel gun is really light. It
It
really
is.
is.
It's like a pencil almost.
Well,
hmm
basically, that's what it is.
hmm
That's really what it is. And then when he had to use that gel gun or that professional one, it tore him up. It took him a long time to get used to it.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a couple points where I was worried if I could even do it.
Mm. Now,
You know.
I did want to get more into the tattoo conventions, but you mentioned something that was very, very cool, and we need to talk about it, Sonia.
Hmm.
We need to talk about your tattoo groupies.
Yeah. Right.
You know this is important, dude. You know that, and it's actually the
Uh,
funniest and the best stories when it comes to tat work. Okay, you know
yeah.
it's true. Okay, so first of all, have you ever had tattoo groupies?
Um. Yeah. Kind of. I
People
guess.
that you practiced on?
Um. Well. Yeah. Yeah. For the most part. However, uh, groupies. Well, kind of. There's one lady that came into my shop when I had Viking Spirit tattoo, and she wanted my autograph and a picture with me after I did a little tattoo on her. I'm like, okay. It was funny. She's
Mhm.
really cool. I did quite a few tattoos on her. She would come in and hand me wads of cash all the time, like without. She's like, "Here, I want something next week. I'm going to pay you now." I'm like, "Okay, cool." Wouldn't mention. It was sweet. Yeah, she was a great customer. She's out here too, but yeah, most of my customers were like friends, or not. Well, kind of. More. We got to know each other because we spent so much time together, so we kind of became friends. I'm real personable when it comes to stuff like that anyway.
Well,
Just so it's easy to make a like a friendship, with people you're working on
well,
for the most part.
I think we're having like a miscommunication here. Like when I say groupies, man,
Yeah,
I'm
I
talking
know.
about the groupies that like well, first of all, um, have you ever had people that found work for you and like whenever whenever they're around you, give them free tattoos because you're practicing and stuff, and they'll go out and they'll find work for you and things of that nature.
Yeah, I think that's kind of just how you get started, really. You know,
Hmm.
is
Got any
stuff like that.
got any
And
cool
then
stories?
eventually you start charging. Cool stories. None that are really coming to mind. I kind of figured that when, once I was like a tattoo artist, and it'd be like I'd be rich, and I'd have like all kinds of groupies or people like, fans, I guess you could say.
Hmm.
And it really wasn't like that at all, or isn't. But yeah, especially back in the day when tattoos were more sought after than they are now. Now, like everybody has one for sure. If you don't have one, you're kind of the odd person.
Yeah,
So whereas before it was kind of the opposite.
poor
So
poor Mark
yeah, I
Edward.
don't. Yeah,
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah.
See his
He needs
face.
like a little document tattooed on him, a little document page, with just some little writing, A B C, no, kind of thing. That'd be cute. Put it on your neck. Neck tattoos are rad for sure. Yeah, nobody will mess with you. Go in the grocery store with a neck tattoo. People will definitely look at you different, especially if you're wearing a suit.
A little
That'd
Mark
be great.
Edworthy, a little
Yeah.
Mark Edworthy, and have it put on his buttocks. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah, butt tattoos are
So,
rad. Love
yes,
those. I've got some stories about butt tattoos. Um,
tell
there's a
us.
chick who wanted she wanted slut. I think it was dirty slut or something like that put on her ass, and that's not the first one. I have put those type of. I don't remember the one after that, but it was right on her inner thigh. Right in that area, and so it was for her boyfriend. Both of them were actually. So, and then little cartoon characters on ass cheeks. I don't know. I might have sent you one. You could tell because it's kind of wrinkly.
Mm,
People sometimes have wrinkly butts, so
yeah.
it's kind of like that. And yeah, butt tattoos are awesome for sure. And I know what you're thinking next, huh? And I have tattooed a couple of those. Yes, I have, absolutely. And it works best soft and wrapped around like a toilet paper roll. Like, because you got to stretch the skin when you're tattooing. It
Yeah.
has to be taut. So you got to kind of use, equipment to kind of, yeah. And like
Yeah.
Harley, like one was Harley, and the other one was like I don't even remember. I think it was. Everybody talks about getting the money, the $1 million bill or whatever once it rolls out, or stuff like that. Yeah, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it's a joke. I've never done one of those dollar bills. I've done money before, very detailed. There's no guy that's gonna sit through that. And ink spreads over time. The lines, no matter how small you do them, they end up spreading. It spreads. So if it's too detailed, you're going to end up with a black blob anyway in 10, 20 years.
Mhm.
So less detail, the better on tattoos for sure.
Okay. So, let me. Okay. So I take it you have been to conventions before, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay. Now,
Actually, just one. I only went to one.
okay. What do you think about tattoo conventions? What's your thoughts about them? To be
I think
honest,
they're pretty rad. They're pretty cool. I like them.
kind of, kind of
For
give us.
sure.
Kind
Well, it's real busy. You can book a lot of people, like from the get go. There's tons of people that want tattoos. And you just kind of work the entire time you're there and make a crap load of cash for the most part. You can even charge more at conventions. Some people do. Yeah. And actually, the one that we went to, it was when we had Viking Spirit Tattoo, and the news for Arizona, one of the news stations came by, and they were, filming everybody, and our booth was right there. So they ended up interviewing us, and so we got to be on our shop, got advertisement on TV. It was pretty cool. It was pretty sweet. Oh, and we had other advertisement we got for free too, because there's this guy that came in, and he was a friend of a whoever, one of our customers, and he just wanted paint. Like how when they go to football games and stuff like that, they paint up whatever their team is. Like they'll put face makeup on, like so it
Mhm.
was like a Cardinals thing, I think it was, and so we did the maroon color all over with the bird kind of thing going on his back and stuff, and we ended up putting Viking Spirit Tattoo on his back, and he was one of the guys that was really painted up for the football game that was going on, and this was in 2000 and I think 11, yeah, or 12, right in there, 11 probably. Anyway, and he was on the news once again, and he was talking to the player. It was one of the players that was like the big, the big guy everybody dressed up for. And so the whole time the camera was on him, his back was facing the camera, and it said Viking Spirit Tattoo. So we got we got on TV again. It was really cool. Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah, it was excellent for sure.
Now, what are some names of the tattoo conventions that you know of?
Um, well, there's AZ Body Expo. And then there's Hell City, and Hell City apparently goes everywhere. And those are the guys you can't just rent a booth from there. You have to be invited. And those are some of the best artists out there is Hell City tattooing. Oh my gosh. Those are the kind of artists that make you just want to throw your machine down and walk away because you're like, I can't fucking do that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's either inspiring or kind of depressing. It depends. But got to stay on the inspired edge, of that whole thing. But yeah, there's some excellent tattoo artists. It's crazy what people can do with a machine these days. And they don't even have to work that long. I mean, any good tattoo takes time to do. It's not like it is on the tattoo shows that were out, a while back, like that one where they had the guy from Red Hot Chili Peppers or whatever. He was like hosting it, Dave Navarro,
Yeah.
and that other old school artist guy. Yeah, well done tattoos take a lot of time. They're not quick,
I was
I mean,
going to ask you, what's your longest, most complicated, complex tattoo you've ever done?
wow, that is a good question.
I mean,
Um,
look at her, dude. Shit. You know what I mean? The girl's got tattoos everywhere, and I'm
I
sure
know,
she.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I should ask
Well,
in a single session. In a single
In a single
session.
in a
session.
single session,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, in a single session, oh geez, I know there's been a few. Probably, um, I wouldn't say well, it was kind of difficult, but maybe not design wise, because once you get to knowing your art, design wise isn't never really a complication or a difficult thing. But this girl had come in and she was a stripper, and she had went to some home artist somewhere and attempted to do a sleeve, and she didn't have any other tattoos, and it was the craziest looking thing ever. It was so poorly done, and it was such a it was horrible, and she was in pain because she just got it done. And when you're doing a tattoo, you don't ever want to work on it. Some people do, like the next day. It depends on the person. If the person can handle the pain, then that's fine, because usually 2 hours is what a human can go through on straight tattooing before their blood pressure goes up. They just start bleeding more and more and more, and any ink you put in comes right out. And so there's kind of a 2 hour threshold. However, there are those people who can go way longer than 2 hours. And I've done 8 hour sessions before that were like butterflies and pretty stuff on this chick. And she was a tough chick. And actually, guys are more wimpy than chicks when it comes to tattooing. In my experience, they're more of an
No,
ow
you're right.
than the girls are.
And especially the after effects. I ended up getting a tattoo on my shoulder blade because I was supposed to be cool. You know what I'm saying? I got
Right?
actually two of them
Shoulder blade?
on my back shoulder
Kind of a
blade.
girl spot. It's kind of a
Well,
girl spot, Raj.
that's because girls are tough, dude. I
Yeah.
figured that out real quick. And like dudes that get in me, for example, okay, I didn't realize that when you had them on the shoulder blade, you actually have to sit on couches.
Um,
Okay, and
yeah,
when you sit on couches, if that couch isn't like nice and soft, it's gonna
yeah,
freaking hurt, dude.
yeah.
You
That's
know.
another thing with tattoos is you'll realize how much you use this part of your arm, when you get a tattoo there.
Mhm.
You don't really notice it beforehand. So yeah,
But I'll be the first one to admit I was a big baby until that thing healed,
yeah,
man. I mean,
yeah.
I felt like freaking I was gonna explode, like my head was gonna blow up or something.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
pretty crazy.
Well, I was
Is
just
it,
I was
I was going to, yeah, is it true that it's always advisable to increase your glucose levels of eat chocolate, drink fizzy
Um,
drinks beforehand?
sure, if that's something that concerns you, yeah, absolutely. Because I have had people pass out before, just fall over, and usually we'll have candy or something at the shop to give them because it helps. But there's various reasons why people pass out. But yeah, I would say eating first is definitely something that you want to do. And a lot of people ask about the alcohol drinking, and
yeah.
if you ask me, drinking's fine. I mean, as long as you're not a complete dickhead and you haven't drank a fifth of Jack, a couple of beers is fine. I used to drink a couple of beers and take a Percocet before I went and got work done. Because this shit hurts.
Hmm.
It really does, especially on where you get it at. So I would say drinking. Professionally, we don't tell people to drink because you never know people. Some people are crazy and they're just gonna fucking whoa, and then they'll come in, give me this tattoo, bitch, or whatever, and it's like, bye.
Yeah.
you know. So, and we used to our shop was right next to a bar, so there was quite a few drunkards that come over asking about tattoos. Yeah.
Now, I've heard too though that when you go to tattoo somebody who's been drinking, the blood is a lot thinner and it causes problems with the ink. What's your
Yeah.
take on that?
Yeah, I agree for sure. I've even had customers who had drank the night before and they were sober at the time, mentally, but they had drank so much, like hard liquor usually is what does that, and it would be like tattooing them over 2 hours to where they just bleed out the ink to where it's not even worth doing. You're just gonna have to redo it again, you know.
Hmm. So that
So
so right there, you've got it straight from the tattoo artist, guys, ladies and
yeah.
gentlemen. If you want a good tattoo, don't come in drunk. Or how long would you suggest for a good tattoo for them to stay away after
At
they
least a
drink?
day.
About
Just
a
a
day.
day. Yeah, it depends on what they drink too. If you had like a couple of shots the night before, then you're probably okay. But if you had it like again like a fifth, then you're probably not okay. I mean, there are exceptions to that, but when you're doing the professional shop thing, you don't really deal too much unless it's your friend. Like if
Hmm.
your friend, then it's different. And that's how we find these things out. Is working on our friends and stuff like that.
We like to call those groupies.
Okay, those are the groupies. Okay,
Yeah,
you mean
those are
like
the
the shop groupies, the ones that are always hanging out at the shop kind of thing?
right. There you
Oh,
go.
okay,
You're
okay,
starting to
okay.
understand. See,
Yeah,
that's
well, we didn't have too many of those. There was I'll send you some pictures of my storefront here in a second, but uh or my old storefront. But yeah, there were those that would hang out at the shop and they kind of got the hint after a while. Not too many people. They would usually the ones that hung out at the shop would be the ones paying for the tattoos. So,
mhm.
it was like there were just our customers kind of thing. There was a couple that, tried to hang out and it just doesn't work out because it's like, can I help you? Why are you here?
Mhm.
Kind of thing. But after the shop closed, we'd kind of hang out and my partner who I was had the shop with, he was a pothead. I mean, he smoked like not while he was working, but after work there would be like, I don't know, 5 people would come over, so and we'd all hang out and you know smoke pot and things like that, and drink beer, things like that. So that was kind of a typical night, really. Or we'd go to the bar and hand out cards, for like the next day or whenever we're working again. So it was part of work, like to go to the bar, and we had like karaoke Sunday where we'd all go do karaoke, and then we had a day where we would paint. We'd do oil paintings. That's all we would do that whole day. Is just like close down for customers and just do oil paintings. It was
That's
pretty
good.
cool.
That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
yeah,
Now,
sure.
this is probably the last part of all the cool gossip and everything that we can get from a tattoo artist, but this is something that's very important. Okay, this is something that every tattoo artist should have a story about, and I hope you've got one for it. Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. Now, this has to do with your traveling habits. Okay. Now, most tattoo artists that I've met have traveled a lot around the country.
Mhm.
Okay. So, do you have any stories that you'd wish to share about your traveling habits after you started doing tattoos and all the cool places you've traveled to and all the small towns that you've traveled to, if you got those?
Um, the only one that really comes to mind is I now know that you don't want to take ink on an airplane
Hmm.
because the bottles will explode normally. Some of them, not all of them exploded, but a lot of them did. I guess because of the air pressure type of thing going on. So, so yeah, that's that's kind of the only traveling type of story I have that's where something weird happened or different. Especially with equipment.
So
Yeah,
you had ink blow up on you in an airplane.
yeah, in the the storage compartment area there.
Hmm.
I've
Yeah.
heard similar sort of things for with people who carry fountain pens and those glass jars of ink. Yeah,
Yep.
um, yeah.
Same concept for sure. Yeah, and heat also is not good for your ink as well. You don't want to keep it outside or anywhere that's super hot. I found that one out too.
You know
Yeah.
what's so cool about me, dude?
Oh, I'm sure there's lots of things, Roger.
It's the questions I ask because that leads us up to the next question. And believe it or not, I did do this in the right order. But this is where we get to ask you if how do you feel about using acrylic paints, inks?
Um, you mean in tattooing?
Yeah, acrylic.
They don't work. They don't work. Non-toxic as they say they are. It's not that they're toxic. It's just that they don't stay in the skin. They push right out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that was one issue that I knew a lot of my friends had, and they always complained about it. Well,
I
I'm a,
tried. I actually tried using. This was back in the day when I was tattooing on Gary when I first started. We wanted to change it up because we used Indian ink.
hmm
The ink you buy at Hobby Lobby or whatever. So we wanted to get some red ink going, and we're like, what do we use? Because I didn't have like a professional supplier back then or anything. And we tried that paint that you use on cars, like model cars, those teeny little jars that you get,
hmm
and it did not work. Well, it kind of made it pink a little bit, but it healed crappy, and it probably was poisonous for him. I mean, it said non-toxic, but still, it didn't heal that great. So yeah, so there's only certain types of ink you want to try using. Acrylic is best for the canvas for sure.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the thing that gets me with the acrylic when you bring that stuff up is like there's a lot of people who want you to use acrylic ink.
Hmm.
I was really amazed with how many people in Kansas City said that they wanted you to use acrylic. You know what I mean? When it came to gel gun and stuff, and I was like, dude, seriously, you know how much trouble
Wow.
that stuff is?
Yeah, I've never
Like,
heard of that before,
yeah,
really.
they
I mean, you know.
it's pretty messed up that actually that
Yeah,
was one thing that stuck out to me that was pretty bad. So
that would not work. Be a bunch
now
of pain for nothing.
now what is the type of ink that you prefer to use? What kind of ink are you using? Would you mind?
Well, I have kind of a variety right now, but I usually use Intense, or something like that. There's Mom's ink, which has been around forever. And then Stigma is pretty good. I like this one too.
Hmm.
So there's many different um, brands of professional ink out there. Fusion has some really good colors. Um, and I've been out of the shop for a few years now, so for many years actually. So I'm not really. I don't do the shopping too much for ink as far as I just get the colors I know. I don't really shop around the different brands, but I'm sure there's plenty of new brands out there. You know.
When it comes to like have putting a quality tattoo on somebody, though, I mean,
Mhm.
what kind of ink do you look for? You know what I'm saying? What really sticks
The
out to
ones
you?
I've used before. If I'm working on a customer especially a customer that I don't know and I don't know how they take ink, there's a lot of people take ink differently.
Hmm.
Gingers, actually, ironically enough, have super light skin, and you'd figure they would take ink pretty well, but actually they don't. I don't know what it is in their skin, but it you got to really pack it in there on a ginger. So actually, I did a free sleeve when we had the shop because I wanted to do whatever I wanted to do, like my certain style. On
Hmm.
just a brand new sleeve, like someone with no tattoos, and so I offered it for free so I could get my kind of style out there, and and she was a ginger. I interviewed sleeves for like a week, or people, and I
Hmm.
chose her, and that's kind of how I found that out. I mean, it was fine. It's just that the touch ups, there was more touch ups than there should have been, and than there could have been, I suppose you could say. Not should have, but could have. And because some people just, their skin just soaks up ink so nicely. And those are usually the folks that have a little bit of, like, the kind of people who tan when they go out in the sun, as opposed to burn. Their skin seems to hold ink a lot better. So the type of ink I would use on everyone, even those that take ink well, is the kinds that I've experimented with and that I know go in well under
Hmm.
pretty much any circumstance. So the familiar ones that I've used before, really, you know. But any professional ink, the ones that aren't from China, and not the ones in the tiny little bottles, the little case they give you, buy a little tattoo case, they give you these little ones. Those kind of work, I guess, but that's not a professional ink. So any of and usually you can tell that by how much you pay for the ink. If you don't know any better, then you can tell by how much you pay for it, or just find your favorite tattoo artist and look and see what they're using. You know, because chances are they're going to be using a professional ink if they're a professional tattoo artist. So
Right.
you can kind of go like that too if you're looking for an ink. Sure.
Oh, right. That's
Yeah.
actually, see, that's constructive information right there. You didn't think we were going to get much information off of this interview, did you?
Oh, I did. I already know about this kind of stuff. I find myself going on and on and on about this. I'm like, wow, what are you gonna? How much do you know about this? I'm like, I don't know, a lot apparently. Because
Mm.
I mean, tattoo aftercare, I could tell you all about that. I mean, I wanted to open up a tattoo school at one point, just because I just wanted to share the information. I think that goes with the whole. I was a beautician instructor for a while, so I have this teacher vibe going on, sharing information kind of thing, or showing people how to use certain tools and things like that.
Well, what this part is all about, though, right? This is where we start freaking doing the cool stuff that you just wanted to do. Like, we're going to ask you if you would be willing to show your equipment a little bit more,
Hmm.
and then kind of give us a guide, let us know how it works, and do what you want to do. Like if you had a school, how would you tell people?
Oh
You know
wow,
what I mean?
yeah.
Just
I
go
haven't thought
go.
about that for years.
Well, I'm just saying, like at this
Yeah,
point right now, just think about it. Like you have a
sure,
school and you're trying to show people how to use this
sure.
stuff and all that good
Okay.
stuff.
Well, in theory, we went over uh, power supplies, and now this is the practical class. So what we're going to learn is what our parts are on our, or at least how to plug in. You want to plug in your clip cord, which goes to your machine. Okay, into your clip cord port, not the foot pedal port. There is a foot pedal. I didn't bring that with me, but that would go into the other side, and then you would adjust your RPMs right here. And then you would take your coil machine and put it, there's little holes in there. I don't know if you can see them, but you would put your clip cord in there. And then every time you press your foot pedal, bzz, bzz, would go off and on. So that's how it's kind of, what is this? The telegraph machine kind of first came up with this sort of thing right here. Yeah, it's
Sort of,
kind of the
yeah.
same concept where it just cuts off and on the electric, or the power, just really fast, basically, and it makes it go up and down. And then there's all kinds of parts to your machine, um, which if you were in a class, you would definitely have to build build a machine yourself and have an array of different things you can choose from, parts that you can choose from in order to build a working machine. Because these are actually, this is a cheapie. Okay, this just first off, this is super cheapie. It's like $10 or something like that. It's probably made in China, but there again, like I was saying earlier, you can, even if it's made in China, you can do good work if you know how to draw things like that. If you have the skill down. So there's that. And once I seen actually a video, I don't know if you guys are aware of the China machine thing in the industry, but there was a video, and this was back when I first started, and I was looking around. I'm like, oh my god, how do I do this? When I was learning. And I was like, oh, I finally found a video on. It said how to tune China machines, right? And when you played it, dude, threw it on the ground and used like a sledgehammer and like busted it into a million pieces. And I was like, oh man, well that kind of told me something, but I can't really do that to my machine. So if that tells you anything, they're not well respected at all. But there again, like I said, you could do anything for a couple of bucks. If you're able to do it. You could do it with a homemade machine. But in any case, these machines, there's a lot of machine builders out there that they're for a good machine is usually 200, 250. It can go up from there. Some of them are 1800. It just depends on what builder you choose and what machine you like. There's many other styles besides coil machines. This is a coil machine, the old school kind. A lot of guys won't use anything but this, but and this is the one that has the weight to it. But there again, they have cordless ones now. They're wireless, and it's like just holding a pen. You just where it's not even no weight to it, no cord to it. It's just so freeing. I have not used one of those yet, but one of these days I want to try it out, see what that's all about. But yeah,
Now, on your opinion,
hmm
between the two, which do you think is easier to use, a pro gun or a freaking gel gun?
pro.
Pro.
Yeah,
After you get
yeah,
used to it, of
yeah,
course, right?
for sure. There's many more. First of all, it's more sanitary,
Hmm.
and there's a lot more needle groupings. There's a lot more adjustments you can make, rather than just having your tape player motor with your guitar string bent into the little rolly thing and have it sharpened with an emery board. That's
And
how it was. Yeah.
and I mean that is an important question because like I know like my buddy Lawrence Smith, like I said, he's in Kansas City. He's a pro now, but like he straight up told me years after when we talked about it, he was like, man, back then, because when he finally started using a pro machine, as you call it, um,
hmm
it was hard on them. And I've heard a lot of other gel gun artists say freaking that they wouldn't do professional because it's too hard. But I think that from what he told me, he's like, man, after you get over it, it's
hmm
really easy to use.
Yeah.
It's actually better than
Well, it's like
than doing
anything.
it.
Experience. Just a matter of
Yeah.
yeah, using these things and testing them out. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you want to go pro, then you have to do that. You can't, there's no pro that uses a homemade machine unless they built the machine themselves, a professional machine.
Mhm.
So, yeah, it's kind of like
Well,
that.
Mark, you need to understand though, like what she was talking about, like when you first start. Okay, imagine freaking being an Olympic freaking heavyweight weightlifter. Okay, that's how bad this gun gets on your wrist. Okay,
Mm.
it is. I do know that because I'm not going to tell everybody all the dastardly things I did. You know what I mean? Like I made this really cool rabbit.
Dastardly.
I thought it was cool. You know what I mean? But the whole thing is like I used my buddy's freaking pro gun, his pro machine, and it was hard. It was really really hard. It
Wow.
causes some
That's
serious
crazy.
issues. But I did
I
it
didn't know
for
you did that.
Yeah, I did quite a few
Wow.
of them, but it wasn't
Yeah,
anything.
I want to see one of these days. You'll have to show me.
Well, I don't know anybody that I did them to anymore. It's like I told you
Oh, okay.
before, like everybody,
Okay.
especially
Got it.
here, everybody that I know here that used to be in the tats are pretty much dead. I mean,
Yeah, yeah, you did
yeah,
say that. That was kind of a downer when you
it's
said that. But yeah, I do remember that for sure.
so my background wasn't really all that positive when it came to tattoos. Like we ran around and did a lot of things that we really shouldn't have done back then. So,
No.
but but this isn't about me. This is about you. Okay,
Yes.
so now that we did that, let me ask you: do you do both freehand and stencil?
Um, sure. Um, Usually I'll do a stencil depending on the subject matter, of course, but usually I'll do a stencil and then from that you kind of just freehand afterwards, like with your color or your flourishings around it or whatever it is. It depends on the customer too. A lot of customers like the freehand. Most customers know that to get the best tattoo, you let your tattoo artist go to town. I used to call it Tattoo Town.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I did too. I was gonna get a sign up of my station, but yeah, and because to get the worst tattoo, keep nitpicking your tattoo artist when they're actually tattooing, and you'll probably get a pretty like tattoo that's all cringed up and like I tried to be art but I'm not quite there, kind of thing. Yeah, when you let your artist be creative, you'll get a way better tattoo than. I mean, you got to have parameters on what you want, sure, but you don't want to be too stringent or judgmental about something that you've never done or don't really know much about. As far as like the procedure for tattooing and things like that, I've definitely had some customers like that. And after doing hair for so many years and teaching students to deal with difficult customers and things like that, it was kind of a breeze, I guess it would be for me. But other folks, I mean, there's the tattoo industry has changed over the years. Back in the day, you'd be out of that chair quicker than shit. With a lot of these guys, the old school guys, they wouldn't put up with that shit. But I put up with a lot of shit that probably not many would. As far as the nitpickiness about like staring at you when you're doing a line and then saying, "Is it supposed to look like that?" Or what? I mean, not necessarily. Most of them are just innocent questions. People just don't
Mm-hmm.
know and they really want to know, which is kind of how I gotta look at it when going in like that, because it's like, well, is it going to make me bleed out doing it on my wrist, because the veins, and I'm like, well, I just have to explain it doesn't go in that deep, and no, it won't, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of, weird type of questions that, uh, that I've had to answer. And then there's the people who are just trying to criticize or whatever, or just plain straight up assholes. We've had a couple of those in the shop before too. And I apprenticed my the partner I was working with. I had apprenticed him in tattooing, so any issues that come into the shop, I'm gonna help him out, of course. And he had quite a few uh, customers that were kind of assholes about things. But what can you do besides just get their tattoo done and get them out the door.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have to be a marriage or love affair with them. Don't take it personally or whatever. They don't even know. It's not like you know, they can. Even some people, have had a perfect tattoo or a tattoo done the way they wanted, and then they still complain. And then there's some that you do something that you could think you could do better on, and they just love the shit out of it. So it takes
Mm-hmm.
all kinds. So yeah.
Well, it sounds like I almost triggered you there because like
Triggered.
you,
I
you
don't
had a
even.
you had a
Could you
moment.
be less woke? Okay.
Yeah, I know.
What does that even mean?
I know.
Triggered.
I mean,
Triggered me to
it's
answer the
just
question. I don't know.
when you get a tat artist to start talking about their customers, that's when
Oh
a
yeah,
bunch of stuff comes up.
I love my customers. They're
Yeah.
like I said, we're all
Until you
they're all
have to talk
friends.
about them, because then you start noticing the
Oh
weird
no.
ones that come up, and the ones that are like picky about what you're doing, and
Yeah,
like
those aren't really my customers. Those are just ones that had come through the shop at one point.
yeah,
My customers are
Yeah.
like my
your
ones that
bros
come
and your
back all the
chicks,
time, you know?
your
The
chicks
ones
and your
that like
bros. Yeah,
working on big pieces with and things like that, you know?
But
Yeah.
you're going to find that in any industry, especially creative industries. You're going to have good customers, you're going to have bad customers, you don't know.
Exactly.
Customers,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just like
hey,
anywhere else really, you know?
no,
Mm.
no, I've popped up the pictures of your tattoos. So
Mhm.
I got the first one up.
Sweet.
If you got a story that you want to say with that one, say it. If not,
Um
tell me when you want
that
me to
one
go to the next one.
actually okay. Well that one and the one next, go to the next one.
That's better.
And well, were they not they weren't next together. Um but that bird and what there was another bird, a phoenix, on another guy that was on the girl, and these guys were so in love with each other. It'll probably be coming up here pretty soon. I thought
Okay.
I laid them together, but in any case, yeah. And there's a guy with a bird on his front, and when they stand together, their tails intertwine, and it was just they were so in love it was almost made you want to throw up. So so that was a great tattoo. Many hours on those. And that was yeah, just some little writings there. There's a Viking guy I used to tattoo on.
Let me find the bird real quick. You said the bird?
Oh, it's coming up.
Okay.
Yep,
Gotcha. Oh,
it's
the
right
bird.
there. Yep,
Okay. Now, which one was the one that was the guy?
there's the guy.
Is that
And
the
then when
guy?
they stood next to each other, there they are.
Okay.
There, this little tail looked like it was intertwining with her tail, and they were
Uh,
flying together in their
uh,
love. Yeah.
isn't it weird how people who get tats have like this weird imagination? Like my tat on my shoulder blade is a butterfly with the face of a freaking leopard as the
Wow,
pattern.
that's interesting. Hmm,
I don't even know why I thought of that.
a
I just
butterfly.
a
How
butterfly
cute.
with a panther's face as the
That's
pattern.
cute. Hmm.
That's code word for gay, isn't it?
A little bit.
Oh,
Not really, though. I mean, not really, because there's a guy, it'll probably be coming up here sooner or later. There's a dolphin that I
hmm
tattooed on this dude. He came in one day, and I never seen him since, just one of those random customers. And he was like a trucker guy. He wore a hat, and he had kind of fluffy hair, you know, fluffy hair, whatever.
hmm
And I'm like, yeah, sure, we got time. What do you want to get? And he's like, well, I was thinking a dolphin right here, and he didn't have any other tattoos. And I'm like, a dolphin? Just fucking weird for this dude to want a dolphin. And I did him a cute little dolphin on his shoulder. He loved it. Thought it was the greatest thing. So, and I don't think he was gay. He could have been a top. You never know, really, these days, you know. And it wasn't any of my business, so I didn't pry. But there's those odd requests for tattoos, you know. That was on my apprentice. He wanted
what?
some tomatoes with a potato cleaver. That was also on my apprentice. Yeah, those right there, crazy tattoos. Yeah, one of my apprentices, actually.
Right there?
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
one.
the wounded artist one on his eye, under his eye, which was really cute. It's adorable tattoo.
Now, I don't know what to say about that.
I know, right? That's why we did it that way, because people we laughed our asses off when we were
Uh,
tattooing that. Oh my god, it was so funny
he
because we were
even
just randomly.
he even spelled tattoo or potato on the
It's a
meat
potato
cleaver.
cleaver cutting tomatoes. That's
That is
we wanted,
interesting.
isn't it? That's why we did it.
Yes,
Exactly. Thanks for noticing. Appreciate that.
that is cool.
Yeah, it was hilarious that day for sure. He had a
Okay,
bunch of crazy tattoos.
so
That's
let
how
me
apprentices usually are, really.
Okay, you got the cowboy.
Hmm. That was another one of our apprentices, actually. He didn't last very long, though. There's a dolphin.
Is that the one that you were talking about?
That's the dolphin that the guy got. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, cutie, huh? It's a
Yeah.
cutie.
It's really interesting that
Mhm.
I'm able to use this slideshow. I'm really
That's
surprised.
really cool that you can do
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I like it.
I was gonna download them and stuff and put them on the OBS separately, but then whenever you said you had all these, I figured I might as well just use the slideshow. So
Yeah.
that's the one with your other apprentice. Is that what you said?
The Lego guy, Cowboy Lego. Yeah, he didn't last very long though. I think he's actually tattooing nowadays somewhere, maybe.
There you go.
Yep, Cowboy up
Hmm.
on his neck. It was a neck tattoo. I love those.
Now, see, usually most people who wanted acrylic wanted this kind of effect. They
The glow
wanted,
in the black
yeah,
light. It's the black light
Yeah,
tattoos. Yeah,
yeah.
not
yeah,
glow in the dark. They don't have those actually,
yeah.
because
Well,
that's
yeah,
phosphorus.
yeah.
So you got to have a black light, and those are the kind too that are. I should have took a picture of them just in the light because you can't even see them; they're invisible. So they only he was a DJ, so they only showed up under the when he was DJing. It was pretty cool. I
Mhm.
don't I don't like after that though. I did not advertise black light tattoos anymore after that because it's so difficult to get the ink in there, especially on hands. Hands aren't super easy for ink anyway.
Mhm.
Some parts are, some parts aren't. Up by the knuckles, not so easy. And
I was,
it was just a fight to get that ink in there. So you know, so I just
I
quit
was going
doing
to
the black
ask,
light tattoos.
is there any part of the body you wouldn't advise having a
Oh,
tattoo on?
oh God.
Um, well, the palms because they just fade. As you can see, my ones right here wouldn't go any further down than kind of like see how it's faded right here. The closer to the
Mm,
palm you
yeah,
get, the more it's just gonna fade. You could punch it back in there, but it'll fade again usually, unless you go super deep. But then when you do that, it spreads out and sometimes distorts the entire design. Knuckles are great for doing too. They kind of distort as well, but I mean, what I always tell people is that if you want your tattoo there, get it there. I mean, because the last thing you want to do is go home and look at it and go, man, I should have got it on my hand or whatever. You totally want to get it where you want. If it fades, oh well, do it again, you know?
mm,
And
Mhm.
so, I mean, usually we would do touch ups on any tattoo we do, like one free touch up. If it fades somewhere or whatever's going on with it, we'll touch it up for free. But on hands and like the bottom of the feet or skin like callousy type skin or skin that's just that can callus like that, we wouldn't do free touch ups on because it's going to fade. It's a guaranteed touch up. And when we put ink in, we don't put it in so it comes out. So basically, we're not really liable for that. It's kind of a risk you take. But I would say do it if you want to do it there. But those are the places I would just inform. It's like informed consent kind of thing, just inform your
mm,
customer what they're
mm.
looking at for things like that. Because some people they just don't know, you know.
See, and that's amazing. It's glad that I'm glad that you actually brought that stuff up. You know what I mean? Because I know that I have heard that acrylic is of most of all is like the worst kind of ink that anybody could ever want to put on their skin. Like, and then
Yeah, it's not even a tattoo ink, so I don't know what they're
yeah.
tripping on.
Well,
you know.
back in the day when they had like what was it? They had like a lot of these cool rave songs. You know what I mean? That was the big thing. They liked that whole effect. You know what I mean? So they would put this weird paint on their body
Mm-hmm.
in their tattoos and stuff. And then they'd be like going to raves and saying, "Nice shot, good shot, man." Stuff like
Yeah.
that. And they're all sitting there
Well,
with
there's the black light ink. There's different colors of black light ink. There's the invisible kind like there, and then there's the fluorescent orange color, which glows fluorescent orange under black light, and you can see it, very faintly, but you can see it on the skin too.
Mhm.
Green. There's all different colors of that available that aren't acrylic that are made for tattooing.
Are
So I
they
can see though
are,
the
are,
raving thing where they get that idea.
are they good? Are they good inks though? Are they
Hmm.
really
Your pro inks, yeah.
okay?
Hmm.
So you want me to move on to the next
Sure, sure.
cool picture? That blue guy, he really stuck out though. He got a lot of attention in this picture. You notice?
Yeah. Huh.
Well,
And go ahead.
he's got that devil worshipping look to him.
He was a Wiccan, so you know how that goes. But yeah,
Hmm.
half a dozen of one and six of the other kind of thing. And that's a Merkaba that I drew on an old. He was a friend,
Hmm.
pretty much, and he told me to do whatever I wanted to on his chest. He gave me so I did like an ET. If you zoom in on that, you can see kind of the designs on it that are very ET looking or alien looking. So I used to do this kind of, like light language writing or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. I was just kind of messing around with it and just that's kind of the freehand thing that you were asking about earlier.
Cool.
But yeah, so I did a little Merkaba on him with some magical stuff on it. It was huge too, as you can see his nipples right there, so it's smack in the middle of his chest.
Ha ha ha.
He liked it because he's like, "I love you, Sonia. Do whatever you want of me." I'm like, "Okay, here we go." And he paid me too, of course.
That's
He
cool.
wasn't one. That was once I was a pro.
Hmm.
After that, to where because back in the days when you did most of your free ones, or like
Hmm.
on your apprentice, we would trade work on each other, things like that, of course. But you know, usually you end up tipping or something.
I'm gonna keep moving before. So if anything pops out on you that
Okay.
you want to say a story to, let me know. There's that meat cleaver. My
Hmm.
goodness, that was a sick man, dude.
Oh
Sick.
yeah, you should see some of his other tattoos.
What is that next to it now?
That is a party favor. You know those woo where you blow it and it goes
Okay,
woo.
yeah, yeah.
Oh my
Silly,
goodness.
huh? I know,
Weird,
retarded, isn't it?
weird. And I was like, well, Lauren, I was talking about him before, okay? Lauren was a weirdo too. He back when he was doing gel gun, he would just take the gel gun and he would just start drawing lines all up and down his arms and shit. You know what I mean? I'm like, why are you doing that?
Wow.
And he wasn't even drawing anything. You know what I mean? Just lines. And I'm like,
Wow.
why are you doing that? He's like, because I wanna.
He was perfecting his artistic flow.
Yeah,
Mm, mm.
it's
Uh-huh.
weird. People
Yeah.
people in the tat world, man, they have like a mind of their own. It's you know what I mean. I'm not
A
even just
mind of their own. Yep.
it. You know what I mean. It's not even the tattoo artists alone. It's the people who are into tats. You know what I mean. They have just
Hmm.
this, except for the chicks who like I've noticed that chicks are more of they're the ones that see it as like an adventure, but there's the ones that are shy and don't want people to know they have a tattoo. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And
There's definitely different types like that for sure.
where, but I found it to where like women are the ones who actually like guys whenever they get a tattoo, yeah, whatever, they're getting a tattoo. But like girls, women, they think that it's like some kind of adventure or some kind of excitement. You know what I mean?
Well, it is.
You
You
know,
know.
it's that dark little secret that they have that nobody else knows about. They got that little tattoo hidden on their body that nobody can see. You know what I mean? I've seen a lot of that, believe it or not. Like,
Yeah. The personal ones.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm.
They usually have some sort of a deeper meaning,
Well, that too.
just for
Mm.
them kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Like
What's
the
the, what's the most weirdest, strangest tattoo you've ever done?
Mm. Gosh. Well, does Ray count? The guy we just looked at?
Yeah, I suppose.
he's a
Yeah.
weird. He's up there, dude.
He is
Uh,
up there. Kind of, yeah, kind of stuff like that. I mean, and then I would do like some freehand stuff coming up pretty soon. There's probably going to be a pic of the green sleeve I did, and that one is actually kind of odd compared to normal tattoos, I would say. And that
Mhm.
was my own creation. So
What does
there's
it
that.
say right there? I can't really read it too well.
It says
Blessing,
blessed.
Oh,
blessed.
Blessed.
bless.
Yeah, that was a cover up actually of something that was on her thumb there.
I
Yeah,
need to get some cover ups too, but a lot
I'm
of
an
people
expert at cover ups
a lot of people say that
because
you should be ashamed of having a woman's name on your back, but I'm cool
why?
with it. I'm cool with
That
it.
that doesn't make any sense. Ashamed? Why should you
Yeah.
be ashamed of anything? I mean, come on.
Well, first of all, they misspelled her name. It was supposed to be
Oh,
Mariah, and they spelled it Maria, so it's not really technically attached to anybody.
I could probably change that to an H if you'd like. I'm just saying when I'm visiting,
Well, if I have to go to that extent, I might as well just do a cover up. You know
You
what I
could just
mean?
do a cover up, yeah.
So
In
the
Arizona, since there's no licensing for anyone, there's it kind of goes on everywhere, of course, but out here it seems like there's even shops that do really shitty work. Like there was a shop down the road from Viking where I was doing cover ups almost every day. Somebody coming in from their shop where they got a tattoo and it's all fucked up and they want to fix it, and I'm like, well, you got to wait for it to heal first. I can't fix it for a couple of weeks, or whatever. So
mhm.
I mean, out here it's just crazy tattoos all the time. So there's a lot of cover ups going on. So I became an expert at it, having so many people come in, wanting cover ups.
Yeah, with that one though, I mean, it was like I'm glad they didn't do that. And like you were talking about people passing out, it was like I've passed out, but I was like really really drunk, and I was falling asleep with my arm
Yeah,
over the
that's
side of the
totally different.
waterbed.
That's totally different than
You
passing
know,
out. Yeah.
I mean,
Usually,
go
that
ahead.
was kind of usually if you're passing out like that, the person you just keep tattooing on the person as long as they don't jerk awake.
Well, I mean, if I would have stayed awake, he wouldn't have misspelled the freaking name. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
It's like
you should have had a stencil on there anyway.
no, it was all freehand, dude. It
Was it?
was Joe
Mm,
Gun freehand. I just stole like
that's messed
freaking
up.
a. I'd stole like freaking 3 cases of beer and brought it back to the house, and we were
Oh
getting
yeah,
drunk.
many nights of that. Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean? So
Yeah, when I was beginning, absolutely.
like the night already was starting out in a bad direction. So I kind of figured out that like, uh, well, I don't even know why I volunteered to get a tattoo. To be honest with you, I was so drunk. I just remember laying on that water bed.
That's funny.
So,
That happens with a lot of folks' tattoos.
um, so
Hmm.
that is what beautiful.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, just like a little candy drops is what it looks like.
Can now the arm one I saw it, but I think it skipped it.
Oh,
Wait,
it's
no.
probably in the next batch or something.
Hold on a minute. I
It's in there
think I see
somewhere.
it. I think I see it. Is this it?
Nope,
This
that's a foot.
that's
There's
a
the arm. The
this
green
it.
one at the front. I don't think I gave you a bigger picture, but I did put some more pictures in there that you can show if you want.
Be
That's
love.
David Wilcock's signature. Uh-huh. And I'm like, what do you want me to write by your name? He's like, be love. Actually, he wrote that on, and then I tattooed it on me in the car at one of
Mm-hmm.
his talks.
Cool.
It was at the One Love Festival in California.
So I don't even want to know.
Oh, it was fun. I wanted to meet him, and then I was going to tattoo it on my butt, his signature.
Uh-huh.
Then I realized, well, how am I going to reach my butt to tattoo it? So I decided to do it on my hand. He
Well,
was excited. It got his attention with the butt thing. He was looking to sign somebody's butt when I got there. I'm like, no, I changed it to my hand. He was
well,
a
I
good
mean,
guy. I
you
got a
really
picture with him too.
you really don't want to put a tattoo on yourself after you've gone to a One Love convention. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
only went there to meet him, so
okay.
you know, it was
Hmm.
like that.
Okay, so this one is the one that goes with the couple, right? With the where was it?
The second,
Right there.
that's the green
That's the
sleeve.
that's the sleeve you was talking about,
No,
right?
not that one. Go
The
back
one
to the bright green one.
oh yeah.
That's the top part of the sleeve. I did that in 2010
It's nice.
before everything got all crazy like it did.
Mm.
Yeah, there's another picture I threw in there in Teams at the end. It's just a couple more
Okay.
that shows the whole thing, or at least more of it. I have a video actually of me tattooing that. I meant to put it on my website. I just haven't yet.
This one right here. This one right
No,
here.
the sleeve, the green sleeve, the
Oh,
free
okay.
sleeve. That's the free one that I decided to do. Yeah, that's the free one.
That- See, I need to get more familiar with using this thing, so you gotta excuse me if I'm not
Oh, you're
really.
doing great. You're doing fantastic.
I'm not really a big fan of Teams, you know what I mean? But like, I can
Yeah.
give them. At least they were able to bring this with them when they discontinued Skype. That's a good thing.
hmm
So
Yeah. At
now,
least, huh?
this the sleeve you were talking about earlier?
Nope. That was one of my ex-husband or my tattoo shop partner that I did on him. Is an Irish guy.
Okay, so what's the face about? Is there a
That's
story behind it?
a tree guy. It's the old. Uh, they're called. What are they called? It's the tree spirits. You know how they have faces on the trees.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the
Yeah,
tree guys.
Okay,
hmm
that's cool.
Yeah,
Bunch of tree loving hippies.
tree loving hippies, tree hugging.
No, I
That's
didn't
right.
say I don't call nobody tree hugging unless they want it.
Unless they want it.
You know,
uh, oh my.
no, the skull. This right here. You got a story for that one?
Um. Well, that was just on one of my customers out here in Arizona. It was just kind of a only took a couple hours, I guess. It didn't take too long. It's
Mhm.
pretty big on his chest though.
Yeah, it is.
But
Yeah.
yeah, he's Dan, the plumber guy.
I
Yeah,
don't
he's
even.
pretty cool.
I don't even. I
He's
don't
pretty
even
cool.
like the plumber
I
guy.
actually have a story about him and his ex-wife, but I won't. I'll spare you.
Oh, you can say it. This is a tat. This is a tat
Unless
interview. Like,
it's nothing exciting really, but
okay.
they saved me, so
Oh,
they're
they did.
sweethearts. hmm Yeah, they're sweethearts.
And this is the dolphin that you were looking for, right? Though I
Yeah,
didn't.
that I was
Okay.
talking about.
Yeah.
That's a
Okay.
dolphin guy. A little dolphin guy.
All right. And then we get to the wretched devil worshipping. It's actually pretty good. I like tribal. Now, that's something that I did not put in my questions that needs to be talked about. What's some of the coolest tribal that you think you could use when it comes
Oh
to
my
making a
gosh.
tattoo?
Well, tribal in the industry, tribal is very like, like dude comes in and, hi, can I help you? I want a big use tribal right here. And be like, okay, hold on. And you go go to your coworkers. And you're like, this dude wants tribal. You're doing it. I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people consider tribal to be super duper boring, and I don't really. I mean, it's all tattooing just the same, but there is just a lot of packing ink into the skin with tribal. It's really very easy actually, but not a lot of people like doing it. So so there's a lot of I've got a big tribal piece I'll throw in the chat here. Let me find it here.
Okay.
But yeah, I've definitely done my share of tribal for sure. And tribal is actually a really good test of your tattoo skills. You know, just like doing a star, just a regular, like 5-pointed star or nautical star.
Mm-hmm.
Those are like really good tests on your skills because it's certain. It has to be a certain way. If the line's crooked, you're going to be able to tell. If the tribal's not got ink everywhere packed in there, you're going to be able to see it. So it's a test of a artist's skills, really, for sure.
Now, if you want to stay up there with your face and everything, that's cool because that kind of looks professional whenever it has you on one side and then the tats on the other. So it's up to you if you want to do
Oh,
that or
that's
not.
fine. Whatever.
Because
Whatever's fine.
I noticed you went off
Yeah.
the screen and everything, but so you already put it up on Teams?
Oh, I did. I didn't mean to do that. It must have shut it off by itself. Sorry.
Okay. Let me see if I can find what you just
No,
posted
I'm
on.
putting it up there right now.
Okay.
Doing
Yeah.
it right now.
Yeah, because that kind of looks pretty professional the way the video
I
looks
also
right
put
there.
in, yeah. I also put an oil painting up there too. And I
Oh
did
wow!
Janis Joplin and a flower. It's one of a flower too.
I've seen the
And
sunflower you got there. That looks pretty
oh,
cool.
this was acrylic actually, an acrylic painting. Actually, that might have been oil. Yeah, well, the Janis Joplin was definitely oil. The other one I think was acrylic. It might have been oil. I can't recall really. I
Okay.
was kind of using both at the time. That was on our Sunday painting days that we used to have at the shop.
I'm probably gonna have to drop out of the photos and then start it back up so that I can get it
Okay,
added.
let me put a couple more in there.
There
Trying
we
to
go.
find that tribal one to show you. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, overall, that tribal piece probably cost that dude lunch, really. you know?
So that's a tattoo right there.
No, that's an oil painting. It's on
That's an
like a
oil
9,
paint.
9 by 11.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did you paint that?
Yeah. These are the
That's good.
oil paintings that I did, yeah. And the other pictures are there's some snapshots from my portfolio, my actual physical portfolio.
Mm-hmm. Right here.
Yeah. And there's some tattoos that I don't have digital, or in digital form. That's why I threw that up there for you.
Okay.
And throw these couple in here. And I do have some pictures of my storefront with the team, the team of tattooers we had out there. We only had an apprentice, and we ended up hiring another guy whose name was Grim. I met him at a bar, actually.
Graham, hold up. That sounds familiar.
There's a lot of tattoo artists named Grim.
Okay, you got me for
Yeah.
like don't.
So
I keep forgetting. Like I'm getting old, man. You know what I mean. If I tried to run with a tat artist today, dude, I'd freaking probably have a heart attack. I think it's easier being around my freaking mom than what it is being around a tat artist, and she's
oh, I don't know. I'm not that. I mean, I'm
oh,
pretty
you'd break my back,
tame.
dude. Yeah, right.
I'm super tame
Hmm.
compared to
Well,
how it used to be.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're saying there. The way it used to be is a lot different than what it is today, buddy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Everything is really.
Mhm. So, did you put those things in?
Still looking here. I did put a couple more in, but I'm still looking for the other ones here.
Okay.
I
hold
just
on a
seen
minute.
it yesterday. I was showing Mark W. all of like the cool tattoos they had going on, and so I totally sent him that one. I should just copy it from that conversation because I got it in here somewhere. I don't see it. I only have 12. Oh, there it is. I only have 12 folders of stuff. You know how that goes.
Yeah, you got to collect all this stuff. I mean, because like that's how I am with all my videos and stuff. I have
I
like
bet.
I've got
I
an
bet.
organization of the
I gotta
way
organize mine better.
I upload my videos and stuff. It's like I have a whole filing system set up just for that.
There you go. There's
There
a
we
couple.
go. Oh yeah, see now you're getting down to the nitty gritty. This is
That was the apprentice guy, the same guy
Mhm.
that had the potato cleaver on his back.
I wouldn't
He had
doubt
a
it, dude.
mohawk. We did
Mhm.
both sides of his head like that.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I would not doubt it. Freaking Mohawk, Liberty Spikes. What is
Hmm.
it? Now he was a Knox gelatin guy, right? He wasn't into all that freaking Kool-Aid crap, right?
I'm not sure what you mean. What do
Knox
you mean?
gelatin to harden the freaking Liberty Spike. Spike.
Oh, you know what? I really don't know.
Should
I
have
don't know. I
asked.
know it was a process. It was a process for him to
Yes,
do that.
and that's what it is. And it's like, you should have asked, because those are important questions when it comes to
They are. They
to
are.
to,
Mm.
to Mohawks, man.
They are.
But yeah, Mike Riley is my buddy. He was the one who was the Mohawk guy, and he was into tattoos. He just didn't like paying for them. You know what I mean? That's nice.
Yeah.
He did an entire sleeve that big. I would have made him smaller.
Yeah.
Nope. You know what I mean? Put you to work.
Yeah. He did put me to work. That guy did.
Well, I mean, like
But
a
that was like that paid the bills. You know what I mean?
yeah, but I like.
Our electric bill was at $400 a month at that place.
Mhm. Well, actually, that's a good point. Now, if he would have wanted you to do that in smaller, like all the same area, but make the design smaller, how much would that have cost him?
It would have costed more. We went by time. That's
Hmm.
usually what I do now too. Is I just charge by the time it takes. So just would depend on how long it would take.
How long did it
And we
take
did
you to do
several
that?
sessions. We
Hmm.
did several sessions with him. I'm not sure exactly how long that one took. It probably was at least 3 sessions though. And usually 2 hours a piece is what I would go for sessions, depending on how you know, they were doing and things like that.
So yeah,
Hmm. And I got a couple of pictures of the shop I'll throw in here.
what was you gonna ask, Mark?
Paste.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, same as you, just the time.
Yeah,
Just the
Mm-hmm.
time. Yeah.
Dad. There you go. Now, you see, we need to make one like this and have Mark Latashik put it on and have it say Big Daddy.
That was for his dad, Father's Day. He got that one. Him and his dad were drinking buddies.
Hmm.
The next one is another shot of the same one, the same thing.
Oh, that's cool. That's a better shot.
Hmm.
That's really nice.
Mm.
Yeah,
That is nice.
yeah.
Now
That was
there,
on a relative, so he's kind of. I practiced a lot on him, or not practiced, but he would let me do anything I wanted to on him.
mhm.
Kind of like that.
Now that's the sleeve again. And just so it's clear to the people who are viewing, tell everybody what a sleeve is, because a lot of people might not understand what that is when you say the word sleeve.
Okay. Well, a sleeve is just getting an entire theme done in one, kind of one particular theme on your whole entire arm. So it's
Mhm.
basically, usually it's covered all the way around when we say sleeve. However, some people just do like the outside of it. That would be a half sleeve. And
Mhm.
a lot of times half sleeves are referred to as just either the lower part or the upper part. That would actually, if you just get something right here, that's like a quarter sleeve kind of thing.
Mhm.
So, yeah, that's kind of how we break it down with that.
Now, me personally, I would say if you get an entire sleeve, you have just completely gone over the edge and became addicted to tattoos. And a lot of people are addicted to tattoos.
Yeah, they're actually very
Mm.
addicting
You
for
know,
sure.
Sonia, as you can see, is very, very addicted to tattoos.
Not so much anymore. The older you get, the more it's kind of hurts. And anymore I'm like, ow, ow, that's okay. Oh, it looks great. Thank you. I'm done
So,
kind of thing.
what if you had a chance to go and do it all over again? What tattoo would you actually put on you that you didn't put on you already?
Well, I probably would have saved these areas right here because these days, a lot of folks, they'll get like words right here. like
Mm-hmm.
American Badass or whatever, something like that, where they can just hold up their arms and transmit a message. So back when I started, getting into this, nobody was doing that. So yeah, those were already taken up spots. So I probably would have, and also I would have themed. When you're getting a sleeve, this is very important information actually. When you're getting a sleeve or any larger piece of tattoo that takes more than one session,
Uh-huh.
um, always stick with the same artist that started it, if you can. Don't
Mm-hmm.
don't change artists midway, because because usually you'll end up with tattoos over the top of tattoos over the top of tattoos, and it's not, I'm sure, what it's not what I envisioned in the first spot, when I first went into it.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely, if you're going to do a sleeve or a big piece like that, back piece, anything like that, stick with the same artist, no matter how much it costs. Just save up money, every paycheck or whatever, and get that artist to finish it, so that you end up with something that you'll like, because it'll be there, and you want to be able to look at your arm and go, yeah, that's cool. It's just what I wanted, instead of like, fuck, I need to get that covered up or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you
Yeah.
said that too, because I've heard that a lot from a lot of people where they freaking say the same thing, where
Hmm.
if you go to a tattoo artist to get a tattoo and he's not screwing it up, you keep going to him to finish it. Don't freaking go switching some on him, because there's two different
Yes.
styles.
Yeah, I
Yes.
was going
Yes.
to say,
Different styles for
for
every
the purpose,
artist.
Right.
yeah, for the purpose of consistency, each artist will have their own sort of styling. Yeah.
Hmm. Exactly.
Well, I can.
Exactly. So you
I
kind of want to go with somebody like their style, and the consultation outlines all that stuff. So
Mm.
consultation.
yeah, consultation is very important in tattooing. You definitely want to have a consultation, find the right artist, things like that,
Okay,
for
explain.
whatever you're trying to get tattooed.
See that
Whereas
gets
there's
that's
people who are portrait artists. There's some people who are not portrait artists. If you want a portrait, you got to find the right person to do it, for sure.
let's see, now you're getting all up into the fancy stuff.
Fancy,
The
fancy.
the fancy professional stuff that I have absolutely no idea about. You know what I mean? Like,
Right?
now
Right.
I know about portfolios. I understand
Yep.
that. Like, I know
Yep.
that if you go to a tattoo artist, first thing you want to do when you walk through the door is let me look at your portfolio.
Yep. Absolutely.
That's important because
Yep, you
then.
got to have a portfolio with all the work up there that you want to continue doing. Like, if
Mhm,
you don't want to do tribal pieces, don't put that in your portfolio. You know what I mean? Because
mhm,
inevitably someone will ask you to do something just like that.
mhm.
So, wow, that picture doesn't look like it's very good quality. Jeez.
Well, it's probably my fault
Oh,
because
well, it could be.
I'm trying to like I'm trying to kind of go through and get their faces so that at least when you have a video, you'll have a picture of your buddies that are on the video with them.
Yeah,
So.
I was a tidbit heavier there, as you can tell.
Hmm.
And there's Grim with his face tattoo. I met him at a bar, actually, and then we became kind of friends, hanging out. And then I'm like, hey, you want to come work in my shop? It was really, 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 really hard to find an artist who knew what the F they were doing,
Hmm.
or, who, if they're a pro artist, you figure they don't need apprentice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he was one of them.
Mm.
He was like an old school guy, for sure. But
Awesome.
he definitely could take care of customers. Any walk in he could do, except for he didn't do portraits really. But yeah, so it was really hard to get somebody in there, and we were busy as F at that shop too. I mean, there was one point where we couldn't fit anybody else in the door. There were people trying to come in. I'm in the middle of a tattoo. Everybody else is tattooing. Actually, it was just me and Sean at the time. And there's T-shirts I made, screen printed myself back in the day. I've always been into the T-shirt thing.
Hmm.
But yeah, so nobody else could fit in the door, and I'm like trying to, and I go sit back down. Somebody else would come in, and then pretty soon we had a line, and I'm like, okay, guys, we can't take any more appointments today. It was
Mm.
crazy. It was cool though,
Yeah.
highly sought after.
Okay. So we know now where your T-shirt obsession came from.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's pretty much gone along with every part of your career, hasn't it? You love
Pretty
t-shirts.
much, except for beauty school, you know.
Well, the
Beauty.
beauty school thing
Yeah.
threw me off when I first heard about that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
did hair for 10 years while I was learning to tattoo at home, teaching myself.
hmm I mean, when you told me that, that just blew me out of the water. So you can do a
Can't you tell
woman's.
with my beautiful hair?
Well, I mean,
Kidding.
that's a lot of dynamic there. You know what I'm saying? You can do a woman's hair, give her a tattoo,
Hmm.
freaking sell her a T-shirt, and bam, she's good to go.
Yeah, it's all about looks, apparently. But it's an important thing how you present yourself. To me, how you present yourself to the world. It's a self expression thing, Mark. I mean, like, you're wearing a suit. Could you imagine just wearing a t-shirt? I mean, you want to wear a suit. It's like a self expression thing. You want to present yourself in
Yeah,
a certain
yeah.
way, just like
Mm.
people who have tattoos across their forehead. They want it, which I've done many of those, but they want to. That's how they want people to see them. Some of my friends have their
Mm.
whole face tattooed. Seriously, like you can't even unless they put makeup on. They look. You can't really see their face. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Those are kind of the prison type side of things. But there are those who have never been to even jail that tattoo their face up like that too. So
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
yeah,
Yep,
I'm
Mm.
sure you've seen them.
seen that quite a
Mm.
bit,
Hmm.
and I know there's a lot of people too that'll get them on their head because they know they can just grow their hair back over it and nobody'd see them.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Oh,
Mm.
that's the next one I'm going to find real quick before we get done with the picture thing is
Mm-hmm.
my head tattoo. I've got a good picture of it in here somewhere. I had a mohawk for a little while, and this started when let's see if I can find it here. Oh, it disconnected my hard drive. Hold on, I got to plug my hard drive back in.
Mm.
But it was funny because when I was married to my first husband, the UFO guy,
Uh-huh.
Jeff Willis, I always would joke because when you're married for a while, you kind of just ignore each other for the most part,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like when I came home, I'd be like, "Hi," all excited, and he'd like, "Hey, how's it going?" And like, I used to joke about how I could go get my head shaved, and get a tattoo on the sides of my head, and he would not even like notice that happened. So it started like that, and then this was way after we were divorced, though. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get a head tattoo. So I got Valkyrie wings tattooed on the sides of my head. I'll find a picture here in a second if my computer lets me. But yeah, that's so I love head tattoos. Actually, the ink doesn't really want to stay in there very well, though,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately. But
It's interesting that we almost forgot to mention the skull, because that is actually something that a lot of people like to do. I don't
oh my
understand it at
gosh,
all. I don't
really?
understand it. No, I don't understand why a person, especially after the shoulder blade, okay,
Okay.
why they would do that to their head. Well, the thing that's so bad about that is after it's done, okay, that hair is going to keep growing. And then you have to keep that shaved too, because if you don't, them little hairs are going to cause infection if you don't take care of it. You know what I mean?
Mm. Mm.
Keep it clean, shave down. I mean, my God, I could never do that. The whole maintenance behind it is horrible. You know, I don't know. That's just me. It wouldn't really be the like actual pain from doing the tattoo. I don't think it would be, but
Yeah, with the afterwork, yeah. Or
you know,
extra maintenance, yeah.
because that's what I've always noticed. Like it was never like the actual pain during the time that it's being made. It's after the tattoo's done that really stuck out to me. I think Sonia is taking something that happened to her audio, that hard drive.
Uh,
You there, Sonia? She had to run to the bathroom real quick. Oh,
Maybe.
now let me. I'll cancel that out. No, she's probably she could have just let me do it. It probably would have been easier for her. She's moving. I can hear things moving there.
Yeah.
I can put your mic back on. We want to hear your beautiful voice.
Okay.
You can't take the mic off while you're being interviewed. That's a no. That's a no.
No.
That's a no.
I
Miss
can
Miss
hear
Okay.
vaguely.
Miss Sonia Galactic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
it's fine.
My
Yeah,
camera's on the blitz too. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
it's your screen share. Down here at the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
uh, undo your screen share, and it should straighten it out.
Oh. Oh.
You see what I mean?
Well, it says start screen share.
Well, don't do that.
Yeah. I
No,
figured you
no.
probably didn't want to.
Now, where the camera is, that little camera right there, click on that and see if it has your camera selected.
Yeah, it did. And now all of a sudden, it's because I got it going through a USB, I think is what the deal is.
Here, I'll
It's like, it's
I'll,
like
I'll
freaking
interrupt.
out.
I'll
I'll get
interrupt
it
the
going.
screen share real quick. And we
I'll get it going here in a second. Silly. I
Silly
need more
Willy.
USB ports on my computer is what the deal is.
Silly Willy. Wow, how much screen shares? Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Maybe if I
Okay.
hop out and hop back in, huh?
No, we got you now.
No,
We got
you're there
You're
now.
good.
Yeah.
Hold
Oh,
on. She
we
did it.
did. We did.
Okay,
Oh, there we
we're
go.
back. We're back.
It's working. Yay.
Okay, there we
Yay.
go. We did it. So
We did it.
we were able to get it up to 2 hours and 6 minutes. Now we did 15 minutes of setting up on the stream, so we need to come up with 6 more minutes of you talking about something really cool about tattoos that you want to talk about.
Yeah.
And then we'll have you give all your information on how people can get in touch with you about tattoos, your t-shirts, and everything. And you got to do this
Okay.
flawless without any kind of problems whatsoever.
You were
Because
you were kind of cutting in and out right there. Can you say that again?
I can't. I'm sorry.
Oh no. I think you said something like I heard something about the 15 minutes of setup and talk
Yeah.
about whatever I wanted or something.
Yeah, here in like for 7 minutes, tell us the coolest things you could
Oh.
ever tell us about tattooing in your life and everything.
The coolest things ever. Gosh. Well, I
All of
kind
it.
of
You can get spiritual too if you want to.
kind of already did. um
Did you?
one
Did,
artist okay. Well, there's something when you're going through, like I was telling you about the therapeutic side of tattooing, when you're going through something that is emotionally stressful, kind of like maybe a divorce or something like that. I know it really helped me when I was going through a divorce to get over shit not working out or whatever was going on, to get a tattoo that's something that's just for you, or something that symbolizes the positivity in everything, or whatever's bringing you through it, like your strengths and things like that. If you symbolize that somehow, and then put that on your body as maybe like where you can see it, like a reminder of the positive parts, or why you're doing what you're doing and things like that, to kind of refer back to that, or have that with you at all times, like a visual reminder of your spiritual strengths, or the reason why you're doing what you're doing. Like in my case, I chose to get a divorce because of this, that, and the other thing. So, it's like what drives you, like that motivates you. So if you have something like that, um, that helps you get through things, like a symbol or even a portrait of someone's, like your grandma or somebody's picture, or just whatever, even a little teddy bear, tattooed on, whatever is important to you that lifts your spirits. That's some really good advice, I think, as far as tattooing goes. And also pick your artist. Go to someone who you admire their work, and make sure that all of the stuff in the portfolio is their work. There's few that kind of lie about that, but there are those out there. Usually they're young kids, that they put other people's work in there. I mean, we've caught a few of them doing that, bringing in their portfolio for a job. And I'm like, well, you didn't do this because that, like Kat, the chick that used to have the tattoo show, she did that. So why are you putting it in your portfolio saying it's your work? It's like, get out of here. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so there's that to look out for too. So, was that
That
sufficient?
was beautiful. Now the next thing I need is
Oh,
to
thanks.
ask Mark Edworthy, after this entire conversation, are you ready to go get a tattoo yet?
Let me have a further think about that one.
Okay. Because we
I think.
we were talking about that earlier, and I was pretty sure
Yeah.
that Sonia could sell you on a good idea when it comes to a tattoo. And I
Yeah.
I am extremely squeamish when it comes to needles and stuff. So
Yeah, me too. I won't
yeah.
get a shot. You'd have to knock me out to give me a shot. So it's kind of like I totally feel that. And you know what? And there's a difference between the needles, and this is what I would tell customers too, that were scared of needles, because I don't like needles either. But this needle just barely scratches the surface. It only goes in like maybe the second layer, the epidermis in there a little bit. It doesn't go in super deep. And it actually, some parts actually kind of feel good. There again, it depends on where you're getting it done at and your state of mind. And what I found, and this is good advice too, what I found is the more you want the tattoo, like if you have your heart set on a certain tattoo, you can get that tattoo anywhere and it's not going to hurt. You might be, oh, but it's not going to hurt because you want it so bad. If you're getting a tattoo that you're like, take it or leave it, which most people don't unless they're in the industry. Like I've got plenty of tattoos where I'm like, oh, that's cute, put it on. But those kinds hurt a lot worse. Like if you don't really care about the tattoo that much, it's gonna like really hurt more. At least in my experience. So there you go. So that's another thing too.
excellent.
Yeah, I think
So-
you should do it, Mark. And it's an instant badass. I've divergenized many of folks, and
she said
it's
diversion.
divergenized. Yeah, that's what it is.
Excellent.
You're a tattoo virgin right now.
Yeah, there you go.
But
There you go.
but once you get divergenized, I mean, it's like an instant badass thing that you got going on for sure. So I highly recommend doing it, and just getting something that's like my first tattoo actually that I did on myself. I had a little rose that I got done at a party where I stood up and put my leg on the kitchen table back when I was like 18. But the first one I did on myself, believe it or not, I was like hesitant. I'm like, what should I do? Oh my God, I don't know. And I had to think of something that I would not change my mind about, or that wouldn't, how trends kind of change things. Like to be woke used to be cool until they took that, and now it's to be retarded.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, good thing I didn't get that tattooed on me, kind of thing. So
Don't trigger me.
so it's kind of like that. But yeah, so I ended up, I liked the Doors a lot. Back then I used to have a shrine of Jim Morrison in my house. It was in the 90s or whatever. So anyway, so I got the Doors, just the letters, their logo, and I tattooed that on my leg for my first tattoo. So just something that's close to your heart that you won't change your mind about, like terms and conditions maybe, or something like that.
Well, it's cool that you did that right there at the end because that's one question I forgot to ask you, and that should have been a no brainer. The first question is your first tattoo, and I apologize about that.
Oh, right. Yeah. I didn't even.
I'm glad you said that because that should have been a no brainer. The first question out of my mouth.
It
So,
should have.
man, I'm
That
just
that is a very good first question.
well, that should have been the first. Like everybody asks, like that's always the first question everybody asks is what was your first tattoo or do you have any tattoos? You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
Right. Which do you have any is kind of evident at this point?
well, I
You
mean,
know.
I've got a few, but I don't want people to see them because they're like in personal places. And that's something that you could think of too, Mark, is like just get it somewhere personal that nobody can see, just you. That way you can look at it and you can say, man, this is a cool freaking tattoo. You know what I mean? Something that you would like.
Right.
You don't have to
Yeah.
have it
You don't have to
out,
share it with anybody.
you know, just if you're
So
curious.
I have one last picture I put up there, Raj. Sorry it took me so long to find it,
Okay.
but it's the one of my mohawk.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, baby.
Let me get that hooked up and ready to go.
I want to get you trained on doing this photo thing for your next shows.
Trust me, there ain't no way of training me. I ain't no trainable
I
person.
know, right? I've watched some of your other videos where you have talked about not being trained, especially by a woman.
Well, not
So,
being trainable. That's the
or
thing, man.
well, I think
I,
you're probably. I don't think people should train people anyway, but
thank you.
I think just getting along with people is kind of the thing, right?
Now, see, that's tribal right there on the side of the head.
That is not work. It's not tribal, sir.
That is really
That
good.
is that is like what's on my neck is not work kind of thing. Well, and some skulls too, but you know how they it's over under like on my hammer.
Oh
It's
wait,
got
yeah,
the
you okay? I
Celtic
see what
knot
you're
work.
saying.
Hmm.
Okay, it is not
Yeah,
work.
and I had a better one, but I don't know where it is. But you then it goes into wings, so it has the wings in the back. They're my Valkyrie wings because I'm a Valkyrie kind of thing.
Cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I guess I could have had a better picture, but
No, that's
I get
fine.
so many pictures everywhere.
That is
The
perfectly
feathers
fine.
look kind of cool too, though. But yeah, I don't shave my head anymore, as you can see. But it's always
And
an option.
to be honest, man, I mean, you've got a lot of good quality pictures compared to a lot of people I've seen with that pictures. Like they aren't really that great. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, that's another
Mm.
thing too. That's part of the apprentice training is what to put in your portfolio and what not to put in your portfolio. And you always want to put your best work in your portfolio,
Mm.
and
Yeah.
take out there again any of the stuff you either don't want to do or old stuff where you have gained in skills now. You know,
Mm.
you're better than what the picture because that you'll progress as you move on. If you're embarking on a tattoo career, you definitely will get better, and you'll want to keep your portfolio up to date for sure. And when you're taking pictures, it's a whole section of training because when you're taking pictures, a lot of mistakes that they will make is to take a picture of a tattoo they have not cleaned or finished. And if you want to take progression pictures, absolutely that's fine, but you don't ever want to put those in your portfolio. You because people that look in there, they're not going to know what a progression picture is unless you have the finished product next to it. They'll just think that you don't know what the fuck you're doing, basically, or
Yeah.
it just doesn't look good because it's not a completed tattoo yet. So you'll
Mhm.
want to always put your progression pictures in with the completed picture if you're going to put that in your portfolio. Um, Otherwise, it just it doesn't come off well, and you just want to kind of keep it up to date for sure
There you
with your
go.
best work. Hmm.
You see, that is the best way that we can end it. We've covered the full. We've done a 2 hour interview.
Wow.
We did
Wow.
really good, and
Yeah.
when I was talking, I mean, I'm glad you said all of that because that is cool information that people should
Hmm.
know. I was just
Sure.
talking about like the quality of the pictures, so I'm glad you even mentioned that because I was just talking about you have good quality photos, and
Yeah.
that's what really stuck out to
Make
me.
sure you clean your tattoo as well before you take a picture of it. And lighting is also very important.
Hmm.
Yeah, because that will make it look like a shitty tattoo when it's not a shitty tattoo. You want to have the best lighting as possible. In our shop, we used to have a little area where it had 3 mirrors around it and all this kind of stage lighting and stuff, to where we would take people over there to take pictures of their tattoos, and they would pose. It was really cool, actually.
Okay, now keeping in mind that this is your tattoo interview.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, tell everybody everything that pertains to how they can contact you with if they're interested in getting a tattoo.
Okay. I am going to be doing tattoos as I travel, most likely. So I'll probably set up a section in my RV for that, or I'll be able to go to people's houses, depending if they're not like insane. So there's that. Right now, I'm in Arizona and Phoenix. So if you're in Arizona and you want a tattoo, I usually go to someone's house. I don't really bring strangers to my daughter's house or anything. So, um, but I would be willing to go to someone's house, or uh, similar. And so galacticfire.com is where you would go to the contact page and just shoot me a message on there. You can also see my portfolio there too, where there's a lot of other pictures that we didn't show here today. So there's that. And if you like some t-shirts that inspire the fire, which is like your God spark, then I have t-shirts too. And I'm also have some guest spot stores of other people's t-shirts, like Jaffe's, like WPRPN t-shirts, and I also have 7 other stores in there of people who are, and they're all kind of in the spiritual community, like with UFOs and protection shirts, energy type shirts, things like that, are in there too. And I've also got Chris's book up there, which is a new edition, which is the Montauk Boys Terror at Montauk, the PDF. So I got that up there too. And yeah, and if you want a tattoo or some t-shirts, let me know. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Now, Mark, thank you for being here. I would usually have you give it your other thing, but this is an interview, so I'm just
Yeah.
gonna leave it. Thank you for being here and being a part of the panel.
Yes.
We were expecting Mark Watashik to show up, and all I can say to him is a shame. For shame, Mark Watashik.
Indeed.
He's probably busy,
Yeah, I know. He's probably having a lot of issues. He would have been here if he could have been here. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure he would have, because he enjoys being around you and having. This
Yeah.
right here would have been like the perfect interview for
Yeah.
him
Yeah.
to listen
And
to.
he was talking, the other night about how excited he was to show up. So
I'm
so
sure
he's
he's.
probably wrapped up in something, or
I'm
forgot.
guaranteeing you that he is most definitely watching this. So
Oh,
just to
that'd be
let you,
cool.
I'm
Hi, Mark.
pretty sure he is. So with that being said, I'd like to say thank you for doing the interview with us, Sonia.
Absolutely.
I
Thank you
thank
for having me.
it's great. Now I'd like to thank everybody for watching and tell everybody that we are streaming this on Rumble, YouTube, D Live, Twitch, and Kick. So if you want to check us out on any of those platforms and see this again, you can check us out there. It's permanently saved on YouTube and Rumble, just so everybody knows. But the other ones, they delete after a little while. But after this is done, what I'm going to do, Sonia, is I'm going to have to wait a day. I'm going to download the video from YouTube, and then I will edit it and bring you or send you a clean copy of this
Ooh,
that
thank
doesn't
you.
right that doesn't show the name of the stream, like Live with Roger Hanson and stuff, so that you'll have a copy of that.
Cool.
So,
Thanks.
so thank you for being
That's
here,
sweet.
and I will. This will be officially the ending of the interview, but I can't end it because the show goes further. Now we have more topics and stuff. So if you want to, you can stick around. We do have
Okay.
more of a show if you want to stick around. You don't have to though; it's up to you.
Okay.
But I'm gonna
I'll probably hang out.
okay. Now,
coming up.
what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put some cool music on. That way, everybody can go get a soda, coffee, use the bathroom, whatever. Go smoke, and come back, and we'll start with the topics on the second part of the shows. Sound good?
Intermission. Yep.
Intermission, my friend.
Indeed.
We'll be right back.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man, a new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing to unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery, a mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled a rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, and if souls, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, this'll sift.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from Baalbic stones to Mayan sand. Monoliths stacked like Legos blocks no grain could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Go turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, gold to cold section law. As above, so below, cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma. Their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watched the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sang screaming, a blueprint survived. Baalbec's foundation, stones that define modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream dream. Free misses whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, gold to gold, tension all. As above, so below, cosmic empire of law. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood in ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, orgon fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones and the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Nepishtim, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds. Stashed them in Göbekli's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset. Scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist. Cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes. Built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, shores of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe. They built the pyramids in 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fifth, what force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, how came the pyramid ode? The Sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Mummies stolen? Nah, that's ego talk, a weak hypothesis. Truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden wisdom, allegorical crypts. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy, pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths and metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships. Gifted fire, math and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. The scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepi dawned when gods walked as king. Left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The Emerald Tablets truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids home a hymn, rising cold the divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, the truth's a spiral eternity script. In the language of symbolism, we're gods we've been missing.
Okay, we are back. Now, if you guys enjoyed that music, that was brought to you by Mr. Robot, aka Columinati. You can find him on Rumble. His channel is Hacker Radio. So if you enjoyed the music, stop by, tell him you liked his music, give him a thumbs up or a like or however they say that. And if you want to, like, subscribe, and share it to him, get notifications so you can hear the other music that he's been putting out and so forth. So it looks like everybody has stepped away from the monitor. They wanted to evade the break
I'm
music.
back.
There he is. There he is. And Sonia is still inside the chat. I don't know if she's around though, so we can catch up to her whenever she comes back on. It. That's pretty much how we usually run the show. We usually don't even do an introduction, but we had a special guest today for an interview, so that's the reason why we did that. It's usually a laid back kind of scene like we usually did on Minds Roundtable, and I'm thinking we also did the same thing with Untethered. I'm not sure. Hey, there she is. Hello, Sonia. You're muted out, I believe. Not quite. Say something real quick.
Yeah, you're muted.
And she's muted. She probably can't even hear us. There she is. There you go. You look good with those headsets on. Don't ever fool yourself, you beautiful woman.
Oh, you're so sweet. I just turned my sound on. That's the first thing I heard. How nice is that?
There you go. I said
talking about me, that is.
Yeah, I was.
You could have been talking about Mark. I don't know.
Now, you apparently heard me the last night. I guess was it? No, it was the night before. I was calling Mark.
Yeah.
I called both of Mark's beautiful. And DK, he's a beautiful man too.
Yeah. Luscious hair.
The luscious hair. You know, and it's like they get all homophobic and shit. And they don't understand. They're like, no, Roger's just fucking weird.
Funny enough, I'm thinking of getting my hair cut in the next week or two.
Just trimmed, just the ends.
Yeah.
You don't want to
keep it nice and growing. Yeah.
You don't want to do it too much because that's where the women love you, man. Like, and you might get Nancy upset with you because she really
you can't have that.
No, Nancy loves your hair.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
so
your hair is beautiful.
So we have a couple things, man, on the agenda. No, we don't really stick to any format, but I put stuff up for talking points just to kind of keep the conversation going, you know what I mean? But tonight I put some stuff up that I think I wanted to talk about. And well, the first one is something that Mark Edworthy want to talk about. And I don't know, maybe you would have a good point of view on this one, Sonia. This has to do with the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland data.
I know all about that.
It's an act, but
there is, it does link into the US as well. So
yeah, and as a matter of fact, that last one that you were talking about, that you freaked out about the Child Protection Act.
You got triggered.
Yeah, he got triggered.
The Child Safety, the Online Safety Act.
Yeah, well now we have something trying to be pushed here in the United States that actually straight out says Child Safety Act. And according to what I heard from Naroki, it's pretty much side by side, identically the same basic act.
I did listen to a senator or a couple of senators talking about this only a couple of days ago. only really just I was in the middle of doing other things, so I was deciding on the background, so I didn't take that much notice of it.
No, what I did do is I did go and grab that. I did go and grab that video that you posted up on your thing. If you want me to play that, I can.
Yeah, feel free to. It's not that long. It's only what,
5 minutes.
less than 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, yeah.
It's like 5 minutes long. I can pop that up here after I figure out what the heck it is that I'm doing. Because you know how I roll. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, winging it.
Well, okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and do it the way it's supposed to be done.
Like
Like,
winger
ah, ah,
from back in the day.
back in the day, baby, back in the day. Okay, can you guys see that?
No.
Okay, let me
No,
do it
not
right.
be shared the entire screen.
There we go.
Oh,
There
no.
we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. This is what Mark Edworthy sent to us.
Hello again. I rather suspect that there are still some people in this country who are unaware that ID cards have now been brought into existence and legally mandated. The reason that this might not be more widely known is that they are not being called ID cards. Their creation has been concealed behind a dull and turgid sounding piece of legislation bearing the name of the Data Use and Access Act 2025. This has now passed through both houses of Parliament and received royal assent, become law. What does this new law cover? I cannot do better than to quote the long title of this bill, which tells us all we need to know about it. In the description to this video, I give a link to the government website so that viewers may check for themselves what I am about to read out. Ready? For it is a bit of a mouthful. This law is intended to make provision about access to customer data and business data, to make provision about services consisting of the use of information to ascertain and verify facts about individuals, to make provision about the recording and sharing and keeping of registers, of information relating to apparatus in streets, to make provision about the keeping and maintenance of registers of births and deaths, to make provision for the regulation of the processing of information relating to identified or identifiable living individuals, to make provision about privacy and electronic communications, to establish the Information Commission, to make provision about information standards for health and social care, to make provision about the grant of smart meter communication licenses, to make provisions about the disclosure of information to improve public service delivery, to make provision about the retention of information by providers of internet services in connection with investigations into child deaths, to make provision about providing information for purposes related to the carrying out of independent research into online safety matters, to make provision about the retention of biometric data, to make provision about services for the provision of electronic signatures, electronic seals, and other trust services, to make provision about the creation and solicitation of purported intimate images and for connected purposes. All this, and indeed the whole text of the Act, may be summed up as follows. This law will allow for the creation of a so-called digital identity. There will be no obligation on anybody to have such a thing, which will contain all your personal details. But if you do not have one, then you will be unable to buy a bottle of wine or indeed a packet of disposable razors, because this digital identity will be the standard way of confirming your age. You will not be able to register a birth, rent a flat, get married, buy a house, get a job, or register with a GP. Nor will you be able to obtain a passport or open a bank account. unless you have a digital identity. Without a digital identity, you will be a non-person. What safeguards will there be to stop your personal information from this new form of virtual identity card getting into the wrong hands? Here is where we run into an old rule of mine which predates the modern era of digital communications and so on. Now that digital ID cards are a thing, the government is launching a campaign to assure us that there is no danger of our details getting into the wrong hands or being sold to somebody in China or America. The first step is that they will be publicising what they call the trust framework, which is essentially telling us to trust them with our information. It has for over half a century been a foundation stone of my dealings with others that certain phrases usually mean the complete opposite of what their words convey when somebody uses these expressions when talking to you. For instance, if somebody says, "I can change," that is as clear an indication as you could hope for that the person concerned cannot change. In the same way, anybody who says to me, "It's not what you think," is telling me plainly that it is exactly what I think. Perhaps the clearest example, though, is a man who says, "Trust me." This invariably means that one should not, under any circumstances or conditions, trust this person. When the government appeals to me to trust them, all my hackles rise, and I know they are up to no good. And so it is in this case.
Okay, so
Right.
that the first thing that crossed my mind is like, why don't you guys have state IDs? Like, we've had state IDs in the United States for freaking years.
Back in World War II, identifications were implemented, and I think they ended in something like 1955. Tony Blair brought them back in 2006, 2007. And then they were, and there was just a voluntary scheme at that point, and there was so little uptake on that scheme that it was discontinued in 2011.
Now, that's not a weird question, okay? Because let me put it to you this: I actually agree with what your country's doing. Like, I'm 100% against us having state IDs here in the United States. I think that's bullshit. You know what I mean? That's straight up Nazi Germany shit. You know what I mean? Like, when you see those old movies where freaking Nazis are saying, "Let's see your what is it, information at the train station." You
Lovely
know,
accent.
But yeah, the Soviet Union just been. I'm not sure how many European countries do have identification cards, and I presume, I'm aware that Australia is pushing a bill at this present moment, which will, rather than be a voluntary scheme, it will be a enforced scheme.
what it sounds like to me is those real IDs they're trying to push here in the United States. Like, all that stuff that he was listing off, you know what I mean? Like, that is crazy. First thing I notice is, like, in the federal government here in the United States, you can no longer use your birth certificate as a form of ID when it comes to, like,
Technically, in the UK, it states at the bottom this document is not used for, cannot be used for identification. But if you're looking for a job, as an example, there's a requirement to demonstrate that you are who you say you are, and a lot of agencies and companies will request a birth certificate, even though technically it's illegal.
I mean, I just, it's like, I don't know. I feel kind of uncomfortable about the idea of them getting rid of the birth certificate like that. You
Mm.
know what I mean? And then They don't consider a birth certificate as state ID. At one time, you could use like a piece of mail with your
Hmm.
address on it for a form of ID, I believe.
Well,
And
that can still be used in this country in conjunction with another document.
yeah, that's the way it is here too. Like
Hmm.
we have social security cards. You guys have those?
National insurance cards, yeah, which is
How?
exactly the same thing in reality.
Because it's weird because like I was talking to you last night about you guys' election system, and that
Hmm.
was weird for me whenever I first found out about how you guys elect people into office. And then like today I'm hearing like you guys haven't even had state IDs. And this is a country that has like a huge freaking license plate. You know, I mean, you guys' license plate stretch all the way across the front and back of your car, dude. We've only got a little bitty small one, you know.
Obviously,
Wow.
there's things such as certificates, and passports and various things. And there's been, even after the 2006 Act was dropped, repealed, there's some, let's say, government recognised private sector companies that will still provide identification cards for, let's say, the purpose of teenagers or young people wanting to go into pubs and nightclubs, so forth.
So you do have IDs set up for where people, if they want to go into nightclubs, they have to have.
Again, voluntary is a volunteering scheme.
So you don't have to go to like a state office to get a form of ID or anything for that.
Not as far as I'm aware. These are all done by private sector companies, Krangos and VET, NGOs.
Man, kids in the United States would freaking love to go to England if they knew about that stuff. Like,
Wow.
I
And I don't think there's any legal requirements for pubs, or I know there isn't any legal requirement for pubs, but I don't think there's any legal requirement for nightclubs to
Wow.
demand
Really?
this one. I think it's on the premise of
Yeah.
the owners. But obviously, if they are found to have underage drinking, then yeah, there's penalties and restrictions on that.
If I would have known that when I was a kid, I would have moved there like a long time ago.
yeah,
I used to change my birth certificate to get into the Hard Rocks little bar they had in Oklahoma, Lawton, Oklahoma, right next to Fort Sill. I would change the number on my birth certificate. I just took a typed number and put it over it and photocopied it again and used that as my ID. They let me in all the time. I was only 14 or whatever, yeah. Or no, I was pregnant. I was 18, yeah. What to drink, you know. But I wasn't pregnant while I was drinking, though, okay? Just saying that's what. And then I happened to get. Anyway, Pantera used to play there before they got big, actually.
hmm
Yep.
Now, Mason Jar, right there where you're at, if you, I used to do my dealings there. Like, it's easy to sneak into freaking the Mason Jar. I don't know if they're still in Phoenix or not, but
I don't know.
it's,
I wouldn't be
it,
surprised.
it was a pretty famous rock place.
Sounds
Well,
familiar.
it's where Newstead, isn't Newstead the one from Arizona? He came, the ugly dude from Metallica.
The ugly dude.
Hmm.
Jason wasn't that ugly.
Oh yeah, he was. He was butt ugly, dude.
No, he wasn't.
Well,
No way.
anyhow, that's where he was discovered, and
Guys don't get ugly.
you
They
know,
just get more like refined and more like demure or whatever, you know? More dignified. They don't get ugly. That's how it
so
goes.
so you
Rugged.
being
Something that I just double checked on the World War II identification cards under the National Registration Act was introduced in 1939 and ended in 52.
So it ended in 52.
Yeah.
So that's weird to me. I mean, because like we've had freaking state IDs and everything here in the United States since I couldn't even tell you, to be honest. Do you know by any chance, Sonia?
No, I don't.
I don't even know if
This
it was a result of World War II or not.
I do know
possibly.
that the Mason jar turned into the Rebel Lounge.
Oh, that sucks. See, that sucks.
Not really. They look pretty hopping. They've got bands all the time and stuff. So
Well, as long as they're still popular, but like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? But
I just had to throw that in there.
well,
Thanks.
it's good that you did because the Mason Jar was probably one of the best clubs in the country, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Really?
I've even
Wow.
heard of it. Yeah.
Wow. Really?
Yeah,
It's crazy. Well, I do bring that bit of practicalness to the conversations.
that
So
rock and roll chick that we all love so much. That's what it's all about, dude. Like you
yeah,
came onto your interview with a slashed up Megadeth shirt, dude, talking
yeah.
about tattoos. You know what I'm saying? You can't freaking
Right.
you can't top that.
Slash. And it's a real concert shirt too, not a fakie. You can get from Walmart. I don't even think they have those at Walmart. Actually, Megadeth Dave wouldn't allow it. He'd
Mhm.
blow up the Walmart that had those.
With intellectual property issues. Yeah.
hmm Just that's what does Jeffy call it? Value added content.
So close to value,
Yeah.
we almost have to call it porn. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. So bad.
Yeah.
So bad,
Going
Roger.
back to going back to the original subject.
Going back to the actual topic, yeah.
Yeah. Uh, these things were the 2006 thing was pushed by Tony Blair, who was the Prime Minister at the time,
Mhm.
and as we all know, Tony Blair, the Blair Foundation, has links with the WEF, WHO, the entire to the globalist institutions. And I believe that's pretty sure that this new act has been been promoted by himself, and we could be seeing. This is the beginning of potentially what we see in China. The concepts of digital banking and everything being wrapped up into one sort of traceable package.
Well, for me personally, I feel that that was always the agenda. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like even back after World War II, and when they started building up the World Health Organization and the UN and all of this stuff. Okay, I really believe that that's what their plan was, even back then, to eventually create what they're doing now. You know, people like me, you, and Sonia, we're obstacles. We're a thorn in their side, so they have to learn how to trick us so that they can get their way. You know what I mean?
Very subtle ways too that they
Hmm.
work. hmm
You
For
know
sure.
it, because I mean, think about it. It's a really cool idea of forcing people to freaking get insurance on their car. You know what I mean? Because of course, there's people who don't have insurance that are running around causing accidents. That sounds really cool. You know what I
I got
mean?
something to say about that. If you're interested in hearing a way different perspective on the whole insurance thing.
Go ahead.
Well, what's always tripped me out about insurance is I come from a place in my mind, or probably from a place too, where you're like conscious and you create your. No, this doesn't. It's hard to live in this place. Okay, don't get me
Mhm.
wrong. And we're unconsciously creating everything around us, with together and alone. Of course, Walmart's only there because we all know it's there. If we all didn't believe in it, it's all the way for 1 second, it would disappear. That's just how it goes. Conscious co-creation, really. Anyway, so if we're consciously co-creating, well, if we were, it would have to be all of us, and we wouldn't have these accidents. But there, it just in the fact of having insurance and you're paying for it means that you're not consciously co-creating. So basically, it's just another way for the uh, those who are running the world and who know, like the ETs or whatever, to hold back ascension, or people from like basically growing in their spiritual nature to realize that they are consciously co-create, or they're creating stuff, and to be conscious about it. But in any case, it's always been something like that for me. So paying insurance is like, ugh, because it's like if you're conscious about it, you're not creating an accident unless you want to, and there's reasons why all this stuff happens. It's really hard to see in 3D or to explain in the 3D thinking. But do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
Kind of.
Right? I'm
think so.
sure studying all this stuff, you've ran into that concept before. So insurance is just I get it though. I get it. So just wanted
Now,
to throw that in there.
when you go from that direction, you look at insurance, it's kind of like workman's comp here in the United States, okay? And people don't understand this unless they are actually business owners who have to have employees, all right? Now, a business owner will tell you that he has to go out and he has to freaking set up all of this stuff for his employees, and workman's comp is one of them, okay? Now, even though he's got a company where there's nobody who's had accidents or anything like that, and he's had a safe freaking work environment, he still has to pay workman's comp on a monthly, sometimes annual
Right.
amount. And he's paying into this, even though none of his workers are being injured.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
That's yep. Same insurance concept,
same exact
banking.
thing.
They're banking, man. They're banking.
Yeah. So they're forced into doing this stuff instead of and see, it would make sense if somebody actually had an accident and they had to pay out. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
Right.
but the thing of it is they turn around, they make them make payments on a monthly and sometimes an annual basis
Mm-hmm.
towards that workman's comp. And they're banking off that stuff. They're making money off of it. There's
For
a
sure. Lots
know.
of money too.
So that's one of the things that really sticks out to me. And then like when you go back to this whole thing on the ID thing that's going on in the United Kingdom, in Great Britain, that land of beauty and splendor that everybody loves.
It's probably why
So
his hair looks so good.
you know, you've got that.
Just the atmosphere. It makes it all lusciously curly.
But for me, it makes sense. And excuse me. And for me, I really don't think that it's healthy for people to focus on China when it comes to stuff like this, in Russia and mentioning the Soviet Union, because I think the biggest threat is really the EU. You know what I mean? We need to stop looking at China and Russia, and we need to start looking at the EU and what they're doing. I think they're the biggest threat so far in the world.
China demonstrates a good example of where we could potentially be going. I'm not sure about the European Union. I would say, as I stated, there's a bill already in Australia looking at this. There's discussions about similar sort of concepts in the US, and I'm not sure about Canada. I haven't done any recent research on Canada, but considering that the British identification card is was only announced, or was only legislated in mid-June, and it's going to take some time for it to roll out. in theory, the government is expecting it to be rolled out over the course of the next 12 months. But again, it will be a voluntary scheme for that. If this government survives for its entire term, which will be up till 2029, then we could see it being enforced. But that is a big if at this present moment. And who's to say that the next government is going to repeal that act as well?
Has that ever happened? Like, has that?
Like I said, in the 2006 Act, it was repealed. It was brought in by the Labour government under Tony Blair, and it was repealed in 2011 under Conservative government by David Cameron.
All right, so it only stayed in for like 5 years.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah.
Now, to be honest with you, that probably isn't a Chinese thing to worry about. You guys are probably experiencing something that we actually pushed on your country, to be honest.
No, I'm looking at it from a larger picture. There's been a lot of talk about centralized digital banking, cash currencies for a long time, hasn't there? And unifying a lot of internal governmental services and various other aspects.
We just openly allowed the real IDs to just go into force. Nobody even there was no resolution or anything like what you guys are doing over there. Like, just one day everybody heard, hey, there's this new great ID now that you can get the real ID. It'll help you travel across the ocean without having to have a visa and all of these.
The EU Schengen agreement, where you can go to any. If you're a member of the European Union, you can just cross borders without needing to demonstrate or show any passports.
Isn't that cool? Isn't that all I have to do is get a real ID, and I can just go to England, I can go to Spain, I can go to France, I can have sex with French women who don't bathe. They just use
Carry on.
Oh my gosh, so cliche.
So cliche.
Yeah, but I hear you, Raj.
Okay.
The real ID thing, though, they've been pushing that for a while. Actually, here in
Yeah.
Arizona,
Uh-huh.
they pushed it. It's been years. They've been, as I have gone off and on off of the DMV website several times. They used to have a site, Service Arizona, where you just print out whatever you want. You don't have to jack around. It's all online. They took that away because they're trying to get people to go into the real ID system, announcing, oh, you have to have it by August. Oh, you have to have it by July. Oh, you have to have it by this day. They've changed it like 50 times, or, a lot of times, because people aren't really wanting to do that. And I think a lot of people know about that, how evil that whole thing is, but they want, of course, everyone to think that, oh, no, it's just what you got to do, and a lot of people, the sleepers, I guess you could say, they do think that that's no big deal. It's just for ease of everything. That's what I used to think back in the day with everything new that came out. Of course, you can't really blame them so much because they're ignorant, but it is a good idea to share this information to let people know that that's not something that is good for anyone. It's just another step in the process of the NWO kind of thing,
Taking over.
For sure.
One world government.
Yep.
Yeah.
That
Also,
kind of control system.
If you consider the controversy with the recent Online Safety Act in the UK, the possible stifling of language, expression. And funny enough, only today I heard that Kent county council is thinking of bringing in localized legislation or bylaw to implement fines for anybody swearing in public spaces, which is stupid, potentially illegal under Article 10 of the Human Rights Act, freedom of expression. But you can sort of see where we are heading with this.
I mean, for me, I always thought that was a law you guys had already because, like,
It is. I think it's 2018. Yeah, but it's governed under the European Code of Human Rights, Article 10.
it's crazy. Well, I mean, even before that, though, wasn't there a time where, like, you couldn't say anything that was inappropriate in public? They had, like, a square. It was, or maybe it was a fountain that you could go to, and you could talk all the crap you wanted, and the police would leave you alone. But if you weren't at that fountain, they could arrest you for acting inappropriately in public.
I would think prior to the 2004 Communications Act was fairly well. Such things wouldn't have been heard about. Again, wasn't it when Donald Trump came to the UK only a couple of weeks ago? There was a press conference with Keir Starmer, and Keir Starmer stated that we have always been a free speech country.
I don't know.
Again,
I
Keir
remember.
Starmer being a bit of a liar.
I remember American Werewolf in London, dude, and there was specifically.
Oh, you're talking about Lady Chastity's lover book that was banned in the 40s in relation to, and it was actually banned in the US for a while under some legislation, some publishing communication legislation.
Well, I mean, I remember a part in the movie where he was trying to get arrested because he had found out he was a werewolf.
Okay.
And since he was standing at the fountain, running his mouth, making a fool of himself, the police officer refused to arrest him because he just wanted him to move on. He said, you know what I mean?
Okay. That's so. That's not really a speech issue. That's more. What's the word I'm looking for?
It's kind of like a safety area where you guys had your own your safe space where you could go
a public order issue.
Yeah, and what was it? The Beatles wrote about strawberry fields, I think it was, in New York, or was it? You remember that? That was what that was too. It was a safe space where all the hippies could go and just say all their love words and
baby.
The major issue that we've seen in the UK at this present moment is because of the Online Safety Act. The Office of Communication, which is a separate organisation with the government, so technically a Grango. They've been around since I think the 30s, actually, maybe at least since World War II, if not earlier. I think 30s, and their remit has always been to regulate content on TV and radio. But because of the Online Safety Act, they've been given more powers to regulate the internet and content on the internet.
Yeah, I see. There is
question about their. Let's just say there's some question about the objectivity.
Now, this is just my take on it, okay? But I could be wrong, which I usually am. But like, I remember you remember me talking with you about how hard it was for people here in the United States to watch the actual BBC because in England, right, at one time. Now that was done on purpose because they didn't want people from outside of the country to be able to watch British television. Okay. Now, from my point of view and the way I'm taking it, I think England is kind of like taking the freedoms away from you that they started allowing you to have. They're pulling back to the way they used to be.
Technically, it's the freedoms the government allows us to have.
You're a lot. You're a
Looking
lot
at it from
more.
a
You're a lot.
wider.
You're a lot more freer today than what you were in the 1980s. Trust me.
In some aspects, yes. In some aspects, less so.
What aspects less so? That's what I want to hear.
Again, freedom of expression, as we're seeing at this present moment.
Yeah. Well, they wouldn't put up with that kind of stuff back in the 70s and 80s. Like a lot of the stuff that you guys are doing now, they would not have put up with. Like they would have shut you down big time.
What do you mean? Give me an example.
Cuss words.
No.
All of the derogative
Okay.
language on television.
No.
Have you watched Shameless, dude? Shameless would have
You-
never been on television back in the 1950s.
Oh, I see what you
Yeah.
mean. Sorry. Yeah. But yeah, that all those Ben Hill sort of things, all those Alf Garnett sort of things. Yeah, they were all done in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and it'd be impossible to hear them on TV now.
Okay. So, do you have anything to say about this espionage, Sonia?
I'm not good at espionage. I've been told by someone who I respect their opinions. So that's no. Thank you.
Who was it that told you this? That you respect their opinions? If I may
Gary,
ask?
Gary number one in Texas. The guy I started tattooing on back in the day. We're still friends, of course. He's married, got 15 kids, and we've always been friends.
He said you're not good at espionage.
Yeah, he did. I was trying to tell my friend through text when he was visiting Arizona at one point that I was going to straighten his hair, but I was going to surprise him with it, and I accidentally sent him the text instead of her. And I didn't realize it until he told me, "Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah, you suck at espionage." So I'm like, "Okay, all right, I'll take that." I did.
So, I do want to bring up a topic that I've been wanting to mention or talk about for a long time, but I was wanting to do it in a different way than what a lot of people have heard about. Now, I know everybody's been hearing about Epstein, okay, but and I've never really told anybody my take on the whole Epstein thing. You know what I mean? And like when you sit and you watch Donald Trump and all this crap going on, don't think of it like that whenever I talk about this stuff. Because there's a lot of things about Epstein that goes a lot deeper that people aren't aware of. And that's something that I did want to bring up today. And Mark, you might actually know the first guy that I want to bring up because he actually had a lot to do with a lot of the stuff. Have you ever heard of a guy by the name of Robert Maxwell?
The newspaper ban.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you talking about Senior, the one that mysteriously died off in the boating accident.
Yes, in a boating accident.
Yeah. Isn't there Robert Maxwell Jr., who is
No,
the current? Oh, I always get confused with that name.
He Robert Maxwell was the British media tycoon.
Okay, yeah. I remember Thatcher was Thatcher and Margaret Thatcher and Robert Maxwell always had a fractious sort of relationship. Being the prime minister and him being the CEO of, or was it a CEO or was it just a chairman of the board? But he was a senior person. He run a number of UK newspapers at the time.
Yeah. And he actually he became very powerful and influential, like especially in the second half of the 20th century. Sorry about that. Now the thing about Maxwell too is like he wasn't an English citizen. He was actually born in what we would now call the Ukraine. And that was back in 1923. Okay. And the thing about this guy that's so interesting is like his life, man. First of all, he wasn't a very good man, right? And the reason why I'm mentioning him is because his daughter is the one that they're talking about right now, who is supposed to be releasing 100 names of people who were affiliated with Epstein. Okay. Now there was a stream that was on about a week ago that I watched that I actually enjoyed it because they were the only ones who brought this stuff up. You know what I mean? And even though they brought it up, they still kind of like threw a lot of conspiracy theories into it. You know what I mean? But the whole thing about this story is you don't need conspiracies to go with it. It is just a strange freaking story. And I have a hard time with actually saying her name because it's really weird. Do you know how to say her name properly, Mark? You know who I'm talking about?
No. So sorry. Just to confirm something, Robert Maxwell Jr. Is a son of. Yeah, I was right. Robert Maxwell Jr. Is either currently or has been the owner of the Daily Mirror in the UK.
The Daily Miller.
Yeah. Mirror. Yeah.
The Mirror.
Yeah.
Is there any like controversial stuff that's coming out about the Daily Mirror?
No, but according to the Guardian, Robert Maxwell Jr. has been, let's say, allegedly involved in initiatives related to combating terrorism, and he was involved in financial dealings with his father's companies and faced fraud charges after the death of his father.
Yeah. And see, that right there is something about him that a lot of people don't know. Like right before he died, okay, mysteriously,
Yeah.
he had literally freaking swindled. Well, I don't know how to say it. Pounds, I guess you'd say, millions and millions of dollars of or pounds from people who work for him. You know what I mean? So he ended up getting in a lot of trouble, I believe, for that one, didn't he?
Allegedly, he screwed people out of pensions.
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly. I don't know if that has ever been proven. I would have to do the research on that, but just for the sake of legality, I'll just say allegedly for the moment. But yeah.
Now his daughter's name is Ghislaine, I guess.
Guys, yeah, Guys, Ghislaine. Okay, Guys, name.
Yeah. Now, see, the weird part about her is this: like, whenever, back when they were trying to bust, Epstein, He actually was able to make a sweetheart deal, okay, with the courts that to where four people, I believe it was four people that he named on the list, weren't going to be prosecuted for anything if he made a plea for a lesser charge. So he basically was able to con Florida into dropping freaking sex trafficking charges down to like hiring a minor who was a prostitute, and
And
he
she was actually found guilty of child sex trafficking and other offences in 2021,
right.
potentially in relation to Jeffrey Epstein.
And the only reason why she couldn't be put on the list was because she was located in New York. Okay. And then when she was subpoenaed to show up to court, she actually got away with freaking not showing up to court because she said that she was leaving the United States for good and that she would be gone. And then
She says she's got dual citizenship with the United Kingdom, France, and the United States.
and now the only thing that got her busted was the fact that they caught her at freaking Hillary Clinton's daughter's wedding, I believe it was, on
Sure.
camera. Okay, so this idiot says this stuff to the freaking U.S. government, and then after she was supposed to be gone, they find her at Hillary Clinton's freaking daughter's wedding or graduation or something of that nature. Okay, now this girl is the one who is the daughter of Robert Maxwell.
Hmm.
Now the weird part about Robert Maxwell, like I said, he was born in the Ukraine, right? But then he had this weird name where it was like Ludwig Heim or Hyman. It's a weird name, but he changed it to Robert Maxwell, and then he went to Britain, and he was in the British Army during the Second World War. Okay, now while he was in there, while he was in the service, he did earn his citizenship and status, and he also became like a war hero and stuff. Okay, but this is where it gets weird. He starts getting involved in a lot of espionage and stuff. All right, he had connections to Israel. As a matter of fact, when he died mysteriously, he actually had a full honored memorial service that was paid for by the Israeli government, and he had a company called the Pergamon Press, and the Pergamon Press is where he actually worked through when he was doing these things that were involved with espionage. They actually said that he could have possibly been not only a double agent but a triple agent, whatever that may seem to be. Okay, that's the weird part about this. Now this, let me remind you, is the woman who got busted for being associated with Epstein. Okay, and nobody.
Technically, she was busted in 2021 on 6 counts. Conspiracy to entice minors to travel to engage in illegal acts, or actually 5 counts, 5 out of 6. Guilty conspiracy to transport. Again, to transport minors with the intent. Transport of a minor with intent to engage in criminal sex activities, sex trafficking conspiracies, and sex trafficking.
They started cutting you off. They're like,
Reading. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
No,
Yeah. Let's just say that she was charged. She was convicted with 65 years in prison.
Mm-hmm.
Or she. Oh, sorry. She faces I'm reading a report dating back to December 2021. Um, this report is saying that she faces a maximum sentence of 65 years. I have to do some digging to find out what she actually did receive.
I
But
think she's still in custody
um,
though.
yeah, she pleaded not guilty for charges stemming from an interaction with four teenage girls between 1994 and 2004. I'm not sure. Again, I would have to do some further digging to find out um, if all those interactions were related to the actual convictions.
Hmm. Now this Pergamon Press. Okay. Now the thing about this one is it was a very influential newspaper. But where I'm going with this, whenever I say that name, remember this because the thing about it is it's a it the Pergamon Press is specialized in academic journals and scientific literature. Okay, and this is kind of where things start getting weird, especially when it comes to his daughter and what she got busted with. Okay, so you had him. He was into the press. He became very powerful. He did serve time as part of government. He did hold a government office, I guess, at one point in his career, as well as have the thing where, as well as have the press and the media and stuff that he became very powerful in, I should say.
Hmm.
Um, but when you said the part about, or when we were talking about the part about him having financial problems, they found out that he did have financial irregularities, and he had rising debt uh, within his companies, and what how the story goes is like behind the scenes, he was like moving large amounts of money uh, to keep everything afloat. And he would do that through like secretive and unethical means, like using Swiss bank accounts and things of that nature. You know, now when he ended up dead, that was in November of 1991, according to what I've gotten, and he was in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, according to what was said, he apparently had fallen from his private yacht, and that was near the Canary Islands.
Hmm.
So that's what really sticks out to me. Do you realize how many people freaking died from mysterious causes by just falling off their boats?
I would have to look at the stats, but I would presume there is, within the last 50 years, there's quite a high percentage.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Sonia?
Um, well, that is a very good question that I could just guess 20%.
It's just a guess. Yeah.
You know,
Uh,
that's my
um,
guess. Probably happens
it
more often than, yeah.
was the UK 1992 crash, financial crash, was blamed on the dot-com sort of issues, the boom and bust sort of in relation to the internet. There has been some suspicion that part of it was related to Maxwell, at least part of it.
Mm-hmm. You guys have heard of Natalie Wood, haven't you?
Yeah,
Maybe.
sounds familiar.
She's the little girl that played on freaking The Miracle on what is that, 35th Street or 50 whatever, 51st Street or some shit. You remember that Christmas movie where Santa Claus is being
Yeah,
put in court, where he has to go to court to prove he's Santa Claus?
yeah.
The little girl on there, her name was freaking Natalie Wood. Okay, and she was a pretty famous actress. She actually got just almost as much recognition as what Marilyn Monroe did. Um, and she ended up falling off the side of a boat and drowning too. And she was married to that one guy who played on Heart to Heart as the father, or as the husband. You remember him?
I've never seen Heart. I'm aware of it, and I know who you're talking about, but I've never seen the in the US. Then
Now, Sonia, you're not as old as us two, are you?
I'm 53.
Yeah, you're as old as us. You should know Heart to Heart.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was the husband on there. She was married to him, and there was a lot of stuff that was involved with him that was pretty mysterious too. You know what I mean? And then, like with her, like the way she had died, it just really stuck out to me when I heard the story on how Robert Maxwell died too, because it was the same exact thing. He just mysteriously fell off of his yacht in the Canary Islands. You know what I'm saying?
Mysteriously.
Yeah. So he got drunk, maybe kind of like that one movie Overboard, where that chick falls over and they
you're talking about Ray Milland.
Ray who?
Milland,
Oh, okay.
being the father, yeah,
No, the husband.
or the husband. Yeah, I think you're talking about Ray Milland.
But yeah.
Maybe.
I have a question.
What?
It's somewhat off topic. What
Go
does
ahead.
politically moderate mean?
In what context?
Like if you were choosing that on your dating profile.
That's a good question.
First of all, you don't talk politics on a date, dude.
No, but
Well,
when
it
you
depends.
fill out the form, it's you can choose it. Some people choose I
Okay,
know what
because you.
politically liberal means and conservative. But does
Centralist?
that just mean not
Centralist?
really either? Or
Yeah,
Well, I
centralist.
mean, I no, don't tell her that, dude. She's
what?
freaking.
Tell me what?
Don't
Tell me,
her
Mark.
that.
You have to tell me
I
now.
think I think
It's just-
politically moderate.
Hold
Actually,
on. Dude, you're talking to Sonya. Okay.
Tell me.
well, yeah, in between left wing or being in between liberal and conservative.
So
That's
they're
okay.
basically
line.
not really into it too much either way.
Okay, look
That's
now.
okay.
Let me just kind of put it to you like this, Sonya. Okay.
Yes, Roger. Yes.
Like when you're dealing with a conservative and you're sitting down at a dinner and you're talking to one another and trying to get to know each other, they kind of freak out when a chick freaking starts talking to them about freaking the spiritual realm and
Are they triggered by that sort of thing?
So
well, don't
like-
say
it's
triggered to a conservative.
No.
It's like
Right,
my
okay.
reactions when Mr. Robot starts talking about his crazy shite.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So I'd probably rather want to choose maybe a moderate person who says they're moderate rather than one or the other. I'll just click past them if they're liberal anyway.
Is independent on there? Somebody who's an independent.
I haven't seen that yet, and I don't remember when I filled it out, but they don't even have to put anything if they don't want to. So the fact that they're even putting something means they're probably political a little bit either way,
Yeah. Now moderate basically means like you're a moderate conservative. You're not like a full blown all the way to to the conservative thing. You're kind of like a moderate in between. Like
Hmm.
even though Hillary and Bill Clinton were Democrats, they were moderate conservative Democrats. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Which means that they weren't into the whole free. Well, they might have been into the free love, but they they weren't into like the whole uh, liberal woke kind of stuff. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? They were
Yeah.
more. I guess that's the best way. And the same thing goes with conservatives. There's moderate conservatives, and then there's full blown conservatives.
So then the politically moderate by itself probably is pretty generic.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Good. I like that. That's fantastic.
All right,
We should
all right,
probably do a
Roger.
video on how to fill out the best profile online dating
I would
profile
I
at some
would
point.
just I would just put on there that if you want to be with
I
me,
haven't put nothing.
you better get
Oh, go ahead.
naked.
Yeah, I think you
Uh,
should save that for the current goal part.
Yeah.
there's particular sites for that sort of material.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are particular sites for that. Yeah.
But, all right, Roger. I was thinking about the heart to heart thing. The person that we were thinking of was Robert Wagner.
Yes, Robert Wagner.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
There you go.
And see, back then he had a lot of clout too. Like,
He was a very famous actor that's been in the industry. Oh, I don't know if he's still alive. Yeah, he seems to be still alive. He's been in the industry since decades, centuries, even not centuries, but 1970s when he's 1975 is when his TV industry peaked. Since 1968, possibly earlier,
yeah.
66,
Mhm.
62, 60.
It's odd, and you find weird things too. Like one of the Kennedys actually was supposed to have had an accident where his car had flipped over in the water off of a freaking dock, and he was found sitting on the freaking car with his dead girlfriend inside.
Ew.
Yeah, inside either the car or some crazy stuff had drowned inside of the car, and he was sitting there on the trunk when the police officers got there. Some weird shit like that, and stuff like that always happen. And then you got this incident with Robert Maxwell where he fell off the yacht. That's the first thing that stuck out to me. You know what I mean? It was the first weird thing.
If I remember rightly, there was allegations that he was involved in Princess Diana's death. There was this entire thing about, if you remember right, if you remember correctly, it was related to cars, cars going too fast. There was an allegation that the car that she was sitting in was driving too fast because of a journalist behind her.
Paparazzi.
Yeah, yeah.
Paparazzi. Yep, I
There
remember
was
that.
an allegation that he had Robert Maxwell Senior had a influence in that. I don't think that has ever been proven.
Well, the interesting thing about that though is like I said, with after he died, a lot of other people did suspect foul play with it. Okay, and his body was recovered, and but after it was recovered, the weird part of it is it was given a formal burial in Israel. Okay, and you need to understand that he did have close ties with Israel. but he wasn't a citizen of Israel whatsoever. Okay.
Actually, correction. It would be in relation to Diana. It would be Maxwell Jr.
Oh, his
because
son.
she died in '97. Yeah, she died in '97. Singer died in '91.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I pulled it up and I found out that Maxwell had misappropriated hundreds of millions of pounds from pension funds of from his own company. So it was hundreds of millions of pounds. That would be like $5 here in the United States.
Maybe.
Now the revelations triggered one of the largest corporate scandals in British history.
Mm.
It was actually one of the biggest scandals ever in history, and this woman's father was the one who was responsible for that. Okay.
Actually, did I say '92 being the .com? That doesn't even make sense. I'm thinking 2002 on time. So yeah, ignore my .com sort of thing because that time frame doesn't work. Yeah, I was thinking '92, 2002. Yeah.
Now,
I have another question that's kind of unrelated again.
okay.
Go on.
If that's okay, Raj. If not, just let me know.
I'm just gonna put it out there, dude, because I love the last question you had.
I do have some off the wall kind of questions. I'm just curious if either one of you guys know off the bat if 6'4" and 147 pounds is a skinny person or just a regular person.
6'4" and 130 pounds.
47,
100.
147.
Oh,
That's kind of
dude.
skinny, huh?
Yeah, that's tall and skinny.
Okay.
That would be
All right.
average.
Pass.
Yeah, like if you give that dude a bowl of rice, he'd freaking choke on it, dude.
So rice makes you fat, huh?
Well, no, I'm saying his throat would be so small that
Oh,
freaking
it's okay. So tiny that a piece of rice would.
cause him
Wow.
to choke to death, dude.
Yeah, I've had it with the tiny guys. I'll tell you that for sure.
I
That's
just
skinny.
realised. Yeah, it was nothing to do with the .com bubble. It was the 1992 Black Wednesday recession.
What was that
That's
about?
yeah. You stretch my memory now. Financial crisis that occurred in September '92, when the UK government was forced to withdraw sterling pounds from the European exchange rate mechanism, which caused a recession. So yeah, there's a possible link between the Rupert Murdoch pension scandal and the Black Wednesday recession. Possible.
Now, see, the weird thing about Maxwell is like a lot of people believe that or they claim that he worked for like the British intelligence, and then there was others who also suggested that he had links here in the United States, that he was like the intelligence agencies and everything. And there's
He had links with the security services in the UK because he was a newspaper mogul. He was in charge of various newspapers. So these newspapers, these journalists would have tip-offs, and security services probably would come in and say, "No, you can't print out."
well, I mean, he would have been given access to like high level political and corporate figures too. You know what I mean?
Of course, that's been in his
Here,
position.
and it didn't just include the United States and England. I mean, they even believed that he had connections in the Far East as well as in the Eastern European blocs. You know what I mean? During the Cold War, and that's where they actually said that he could have been not just a double agent, but he could have also been a triple agent.
Yeah, in his position, he would have been a newspaper mogul as he was within the latter part of the Cold War. He would have had information about espionage and, or at least would have information in relation to security, let's say security concerns
I've
in
heard of.
relation to the Cold War.
Now, I've actually heard rumors that talk about him saying that he could have been involved in like not only transferring like information to Israel and other countries, right? But he also was involved in like the transfer of advanced military technologies and stuff. You know what I mean? Like sensitive information, military uh, technologies.
I seem to remember back in, but again, I'm not sure
Mhm.
how factual they were.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. It's like whenever you look at that, you can't really tell if it's real or not. But like this guy, I mean, honestly, even just before his death, you could tell he was a scumbag because like pensions, you know what I mean? These are old people freaking who are retiring and they need their pensions to live off of. This guy was ripping them off, you know what I mean? Like giving the big old heave ho. I bet
Evil.
I bet you that makes Sonya mad.
Not really. I've been working on my triggers lately.
So now that we've actually introduced that word, what does that mean? Actually, like, what does it mean to be triggered? Is that like a is that what happens when you get mad or
To be
something?
treated like, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I think it's quite ridiculous, and I was thinking about this
Okay.
just earlier today. That say you're having a conversation with someone, and because they don't like your reaction or it doesn't agree with whatever their ideas are or whatever, they sometimes, and this isn't everybody, of course, but sometimes they will uh, maybe not accuse you of being triggered, but will basically, like demand that you change your attitude
Hmm.
because it's upsetting them. And I think this is all part of the whole woke culture they've been pushing, with the whole, like you can't insult someone else or whatever, so you can't have your own opinion. You have to conform to what they expect of you, which, if you ask me, is complete BS, because they need to just, in a situation like that, the person is in charge of what they themselves, not somebody else. You can't tell
Hmm.
somebody else don't talk like that or don't be like that or don't express yourself like that because I don't like it. It's like it's it's the bifurcation of souls pretty much that's going on, because people can do what they want to do, and they have to deal with their selves, not with somebody else's. You can't do shadow work for somebody else. You can't fix their innards of how they feel about the world and stuff. You could only do yours. So
Hmm.
it's just frustrating when having to deal with someone who doesn't quite get it. Like they don't, like they project onto you what their thing is and make these ridiculous demands about, so I find myself in situations like that having to just uh oh okay, so I reduce my tone of voice and just not respond with how I really feel about the situation, because obviously they're not concerned with that. They just
Right.
are concerned with how they feel about it. So just kind of go along with what they have to say about things. And then, I mean, that's not communication. That's kind of like strong armed ass kissing, if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what
We
I
are
mean?
seeing
And
we've been seeing this issue in the UK where both under the 2003 Communications Act, the 2010 Equality Act, and possibly within the on this year's Online Safety or 2023 Online Safety Act, there's there's points in those that's related to offence and perceived offence.
yeah, you
Um,
can't
yeah,
control what someone else perceives. I mean, come on. It's they're the ones who need to change their perspective, not the other person. You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
what
It's
Hmm.
they'll say,
retarded, and so I found myself recently thinking about that whole type of thing because
there's
it's not
a
right.
old saying I always go back to. You can't give offence. Oh, offence is not given. Offence is taken.
Right.
Okay,
Mm.
yeah, yeah. So
Now,
that's
now, I just want to tell you, like everything you just said right there. Okay, that is
have you
something.
taken offense to it? No,
No, no, that is
just
something
kidding.
that is something you do not say to a conservative.
Oh, really?
Right.
Well,
So
how about
when you're
Oh,
now? You're trying
sitting,
to
don't say
control
when
me. I'll say
no,
whatever I
no,
want.
I'm saying it because
such
I
a
love you.
liberal.
Okay. No, listen, like
You're trying to spare me the hassle, is what you're
no,
doing.
if you're sitting at a table and you're having like dinner and trying to get to know this guy, and you say that, he's gonna freak out on you. He's probably not even
If
gonna
you
pay the check, and then
Sick of
if you say that
conforming.
to a progressive liberal, they will take
well,
deep
but
in their
Right,
yeah,
take. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
don't
yeah.
see. So there, you're screwed. That's why I said just go with people who are independent. Find out
Yeah.
if they're an
Well,
independent.
one of my rules is I can't date someone who votes anyway. I'm not going to do it. If you vote, then
Okay.
obviously you've lost your mind.
Hmm,
So,
that sounds like
Unless you're forced to vote, like you would have a real problem finding a
I know.
guy in Australia as an example because
Yeah, I
you are
have a problem
mandated
finding
to vote.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I have a problem finding dates as it is, so it would just blend right in with what I got going on now. So,
just all you got to do.
seriously, oh my god.
All you got to do is look them straight in the eye, and you just talk dirty. You say,
I don't want to do that with a lot of guys. There's
"Well, I
some
mean,
weird dudes out there.
just the guy you're interested in." Okay, I'm not saying do
Yeah.
it to every guy.
Not only what's the sign I would look for in order to like let that fly, you know? What's
If
the
you
sign?
if you get hard nipples,
You don't
you
let
know,
my body decide? Is that what you're
it's your
saying?
body
okay,
That's
okay.
a new approach.
So you on your first date, you in a nice restaurant somewhere, and then immediately, hello, I'm called Sonia. Yeah, and yeah, it's
that.
like that. Jeez, no.
He's getting it.
Ah,
He's figuring it out.
He's figured it out, yeah.
He's figuring it out. It's like the first date.
The
Yeah, you,
first contact is have you had a shot? Yes, then I just bye, you know. And then second, do you vote? Yes, bye. It's like, do you know what a
here's my
chemtrail is?
checklist.
Because I don't want to have
Yeah.
to checklist. Yeah, we should make a dating site with checklists or some shit like that because they're all
He's
super
already
gay at this
done.
point.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, we
maybe
were
not
talking.
literally, but
Yeah, you were right the first time. Like we
yeah.
were just talking about being woke and being triggered. I mean, you know what that's all about. That's
You
all
figure
about.
these older people though, because I'm looking for 50 and above. You figure they would not have fallen into that mess, you know?
Yeah. Well, see,
But
they're the ones that started all that crap
Amazing
about
question.
safe spaces and shit. You know what I mean? Like
jeez.
remember back during the early 2000s, all these people were just running their mouth about having a safe space. Like they don't talk about it as much as what they do now.
Yeah.
or
I know
they
what you
don't
mean.
they don't talk about it what they
remember,
do then. But
That's all derived
that's
from fear thinking, you know?
remember that
Oh,
sort of
I've got to
age
get in
group
a
is
safe space. Fucking shut the fuck up, you know?
mm,
That's what I think. I'm a different kind of girl.
oh yeah,
I need a different kind of guy, you know?
different kind of love.
And yeah, right? For sure. Jeez. I mean, I get along good with everyone. You guys know that. You're my witnesses for that.
Yes, that's true.
But I just can't seem to find a guy.
Well, you can find them.
Started.
You can find them. The thing of
There,
it is,
Roger.
you got to learn how to put out. You know, I mean, shit, dude. Like women don't know nothing. You know what I mean? A guy,
What the
freaking
fuck ever,
guys.
bro?
The guys aren't really all that hard.
If I could
Well,
find, well, they better be if it's like that. You know?
yeah. I mean, I guess that's. It,
But
it doesn't really take all that much to get a man, dude. All you got to do
I
is
would
kind of.
love to do that if I found a guy who could pass the mental test.
Well, that's
You know,
the
when I
problem.
was a kid, I didn't really have a mental test. It was more like, "Hey, baby, you're hot," you know, and then. But it's not like that no more. I gotta like be able to like talk to
Talk to
you.
him. Yeah.
You know, jeez, it's crazy.
wow.
So you telling me
Having a
you used to go out with
relationship
dudes
with
that you didn't have to talk to?
wow, having a relationship
I
where you have
guess
to have
I
talks
wasn't
to you.
interested in talking back then. Not like I
Yeah.
am now. You know,
Well,
what
you know,
did you say, Mark?
I'll tell you what. We actually are getting to the hour. I'm gonna take a pause for this so that we can all go grab some coffee, smoke, whatever we need, and after that we'll come back because there's another dude that I want to talk about. I don't know if you guys ever heard of him, but it's Martin Novick or Novak. They called him.
Mm,
He was a
Haven't heard
part.
of
He was a part of the whole investigation when it came to Epstein. And this is where shit starts getting weird. Like we've been talking about espionage and everything, okay, but it goes even deeper. It goes really deeper. You'd almost consider this a conspiracy, but the only problem is it's like real. There's no conspiracy there. This is like just straight 100% real. You know what I'm saying? And he's right there in the middle of it. But whenever we come back, I want to bring him up. I'll tell you guys a little background on him and see what you think. Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. This is cool because Sonya gets to talk shit about scientists.
Yeah, you know me and the
Yeah.
scientists. I'm like, what are you doing, scientists? You know,
Those fucking scientists.
those fucking scientists, man. Every time.
Fuck science.
I would have been a scientist if I didn't get into drugs when I was a kid, for sure.
Same here.
Mhm.
I'll be right back. You guys,
All right.
you guys go do stuff.
Okay. Thanks, Raj.
You're welcome.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Man, get that now. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. Man, get that now. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man, a new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Awakening to new perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing to unity. to the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery. A mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from big stones to Mayan sand. Monoliths stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Gold turned to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the cold section all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Zeus watched the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sang screaming, but blueprints survive. Baalbek's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Green Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the cold tension all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of law, 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, Templars guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood in ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, orgun fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones in the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Nepishtim, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds, stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset, scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist, cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes, built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. Blood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of lore. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. see. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat's spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, Mark. Didn't I seen you on the thing? I didn't know that you were going to be surprised like that.
And I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I just reduced the volume so didn't have to listen to all the music.
Okay. For anybody who's listening, that was brought to you by Mr. Robot, aka Killuminati on Rumble. If you like this music, you can find his channel there. It's called Hacker Radio. Go over there and give him a little bit of support. Tell him how much you like his music, and like, subscribe, and share to it so you can hear more of it. So, wanted to do a plug for him and get started with the next guy I wanted to bring up. Now, this is just Epstein's associates. Okay, I'm not going to make any claims or anything like that, but it has been a lot of controversy surrounding these people. As you know, the woman that was the daughter of Robert Maxwell is one of the big people that are being spoken about in the media today. I'm pretty sure you even know that, don't you? Uh,
I try not to listen to the Maxwell sort of. It's it's become a sort of in the US especially. It's become a sort of national hobby, if that
yeah,
makes any sense. It's been a sort of, yeah.
and
I'm trying to ignore all this.
I will put it out there. The a lot of the stuff that's coming out about Maxwell, his daughter, has to do with retaliation from conservatives who seem to think they have to defend something. You know what I mean? So when you hear about it, you're going to hear a lot of this stuff, but it's going to be so that they can kind of like put some kind of bad image on her, which I don't see anybody being able to do any worse to her than what's already been done. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like not even but the story about her and her father is very interesting, and it goes back years. That's so even though it is a bit of a drama, like you said, Mark, you know,
Mm.
it didn't need to be told because it's really interesting, her story. The weird part is, though, that really gets into Epstein is what's coming up next. And I'm going to be talking about Martin Novak, or Novak. It's spelled with a W, which I used to always call him Nowak,
German sort of thing, yeah.
you know. But yeah, he's actually an Austrian-born professor, um, and he was a professor of mathematics and biology. Now he became a center of all the controversy that was taking place with Epstein, um, and what was taking place at Harvard University. Um, now it had to do with his close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. All right, this happened in the early 2000s, and during that time period, Nowak was recruited to Harvard, and that was in order for him to establish a new research hub. Now, this new research hub, it was really weird because it was called the Program for Evolutionary Dynamics. Okay. And if you've ever heard that before, you know that that's probably one of those programs where you don't want to go to, and you definitely don't want any of your kids going into any kind of program that has program for evolutionary dynamics. Just off the top of your head, what do you think it is, Mark, when you hear that name?
Um, Eugenics, transhumanism, especially looking at it in modern context. Darwinism.
Mhm. Now the program focused on exploring mathematic principles uh, between the whole thing between the principles that are behind like cooperation or altruism. The evolution of behavior. Uh,
Okay.
you know
I
what I'm
was
saying?
thinking more sort of physical sort of evolution rather than
it's
playful evolution. Yeah.
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 Is Sonia still here?
I think
She's in the thing. I think she muted
Oh,
out so
she's
she could go.
here. Yeah.
She had to go pee probably.
Maybe.
I bet you she would have been scared whenever she heard that name, dude. She'd have been like, "Oh no, we don't have to go there." But anyhow,
Mm,
now the thing of it is like when this program was set up, Epstein had freaking made a donation of like $6 million to this program. Okay, because at the time, he was a pretty wealthy financier. You know what I mean?
mm,
Now, the thing with Maxwell, okay. Remember when I told you to remember the name of that magazine? It was
yeah.
all about. It was a scientific. It focused on scientific journals and intellectual stuff. You know what I'm saying? Scientific papers, things of that nature.
Mm,
And that kind of rung out to me because after hearing about Maxwell, because of his relationship with Martin Nowak and him being involved in this program and donating $6 million to it. Um, Now Epstein was known to finance other things. Don't get me wrong, and everything, but this is a part of the story that gets really weird, and a lot of people don't ever really get to hear this part of the story. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever heard of anything about this guy before, Mark?
Um, I've heard the name, but I've been trying to rack my brain what in connection with. But yeah, it's a memorable name, but for what reason?
Okay, now what happened was, if you remember with Epstein, like he had already, by the time this guy had started his program, he had already kind of accumulated a pretty clouded reputation. You know what I'm saying? But it was actually in the year 2008 that he was convicted of like soliciting a minor for prostitution. Now, despite this criminal conviction uh, with Epstein, okay, his relationship with this guy um, and with Harvard um, at Novak's program continued afterwards for more than a decade, for more than 10 years, okay? Um, from 2010 and 18, Epstein was documented visiting that program for evolutionary dynamics at least 40 times. Okay. Not only not only was he documented visiting there, but he was also granted an office, a key card, a phone line, and he even appeared on the program's official website. You know what I mean?
So what was his official connection? What was his official role?
Just as a person who donated.
Okay, just like okay.
He was given all of those privileges, even though he didn't have the credentials, that a person that would have that much clout should have had been given. You know what I'm saying?
A senior investor? Or,
Yeah,
mm, 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 mm.
because Epstein had no formal academic role in any of that. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And plus, you got to also think he had that criminal history too, because this took place after he ended up freaking getting busted for that teenage prostitution thing. You know what I'm saying?
And he was actually convicted.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And the weird part about Epstein is like what they've gathered from it. Okay, besides his his physical access to everything that I just mentioned, he also influenced like the intellectual environment when it came to that program as well. He arranged meetings with various like scholars, Harvard scholars, and he also orchestrated like intellectual salons.
Salons.
Yeah, they're like intellectual meetings or hangouts. You know,
Yeah.
he orchestrated that.
What was
And
the subject matter of these meetings?
well, that is that's what a lot of the suspicious stuff is about, because like not everybody knows for sure what a lot of these meetings were about. You know what I mean? They just know that he was able to um, visit more than 40 times. He orchestrated intellectual salons, and um, he did it usually through his proxy, to the university, basically. Um,
So he could have been talking about financial support for a specific department, or he could be talking about. He could have been talking about anything. Could have been talking about the weather, for all we know.
well, the thing of it is there was a lot of influential people that were actually included into it, like Chomsky, Noam Chomsky.
Yeah.
Everybody's always big on talking about him. He was actually one of the people who attended one of these salons. He was there. There was a lot of people who were involved. What's the name of that one guy? We always talk about him all the time. Dude that uses that device, or used that device. He's passed away now, but he was the astronomer. He used that device to speak with on his throat.
Oh,
You remember him?
Hawkins.
Yeah, Hawkins he attended one of them before he passed away, and then Chomsky was at another one.
So it could have been talking about finances for, I don't know, for departmental finances, or finances for projects, or
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, the weird part about it is like Epstein wasn't just like a donor; he was an active presence, within Harvard's like elite academic circles. You know what I'm saying? He was actually participating, bumping elbows with these people, everything, you know.
Mm.
And think finally in 2020, I believe, um, after doing an internal investigation into Epstein's ties with the university, Harvard finally placed Nowak on administrative leave and said that he failed to uphold institutional standards by continuing to host and accommodate Epstein after his conviction. Okay.
Bringing the institute into disrepute.
Right. Then
Yeah.
you got to remember too. This is in 2020. All right.
Mm.
And all of this started taking place in the early 2000s. All through everything that took place, you know what I mean? This guy was still able to get away with all the stuff that he had done, and or all the things he allowed Epstein to do is what I should say. So, but it
Or
took all.
allegedly to do.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Now, the program for evolutionary dynamics. Now that was also shut down, but that one was shut down in 2021. And Novak was prohibited from overseeing any new grants or advising new students. And that was for a minimum of like 2 years. And I believe now they've finally allowed him to go back and do all the stuff that he did before, but it's under supervision. So basically, he just got a slap on the wrist. You know what I mean? This kind of shows you what kind of atmosphere takes place in the intellectual circles. You know what I mean? Like these elite.
I'm just thinking that we need further details on this.
You
Yeah. Mm.
it does clearly tell you. Like these people feel like they're in their own class, and that because they got a little bit of fire on them, they had to take action. But
Yeah, I mean details as in what these programs, the aims of these programs, and what these programs included. What was the
well,
yeah.
I mean, I've got the information on the thing. I just wanted to kind of bring this out before I went into all of that. You know what I mean? So basically, Nowak was penalized in 2001, and then despite the severity of the situation, those same restrictions that were on him were lifted in 2023, 2 years ago. Okay. So basically, Harvard just quietly allowed him to resume advising uh, and research responsibilities. You know what I mean? But they claim that he's going to have some oversight that's going to be put in place. So
Then you're going to have to clarify what sort of the specifics of the research and what responsibilities he has.
Sorry, I'm late.
hey, it's fine. We're talking dirty talk anyhow. We're talking about Epstein. This is kind of stuff that
Ew.
women. This is stuff that's so dirty. Chat GPT don't even want to talk about.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean? And you know how Chat GPT is.
ChatGPT's a bastard.
He'll talk about anything. He don't care.
Pretty much.
Why are you associating a sex with a
I
software
wonder.
for it.
I wonder. Tells you a little bit about Roger.
Yeah.
Roger's like, oh shit.
I don't know what to even say about that. I'm
Look at
stuck.
his face. Look
I'm
at his face.
stuck.
He was like, he's like, well, when I get offline here, I'll have to check it out. I remember when we were kids, I found this record, and this was back when there was record players. I was like, I don't know, 8 years old or something, and I found this record, and it had this chick on the front, a couple chicks actually, and it was just this album of nothing but that kind of thing. You remember those?
Yeah.
It was crazy. Yeah.
Pen. What's that? 1970s thing.
Come and sit over here
Shazam.
next to me.
Yes,
Pour me a
Shazam,
glass
wasn't
of
it?
wine. Kind of thing.
I usually saw those on the commercials, like, you know what I mean, late at night watching rock videos. There's always this
This was
strict.
completely X-rated. Okay.
Oh, okay. All
No,
right.
it's one of those albums
Okay,
that
yeah.
you got to get at the porno store. You know.
I never did that. I'm not that extreme. I'm not that hardcore.
Well, they just left it laying around the house, and I had a record player, so I was checking it out.
Yeah. Like I remember
Yeah.
the one eight were they 1-900 numbers where they had the commercials on there saying if you want to hear a sexy chick
Yeah.
say all the cool stuff,
The sex talkers. Yep. Same kind of concept. Yeah. For sure.
I'll be your girlfriend for 5 minutes.
For $5.99 a minute. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Always too expensive.
Mark's having a breakdown. Look at this face.
I know, right? He's very, very into figuring this out.
Now, this is probably where you're probably gonna not want to talk about sex anymore. Just to be honest, we're talking about this guy. He was a college professor. As a matter of fact, I think a lot of the issues that happened with Epstein and Harvard took place down at ASU. To be honest, so this is like in your stomping ground.
Well.
And this guy Novak was he was a pretty influential guy at Harvard, and Epstein ended up funding him for like $6 million, and he had complete and absolute access into this guy's program. He also would invite high profile intellectuals to come to what they called intellectual salons, where they would like have like TED Talk, basically. You know what I mean? They would do stuff like that, and it was a think tank of intellectuals who would come together and start coming up with new hoity-floity ideas of smarty pants crap that So that was basically what was going on. He not only that, but like he had access to the facilities. He had his own freaking key card to get in, and other things of that nature. Now, that's basically where we left off, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're going to go into information about what these programs actually
Okay.
consisted of.
And this is where we're at now. Now, Nowak started a program called the Program for Evolutionary Dynamics. Now, when you hear that name, Sonia, just off the top of your head, what do you think that means?
I think that sounds like kind of maybe gene editing or something to the effect of altering the evolution somehow
Oh, yeah.
of
See?
a species.
Yeah.
It
You
sounds
are
very NWO to me.
yeah. You're actually a lot brighter than what Mark was. You should have heard his answer. It was like whatever, dude.
You had to talk to the hand.
I sort of
What was
went
his
down there.
answer?
He
sort of
he
went
was
down
talking. He was talking about like a cow or something shit.
I was talking about physical eugenics and
Yes.
Darwinism and so transhumanism. So I was sort of on a
Sort of right.
similar street. Yeah.
Well, you said transhumanism. She said NWO. So we're kind of in line there. Now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna tell you what it was about again because you need to know this. Okay. Now the program for evolutionary dynamics is what it's called. Okay.
Okay.
Um, now the thing about this program is that it okay. First of all, it was founded by Martin Nowak, and it was created to explore the mathematical principles guiding evolution. All right. Now, it was founded in part by like multi-million dollars donated from Jeffrey Epstein, which I was talking about before that. It was like $6 million. Um, and the program became both a hub for like innovation and research, and it later became this whole this whole controversy that started over Epstein and his association with uh, with uh, this guy. Okay, now the core mission for this program focused on understanding how behaviors such as cooperation, competition, and altruism evolve. And that's within like a biological or a social system. So they're looking at this stuff on through biology and through like social systems, social interactions, and things of that nature. So that's basically what it is. Now, what's your take on this? What do you think?
Um, that's pretty much the same. I mean, haven't they been doing that for a really long time? Like subliminally and things like that?
Now, they were actually using complex mathematical modeling, though. You see what I mean?
Right. So it's more scientific. It
Hmm.
probably, the subliminal stuff's probably just as scientific. We just don't see the guts of it, you know?
Now, the weird part about this, though, okay, and you both
Yeah.
haven't heard, neither one of you have heard this yet. Now, um, the program actually investigated things like how individuals make decisions within networks. They also wanted to find out how trust and recipro- reciprocal, what do they call it? How do they say
Re-
it?
reciprocal.
Yeah, yeah.
Reciprocity or whatever the hell that word is.
Reciprocity.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Reciprocity.
yeah. How and things like that. They wanted to know how all of that evolved. You know what I mean? And how strategies were for survival and success played out in populations. You know what I mean over time. And whenever I heard that, the first thing that stuck out to me was being submissive. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like that's one thing that really did stick up, and it was never mentioned in any of the stuff that he did research with. Like he never did research specifically into the submissive behavior. You know what I mean? But that's something that just stuck out to me straight up when I heard that kind of stuff. It was like these people were researching on how to make people submissive, basically.
Hmm.
So,
Sure.
you know,
Partially fluoride in the water.
Hmm.
That makes you very docile. So,
I also want to point out too that a lot of this actually drew off of game theory, and I know that's something that Mark's interested in. He loves talking about game theory all the time, or he used to be until I started rocking his world with cool stuff.
Uh,
yeah, baby. That's what you did for me,
Yeah,
you
I
know?
know. I
I was
rock.
so lonely and like, what's going on? I don't even know. And then Roger came and just straightened everything out for me.
He said, "Hey, baby, I want to hear about your tattoos."
Yeah.
Sorry, the song I was mentioning earlier was Jetem from Sarge Gainsbourg and Jane Birkin back in 1969.
Mhm.
Um, you probably would recognise it if I played it, but
Mm,
So
playa.
this had to do with game theory, okay? And whenever I talk about game theory, the type of stuff that they were researching was like studies about like tit for tat, and there's another one that's out called freaking the prisoner dilemma. I don't know if you have you ever heard that one.
hell
Mm.
rings a bell.
Okay, they were doing research on tit for tat, the prisoner dilemma, and the evolutionary strategies that favored generosity, retaliation, or self-sacrifice. Okay, so by this point, I mean
Excuse me.
I was 100% convinced this was about being subservient. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But
Subservient.
yeah, how to make a person subservient?
And I just wanted to add one thing while we're talking about this. Do you notice online that a lot of the bigger companies and a lot of the, I'm sure Mark, you know this, a lot of the plugins or platforms that you get to build websites on, especially the ones that are front end builders, that they have a lot of the submit buttons where you have to submit your information. Yeah. And that's like a subliminal thing. It goes right along to help people be submissive to things, to bigger authority figures and things like that. It's very subtle, but it's
I
there.
I think you're reading a bit too much into that.
Nope,
Oh,
I
every little
think.
bit helps. These guys, they use everything they can to do that.
oh,
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, come on. I if I ever on my websites, I always put send or post or comment rather than submit. And whenever I hit a submit button, I say out loud usually, I don't submit to anything, bro. Not
uh-huh.
submitting. So, yeah, it over time it goes along with all the other programs they got going on. That's why they call it subliminal. It's above the
Hmm.
consciousness. Yeah.
Maybe,
Yeah,
maybe.
it's a whole science, bro. Whole science. They got mathematics on it, I'm sure, like we were talking earlier.
Well, see,
That's my 2 cents.
but what I found that was so weird about this, okay, is like a lot of these intellects, what they considered to be so groundbreaking about this program
Hmm.
is supposedly their effort to like elevate cooperation.
Oh, yeah.
And when they said that, they would say it like it to elevate cooperation as a primary force in evolution. And then they placed it alongside mutation and selection. Okay,
Oh,
so
of course. Of
so
course.
you have cooperation, then mutation, and then selection. So
Wow.
you tell me, man. So you have to selectively pick those women that you have to train into submission is kind of the whole
Right.
or individuals period, you know what I
Hmm.
mean, just individuals period.
Well, you want them easier to train, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like why fluoride's in the water, so nobody will question things. It's working pretty good, actually.
Well,
You know?
have you ever heard of kin selection?
Mm-mm. What's that?
uh Kin selection, I believe, has to do with like uh familial uh uh
Okay. Kin. Hmm.
uh well, genetics, basically, like on a biological level, you know what I mean. um
Like
like
inbreeding or something?
selective breeding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So whenever I heard that coming up, that's where I started thinking like Mark does about eugenics, and things of that. Now the one thing that I didn't quite understand, they came up with the term direct reciprocity.
Reciprocity.
Yeah, reciprocity. I
There
I
you go.
can't I can't even say the name, dude. But
You did just now. You said it great. Reciprocity.
reciprocity. Now
Yeah.
now when they say direct reciprocity, what are they talking about? And then indirect reciprocity, you know what I mean?
So go ahead.
And then
I
they
was
had
gonna guess.
and then they had
Sorry.
network reciprocity.
Okay.
So it's
Do you want
like,
me to guess,
yeah,
or
go
do you
ahead.
want to tell us what those are?
I have no clue. I'm asking
Well,
you.
reciprocity is something where you can leave it and then pick it up in another section, kind of thing.
Hmm.
So it's where, for example, if you're licensed in doing hair in one state, you can apply for reciprocity in another state.
Hmm.
So it's kind of like that. So that right there kind of sounds like it would be. What were the terms again?
It was it was direct reciprocity,
Direct. Okay. Okay.
indirect
Indirect.
reciprocity,
And then the other one.
network reciprocity.
Okay. Okay. So yeah. So they can pick it up anywhere. Is what it sounds like to me, either directly or indirectly. So it's pretty super easy to carry on whatever they're carrying on.
Okay. And
Apparently.
then group selection and kin selection is the last two that I.
So it's like a group of genes, either one, either related genes or unrelated genes, kind of thing.
Hmm.
Particular type of group of genes. I would imagine that's what they're looking for, right?
Yeah. Well, for me, the like I said, the program didn't like explicitly study uh, subservient behavior. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But like the themes that it engaged with, it seemed to like brush against it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
They had like questions like why individuals obey, why they submit,
Mhm.
or defer to others.
Right.
Particularly within like hierarchies. That was.
Perceived authority. Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Um,
That's one of my T-shirts. You are the authority, because you don't need anybody to tell you what's up about everything.
well, I
You know.
mean, when it comes to mathematical tools, uh,
Right.
you can actually do research with what they're talking about as well, and it would fit perfectly with the whole subservient thing.
Mhm.
Whole aspect of things. Like there's no reason why these questions, even though they're not like central to the program's output, why they couldn't intersect. You know what I mean?
Yes. Intersect. Intersection.
Hmm.
Sorry. I just get that way when I hang out with you for some reason. It turns silly.
That was
It
kind
turns silly.
that was kind of sexual, wasn't it?
A little bit. A little bit.
Oh my god! Now
It
Mark
could be.
Wojcik just apologized. He said that
You did?
he said that his internet is out and
Oh
on
my.
on data off phone now.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That, that's pretty crappy, dude.
Pretty
Yeah,
heavy, yeah. For
yeah.
sure.
Didn't he have a problem? Yeah, he had a problem, what, 2 weeks ago,
Hmm.
or 3 weeks ago, and he had to cancel our Wednesday stream.
Yeah. Something
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
happened.
that's right. I remember that. Yep.
Something happened. I was thinking maybe might have been a storm or something, but I don't think he ever said specifically what the deal was. So I'm guessing if it was me, I'd have been pretty frustrated because I hate when stuff like that happens where you have to give up on a show for an entire day. I don't know why it's that way,
Especially
but
him
yeah.
with all his. Well, you too with all your shows. Yeah, you've got a bunch too. You probably have more than he does.
Well, the thing of it is like having all these shows. You would think I'd be like, oh well, it's just a day, but it's not, man. Like even one day that I'm scheduled to be on here irritates me when I can't do it because that means I didn't do what I promised myself I was going to do, and it's really
Yeah. Doesn't that suck when you promise yourself you're going to do something you don't? It's like, oh, just like, oh my God, it's horrible, isn't it?
it makes you feel like a married man. You know what I mean?
When you're not even.
It's like
That's when I
married
just
man.
give myself a break. I'm like, you know what, chick, you're so cool. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I got you. You know what I mean? So
Exactly. You got to kind of
yeah,
pat yourself on the shoulder and say, "Get over it." You know what I
it'll be all
mean?
right, man.
It'll
You give
be
yourself a
okay.
pep talk.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, if you're like me though, like you don't really need to give yourself a pep talk. Just look in the mirror. I look
And
in
then
the
you're like,
mirror.
whoa,
I look in the
bam. Hey,
mirror and
that's
I'm
good
like,
stuff.
"Hey, sexy man, how you doing?"
It just all goes away. You can't do any wrong, huh? That's fantastic. It's great self-esteem for sure. It is. Have you ever met someone who hates themselves? Like who believes that they hate themselves? You ever met anyone like that?
Yeah.
It's crazy. I never even knew that someone could really, or I guess I just never thought of it because I knew people could do that, but I never met anyone who hated themselves until I moved in over here. I was like, really? Tell me more about that. I don't get that.
Well, see, like that kind of goes into this area too. Like we're talking about, subservience and
Mhm.
being subservient.
Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah,
You
that's right.
know, and like people who hate themselves have a tendency of kind of falling into that crack. You know what I mean?
Hmm. They do. That's right.
And
Hmm.
like us, the whole thing about being be, being subservient is like there's they carry like an adaptive value. You know what I mean? Like when
An
individual
adaptive value.
yeah, so like when individuals whenever they like depend or defer on a dominant figure or they follow
Hmm.
groups or the norms for a group,
Hmm.
um, uh,
Conformity. Hmm.
there's a lot of adaptive value in that. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different reasons behind that. Basically,
Sure.
it may be to survive. It
Hmm.
could be to gain
Just
favor.
like an instinct, really. The survival instinct
Yeah,
is kind of stick with the group. So there's that.
and in a lot of stuff like that, it could be more easy uh, for them to do that rather than to do things the hard way. You know what I mean? Like, rather, in other words, it's easier to be subservient rather than to frickin' not be subservient in that kind of environment. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. Yeah. And it kind of takes a, not having to make decisions kind of takes a load off of people to where
Mhm.
they aren't worried about, or they don't have to be responsible, kind of thing.
And they just keep on hating themselves in the
Or, yeah,
background.
just keep on rolling with
You
that.
know,
Yeah.
because remember what I said. That's where a lot of people who hate themselves they kind of fall into this category. You know what I mean? Where freaking they hate themselves so much that they're willing to just give in to other people's or other freaking uh, well, I guess group norms. Like
Hmm.
if you see a click, start clicking kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Have you ever heard that saying before?
No, actually.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Shit clicking?
No, if you see a click, start clicking. It's
No,
it,
I
it
haven't heard that before.
Now I don't know what's your take on that saying, Mark. Do you agree with it or disagree with it before I make my statements?
if I do, I agree with that.
Yeah, do you agree with it or not? What's your opinion of that saying? If you see a click, start clicking.
It's a saying. I can't agree or disagree with the saying without knowing the context of what it's been used for.
Well, you know what a click is, don't you?
Yeah, like
If you,
group of well, uh, again depends on context. A clique could include things like a group of people.
all right. If you see a click, start clicking.
Hmm.
Start
No.
Um,
clicking out.
so what you in this context is saying, if you see a group, then join them.
If you see, yeah. Well, I mean, a group. Yeah, I guess you could say it. If you see a
I was
group,
part of the stoner group when I was
you
growing
know,
up. You know, the chicks I used to wear spiked heels to junior high school, and I had big 80 like Nikki Six hair. Remember that?
oh yeah,
Oh
that
yeah,
sounds
baby.
that sounds sexy, dude. You
It
just,
was very. I got laid often,
she
but I was
just,
looking for love, so it didn't work out, man. Nobody wanted love; they just wanted to get laid.
oh, trust me, they got love.
Yeah, maybe for a few minutes.
Looking for love in all the wrong places.
That's the song. That's it right there. You got it, bro. You got it. That's it right there.
Now, when you were
Woo!
gone, I was talking to Mark, and there's one thing that I think is important to bring up too when it comes to Epstein. Okay, though he was convicted, like in 2008, he was able to retain like special access to Harvard in the program. All right, and he did like dozens of visits over like the next decade, like next 10 years after he got convicted. And they also gave him an office space there. Okay. And all that stuff that we were just talking about is the kind of stuff that I think they were actually participating in
Sure,
doing
absolutely.
research on. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
It's like I said to Mark, which you were going to, but it's like this is where things start getting even weirder, okay? And this shit has nothing to do with conspiracy whatsoever. You can actually go on the internet and check this stuff out, and this stuff is just everywhere, documented. You can find freaking articles from newspapers about it. You can find freaking personal freaking documents. I don't know how much of the court cases are actually out there because they sealed a lot of that, but this stuff isn't conspiracy. This is actually true. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Mhm.
So now I did tell you about what eventually happened with Nowak, I think, or did I? Because I know you came in right as we were talking at the end of it.
Yes.
Did you hear that part?
No, I didn't. Not that I was focused on.
Well, what happened? What happened was is the university did a review on Novak, and he was placed on leave, and that was in 2001. And then in 2002, or wait, was it 2000? And then in 2001, the program was shut down.
Yeah. I think you said
And
that. Yeah.
Good.
mhm. And after that, though, the bad part is after 2 years, this university allows him back and gives him privileges back with supervision. Okay,
Mm.
and just as you were coming in, that's when I was asking Mark. I mean, how do you feel about that? What does that basically tell you about like the freaking educational system and freaking
Oh,
how these people feel like they're above the law, and you know what I mean, and they have some kind of privilege that they should have above everybody else. You know.
yeah, yeah. They're the law doesn't affect them, and it's corruption for sure.
You know.
That's what it says to me. You
That's
know.
Now, Mark is a college boy, so he ain't gonna agree with us. He's a college
I
man.
went to college too, believe it or not. I got
What?
2 semesters of psychology is what I was majoring in. I wanted to find out what
Also,
was wrong with me.
We remember U.S. college in
It was a
well.
university.
Um, there's a difference between college and
Yes, I went to a
university,
university.
and there is a bit of a complicated sort of relationship in the UK compared to the US.
now
University's
college.
way better.
See, at college, I had to find this out the hard way because of Mark. But I found out that like college back in the old days here in the United States was like a kind of like a like a campus where they would have like an all girl school, what we would call an all girl school now. They would actually call those colleges
Hmm.
all girls college, and they were just average school age girls or average school age boys, and they were at this college learning education. But
The term college
Definitely an
can be
education.
oh yeah,
a bit confusing, especially if you look at from a UK compared to US sort of viewpoint.
I well, I mean, I don't try to really, to be honest. I just
Like,
like
I've had plenty of conversations with um, Americans about this.
well, if you continue, I'm gonna have to tell you my stories about Catholic girls. Okay, just putting it out there, dude.
Is that
Ooh,
suitable for where?
I
Is
mean,
that
I'm just telling you. Eventually, it's gonna go there. You know what I mean? You don't. Do you really want me
I know, right?
maybe
Must be going
after the
towards the
stream?
end of the show.
Maybe after the stream.
yeah,
Yeah.
just putting it
Oh,
out there, man.
oh. Well, I think people find that entertaining about you. I think that's probably why some people watch your show, brother.
I
Saying,
don't know.
Not,
yeah, you should
would it be
take
family
a poll.
friendly?
Well,
Take a
yeah.
poll.
See, Mark Edworthy keeps wanting it to be friendly, family friendly,
YouTube.
and
And
I
we
try.
can do family friendly. We've done it so far without actually saying what we're talking about, but everybody knows. You know, that's family friendly. It's kind of like SpongeBob. Besides, there's probably no kids listening anyway. You know, just saying.
Yeah. Anyway, Roger.
Okay, so the thing about it is it's like I was saying before with Martin Nowak and his program. Um, First of all, it had to do with mathematics and biology. Okay, and yes, it had to do with evolution. Uh, but what really stuck out to me was the whole thing about game theory. Okay, and how he investigated, strategies like cooperation, punishment, extortion, compliance, and you know, and things of that nature. You know what I mean? So when you take that into consideration and you look at the fact that Epstein was going there regularly, you know, that's where things start getting weird because like Epstein, a lot of people don't know that he was really obsessed with like education. You know what I mean? He really was, and especially when it came to science, he was completely obsessed with it. You'll hear everybody always talking about how he was like a photo hound and he loved having people take pictures of him. But the truth of the matter is he was obsessed with the whole educational system. And that's one thing that really sticks out with me.
Mm.
Is that Mark on there bugging you?
No, can you tell? I'm so sorry, but I just got $50 from actually helping with a website and a book and things like that. I have not ever really gotten paid. Nobody's t-shirts are selling, blah blah blah. You
Uh-huh.
know what I mean? So I'm just so excited. Oh my god. I'm like, whoa, it's like taking over my entire brain right now. It's so
Yeah.
cool. Wow. So it's like all my hard work is like I'm actually getting money for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You just won the
Well done.
lottery. You
It's
just
what it feels like.
you feel
Like,
like
oh my god, I can get cigarettes now, and probably a couple of beers.
the biggest thing comes out. You don't have like one of those like uh, what do they call those ostriches? Those pink ostriches in your front yard. What
No,
what are those? No, those
what are
Flamingo.
those? What does
Flamingos.
that have to do with
flamingos.
anything?
Yeah.
What?
Like you're talking about, I can get a pack of cigarettes now and shit. You got like flamingos, like stuff. Those.
Okay, I get what you're
Are
saying.
you talking about those plastic models? Yeah, those very crust. Yeah,
Those
No,
pink.
but the
annoying.
next place I get, when I park my RV, I'm gonna stick a fucking plastic flamingo out in front where my little awning thing is. I'm gonna do that shit, Roger.
Oh, you're going full country.
I'm gonna give me a pink flamingo. And could you imagine? Everywhere I go park at, I set up my porch area and stick my plastic flamingo in the yard. That ought to get me a date for sure.
Oh yeah.
Good talking piece. Woo.
So, from
Oh,
what
sorry.
I've said so far to you guys, what do you think about that? Do you think that there was a pretty good connection that he actually was involved in that stuff? Because like I also haven't mentioned the fact that like there had been accusations made where Epstein had gone into this program and like made freaking like had demonstrated like sexual inappropriate being sexually inappropriate with like young women in front of
No,
people. You know what I mean?
Again,
really.
allegations of only you haven't got any evidence to back that up, have you?
They've got actual people who testified in court. The only problem is it's like that they say that it was said in court, but they won't state the name of the person who made the statement. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's actually a part of the testimony. It's just they aren't telling you who the person is, and they probably did that to protect the the juvenile from
Okay.
through because they have to keep it anonymous.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's really no way to know for sure.
Hmm.
It's all speculation, really. Right?
Right now, I also find it odd with his research with this Nowak guy too, like because everything freaking that I've seen that talks about it has to do with being subservient, has to do with you know, and then they go real deep into it. They go into the whole aspect of instead of doing it because of just imitation or punishment, doing it because you have like a bad situation happening in your life. So it would be a lot easier if you just be subservient and go along with it rather than go against it. You know what I mean? So they're learning like different ways of making a person subservient, in my opinion. Even though they
Hmm.
don't say the word subservient, that's what it seems like to me.
I'm sure they've got AI on that too. You know?
Um, well, of course. I mean, but we got to be careful. We don't want to make Mark Edwardy upset. Every time he hears the word AI, he turns into a bulldog and starts yelling. Like,
Yeah.
it gets really hard when you see his face pressed to the monitor, dude. There's nothing worse than it. He just starts barking like a freaking bulldog. I mean, you know you want to, dude. She said it. I told you about my buddy, dude, about whenever you said chicken wing.
Chick
Uh,
wang.
yeah.
Yeah. So
When
God.
this dude had like freaking like muscles underneath his armpits, they call them chicken wings. Okay.
Mm.
And whenever you told him to show his chicken wings, he would freaking flex, dude. He'd show the muscles under his armpit, and whoever you told him to freaking show his chicken wings to, that was code word for him to beat him up.
Oh wow, yeah.
So
Okay.
you'd say, show blah 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 your chicken wings. He'd flex, show his chicken wings, and he'd just dodge at them, just start tearing them up, dude. That's redneck right there, baby. That's redneck. I'm telling you.
You know what, guys? I'm gonna have to go to the store here, so I'm gonna have to get off of here.
Okay.
Uh, yeah. Because Jessica's going to sleep and blah 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 blah. I just typed the wrong thing. Okay.
So
And I gotta use her car, so I don't have to take my RV.
tomorrow is how long I gotta wait for the YouTube video. That's what I usually let it do a process through YouTube. Then I download it and I'll edit it out to where all of the like live with Roger Hanson and everything is out of there. Now I'll send you a copy of that with just your face on there. If you want Mark Edworthy on there too, I can put him on there because he is a sexy man.
Whatever.
That's up to you.
Whatever
Flattery will
is
get you
easier
everywhere.
for you is fine.
Now, what I usually do is I edit it out and then I send it to whoever wants it through Google Drive. I'll just send you the link.
Okay.
You click on it, and then when you click on it, it just takes and gives you the option to download, and you download it. So,
Yeah. I'm familiar with working Google Drive with files and stuff.
all right, and that's what I'll
Cool.
do
Thank you.
there, and it'll just
That's so sweet. Thank you. You're so kind. Ever so kind.
you are welcome.
You are.
You are
You
welcome.
are. Aw. Hugs. Oh, air hugs. Ah. Okay.
I
You
can't,
too, Mark. Ah.
can't do
It's
that.
double hug.
Apparently I got a little bit too close to people and they got nervous.
Are you talking about Mark?
Mark, both of them,
Look
man.
at his face.
Those both of them.
He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's
said
what
they
that
were-
look said.
I told them that they were like a beautiful man, and they're like, oh, I don't swing that way.
Yeah, some people just can't take a joke, kind of thing.
Well, it wasn't really a joke, dude. I mean,
Right. Or
they
a
are
compliment, right? Compliment,
They are
too,
beautiful,
right? Some
man.
people can't take compliments either.
you know, it's just
He's right, Mark. So there you go.
it's just horrible how people
Yeah,
respond
baby.
to things in negative ways like that. You know what I mean?
I just like it when Mark blushes. He does too. You could totally tell. It's so easy to tell when you blush.
I'm going to hide behind these monitors now.
Ha, ha, ha.
That's funny. Okay, well I'm outie.
All
Bye
right.
guys. Love you guys. Bye.
I will see you later. You have a good one. So, yeah, we can go ahead with this if you want, but I mean, it's up to you.
You want to finish off these last two topics?
Well, I can just finish off this with Epstein if you want. We can be done with it.
Okay. In fact, you've got 3 topics there. Yeah, I think we've already gone over what 5
Well,
hours?
5
4 hours in this section. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, 3.5 after the interview.
Yeah.
So, but my whole thing about what we were talking about, okay, the one thing that really sticks out to me on a lot of the stuff that they're talking about has to do with being subservient, and it's not just like in a way that that makes you freaking where you're punished. You know what I'm saying? It's not just about that. Like they do different areas about how you can make just regular individuals subservient to like a group, a social group of people or just even individuals. I thought that was really weird whenever I saw that. That's really what stood out to me. And Epstein was funding this program. He was given complete and open access to the facilities as well as to freaking like networking and allowing people who are other intellectuals come in and be a part of their um, their events, things of that nature. I find that very very weird. You know what I mean? And then he ends up getting suspended, or he ends up leaving without without pay. I guess I don't know how and then a year or 2 years later, he gets to return to his education, basically with supervision. I think that is what's really the messed up part about it,
Mm.
Um, and then when I started reading this stuff that like studies about tit for tat and prisoner dilemmas, that sent shivers down my back. You know what I mean? And this is supposed to be evolutionary strategies, you know, that are supposed to be around like generosity, how people would retaliate, or and then they also had something in there about self-sacrifice, you know, just
Yeah, but that could mean anything, couldn't it?
yeah, especially in this context, you know what I mean? That's
It seems to me it's all very vague.
well, yeah, exactly. I would really like to be able to get my hands on some of the freaking scientific papers involved in
Mm.
this and actually look at what's being said there. Um, I've been into reading scientific papers for quite a while. I tried to find out if I could get a hold of them, and so far I haven't been able to find the right places to
Mm.
do that. But that's something that I really think I want to be able to check out. But this Novak, he any way you look at it, man, I mean, he looks pretty suspicious when it comes to that. You know what I mean? Um, and the way that the scientific community did did his uh, did his
Sorry,
punishment.
just one point. Um, I hate that phrase, the scientific community, as in
Actually,
everybody's,
it
yeah,
is.
the entire community. Then, yeah. But anyway, that's just a personal bugbearer.
Well, I mean, it reflects badly for especially Harvard. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at the way they dealt with that, that was a real big ethical failure, dude. When it comes to ethics, you know, I mean, the way they reprimanded him, and then 2 years later, just let him come back to his work with like all they're going to do is supervise.
Again, the devil is in the detail. Mm, we haven't got the detail.
You know. Well, I
Um,
mean, you know, and don't get me wrong. There's no direct evidence that the program was ever used to like promote or study control or subservience. You know, that's just my personal take on it. Um,
Studying the concept of subservience is not the same as promoting.
right. Well, I
Mm,
mean, you know, it does leave a lot of lasting questions when it comes to things like, how science, money, and influence kind of intersect. You know what I mean?
mm, mm.
And
And
how
to your point,
it,
we should not come to conclusions when we've got so little information.
Well, when you look at what was given, the privileges that were given to Epstein, I mean, you can't tell me that freaking that the whole educational institution there was exploited be- through through money. You know what I mean?
Let's just, well, what is an exploited through money? Um,
And this actually goes back to, well, subservience. You know what I mean? They bowed to Epstein's demands for the money and the power that he wielded. You know what I mean? He was the one that was bringing in the paycheck, paying the program. So they just let him come right on in and move in. Gave him an office, gave him a security key, gave him everything that he wanted. You know. And this was after he was in trouble with the law and had a criminal background.
you've got to be very careful and not add two and two together and come up with five.
Did I really come up with five though?
Uh, you are, like I said, you're coming up with conclusions with very
Why
little facts, with very little details to back those conclusions up.
why would Epstein be granted access to it?
Eh,
He had
he-
no educational background whatsoever. And the only people that are allowed to visit campuses like that are people who are qualified in some kind of educational background, okay? Some kind of
No,
training.
you have talks provided by people with um, little
I'm talking
educational
office.
background.
I'm talking office space, dude. I'm talking
He could have
security.
been. He could have been aiding in, like I said, financial administration. For
Mm.
all we know. Yeah, I know that sounds a bit incredible, but again, we haven't got the detail to come to a conclusion.
I mean, the whole this no the study, okay, was called adaptive dynamics of extortion
Yeah.
and compliance. You know, it's
Mm,
uh, it,
again, what you're suggesting is, well, at best speculation at this, until further information.
think about it, dude. Like adapted dynamic.
Yeah, relevant. I can.
He did like a study where, I mean, he literally named the freaking study adaptive dynamics of extortion and compliance in game theory.
Okay, yeah, I can see. Again, further detail is needed. Let's just say.
Now, what it basically was is he wanted to explore like how certain individuals in a population would adopt extortion strategies and stuff.
Mention.
And basically, what it comes down to is like these extortioners would force others to like comply or like risk losing, access to like resources or even social standings. You know what I mean? So this was the kind of research.
Is the study of that aspect not
Right.
valid in itself?
Well, he actually wrote the study. You know what I mean? And I'm in the process now of trying to find it. It's called the study's called Adaptive Dynamics of Extortion and Compliance. And if I can get a PDF of it, I'm gonna I'm gonna actually read it and get more into details on what that's about because that sounds pretty serious to me, especially with it being game theory.
Mm. No, I can see where you're coming from, but again, further information.
And right there, it has subservient behavior just written all over it, in my opinion. Okay, it it
But,
involves.
um, but as to use a different example, just because you study the effects of genocide, it doesn't mean that you're going to start committing genocide.
Well, I mean, I would agree with you on that if Epstein wasn't in the picture.
Okay.
I mean,
It does. Let's just say that does muddy the issue a bit.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point.
So I mean, it's like because the thing of it is, and again, they're talking all this extra other words, and they don't want to say subservient, but you look at it, okay. Um, it does it does mirror, the subservient behavior. You have yielding, you accommodating, um, people who avoid conflict for the sake of survival. You know what I mean? In order to survive, they're willing to avoid conflict, so they'll freaking take the brunt of it, and just things like that. That's this kind of thinking nobody really ever thinks about. But if you're trying to be methodical and learn how to manipulate people, that's the kind of stuff you would want to research and find out about.
But if you just want to if you just want to study human reactions to within this context, you would still want to look at that aspect.
Well, if you're in a situation where it's
From a scientific point of view, yeah. From
well,
a sociological point of view.
mhm. Well, I mean, if you look at it too, like if it could be an advantage too. It's
Mm.
a strategy that has advantages to it too. Like if you're in a situation where like if you resist extortion, it might lead to like some kind of punishment. You know what I mean? So or exclusion from something.
Mm.
You know what I mean? That then being subservient might actually be like a freaking a positive advantage to it, or
But
it could appear to be that way to the person.
but my point is that it's still a valid um, point of study within sociology. It might, yeah. Again, Epstein, the entire Epstein thing does muddy the issue, but if you're
It,
looking at it from, say,
it's actually ironic,
um,
to be honest with you. If you stop and think about it, it's actually ironic.
yeah,
It's not just muddy in it; it's actually kind of ironic that they're doing this study and it's being done to them. You know what I mean? Like the imbalance of power for one thing. You know what I mean? You got somebody who has money that's throwing his influence around with his cash, and he's getting away with it. You know what I mean?
but people throw money all the time to provide them or to gain influence. I mean, look up as an example, U.S. Presidential elections or U.S. elections when
Right.
there's no cap on what can be spent.
And I'm pretty sure that that's the kind of stuff that they were doing research on. But my whole point is here comes Epstein, and he's the ironic part about it is he's basically doing the same exact thing they're doing research about. You know what I mean? He's basically exploiting them through freaking his use of his money because he's rich and he's powerful. You know, that's how I'm seeing it, as being not just like muddy in the water, but freaking it's
And
kind of ironic that he's doing to them the same things they're doing research on.
I mean, the concept of advertising, you throw money at to make adverts for the purpose of influence somebody to buy your product.
Right. Well,
That's
I
the
mean,
same sort of argument, is it not?
I wouldn't go as far as like as advertisements and everything, but I could tell you that like with what's going on there, you got to take a look at like an individual. Okay, now usually an individual will adjust his or her behavior. You know what I mean, to align with like what's normal, what's expected, and usually what's dominant. You know what I mean? Um, so
Mm.
in that situation, you have to look at it like that. You know what I mean? Um,
Mm.
yeah. Whenever Novak was doing his research, I'm pretty sure he wasn't stupid. I'm pretty sure he knew exactly what was going on, and he knew that freaking he was being taken advantage of. But the thing of it is it was either he had to freaking put up with it, or he would lose his funding. So I mean, what would you do in a situation like that?
Well, it depends on the situation. I might just go by my own principles and say, screw it. Yeah, I'm out of here.
See, that would be an emotional response. You know what I mean? Or a moral,
No, we,
moral.
we have more. Yeah.
You know, no, these people.
Some people would call it a principled response.
Well, let's just stick with moral or ethical. There you go. Let's use ethical because that's actually a better word to use. A lot of people don't use the word ethics anymore, and that would be the best way of saying it. I think you're being ethical when you make that kind of decision. But does this guy, I mean, sound ethical when it comes to the practices that he's been involved in, or he was involved in? That's the one thing that really comes down to play, you know?
Mm.
Or was he just trying to be rational, wanting to, have a rational, you know?
Mm.
Of course, he's gonna let that stuff continue because, like I mean, he's doing research. He's trying to freaking come up with a solid uh, scientific study that he could make a paper out of, and things of that nature. So of course he's gonna cave in and let that stuff happen. You know what I mean?
So his first motivations, his immediate motivations might not be related to money, but instead for scientific endeavor.
Yeah, could be. It could be. Well, when it comes to that though, a lot of that is basically it has to do with yielding under pressure. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like you're saying that you would take the ethical route, but that doesn't necessarily.
Again, depends on context, but
Well, the
mm,
individual too. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't necessarily mean he would do it just because you would do it.
yeah, of course. I mean, as I pointed out on previous conversations, morals and ethics can be subjective.
But the crazy part about it is like he was doing research on social behavior. You know what I mean? And
Mm.
a lot of this has to do with like deep reflection and shit. You know what I mean? And
Mm.
and the way people think. You know what I mean? So that's what it, to me seems really really bad. And I mean, we've been talking a lot about this guy, and I probably shouldn't have done that, but the one thing that was really the freaking clincher, the nail in the coffin, wasn't him, okay? But there was another guy who was supposed to be his boss. His name was Lawrence Cross. Now he, have you ever heard of him?
That name does ring a bell, but
This guy was a freaking 100% freaking idiot. Okay, he was a well-known theoretical physicist. Um, he-
it does. It does mean something, or it does fire nodule in my grey cell.
now,
Carry on.
the weirdest part about him, okay, this idiot, he's the guy that freaking ended up getting up and talking all that great stuff about. Well, he was actually the one that was affiliated with ASU. Now that I think about it, okay, Cross was the guy out of ASU, and he was the one who was setting up the program for what's his face, Martin Novak. Okay, and he was really good friends with Epstein, and he, even when Epstein got busted, he would always say all these great things about him and everything. Okay, and
Mm.
he was always standing by him, supporting him and stuff. And even to the time whenever he freaking finally got put away, he was saying all this great stuff. And the messed up part about him is he ended up freaking facing serious allegations of sexual misconduct. Okay, and I believe it was in Australia.
Yeah.
And that ultimately just led to his downfall, both academically and also like with his prestige. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Because nobody wanted anything to do with him. They just walked away from him. This guy actually was in the middle of public and freaking groped a woman's boobs, okay, and then tried to say that it was on accident afterwards. And like there was shitloads of witnesses there that sat there and watched him do it and knew that it wasn't on accident. They just come forward and said, dude, there was no accident to that. He intentionally did it. He walked up and groped her boob.
Did she make a formal complaint?
Yeah. That's eventually what was his downfall, because they turned around and she made the complaint about it. And freaking this guy, man, did this stuff after his buddy ends up getting put in freaking prison for sex. Well, they tried to get him on sex trafficking, but you know, ended up getting him for what? Trying soliciting a minor prostitute or something. After
Okay.
after that it all is all said and done, he ends up getting in trouble for sexual harassment and losing his job. The people who were affiliated with him no longer wanted to support him. Okay, and what happened was he groped the woman's breast during a group photo at a conference in Australia, just so he could freaking grope a woman. He freaking on camera apparently, you know, he freaking lost all of his freaking everything because of it. You know what I mean?
Mm.
That is probably the worst part about that whole situation. You know what I mean? He ended up losing his tenure at the university. and it also led to his distancing from several organizations, which included the Atomic Scientists, the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists.
Like a journal.
Yeah, and he had to resign from that. So that's the bad part about that. And he was the same guy that sat up in front of the news people and said that frickin' he wasn't ashamed of his relationship with Epstein. It actually made him better or some shit like that. I forgot how the quote goes exactly, but this was the guy who did that. You know what I mean? And then after it's all said and done, he gets freaking everything. He loses everything because he decides he's gonna grope a chick during a freaking conference photo.
Yeah, not the best move in the world.
These are supposed to be intellectuals. They're supposed to be smart like you, dude.
Just because they're intellectuals, they're still human.
Well, I mean, you're not gonna grope a woman at a photo shoot, are you? Like, well,
Not unless there's consent and depend on the photo shoot.
yeah,
Yeah.
I had
Oh,
to
yeah.
I had to stop and think about that. I was like, I should not be asking you that question. Like, I know you wouldn't grope a woman,
Oh.
you know, but but you know what I'm saying. That is pretty stupid. If you were a person that freaking were into that kind of shit, you would at least be smart enough not to do it while you're on camera. You know what I mean? That so he must have been. I mean, he had to have been drunk or stupid. One of the two. Probably drunk, most likely.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's basically all I wanted to say about this stuff. Now, we were going to talk about America's hidden secret, and the scientists finally solved the Roanoke colony mystery. I figured we'd do that one, and then there was another one: ancient DNA reveals mysterious indigenous group from Colombia.
Okay. That's something more related to.
Mr. Mr.
Yeah,
Rope.
I was thinking of Vixens doing on Wednesdays or Mr. Robot. Yeah.
Now we can actually stop here because this would probably be something that we could do with Mr. Robot later on whenever he's there, because I know he'd want to have conversations about this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He posted that shit for a reason. You know, he put that stuff up there, so I wanted to bring it on here so that if he has a chance to come
I
on.
didn't even read it. I didn't even review that stuff material.
Well, I know you weren't going to, but we will eventually have this stuff. Now, if nothing else, I am gonna go ahead and just like make a category and call it Mr. Robot's crazy shit. You know, because he puts tons of this stuff up, and that was only 2 topics that I wanted to do tonight. I wanted to at least, and I was thinking small because we had the interview with Sonia, and I was like, well, you know, let's do something with maybe about a couple of things on there, you know. So I wanted to do Epstein, and I didn't really think about it too clearly because Epstein is actually a pretty big topic to be honest.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, well, the majority of the second half has been related to Epstein.
Well, see, the thing I'm wanting to say is like there was a lot of shit that went on with Epstein that is actually open to the public, and it's stuff that people don't even know about. This is stuff that the media doesn't really ever bring up, but it's 100% fact. All you got to do is find out for yourself. Okay, you don't have to do very much to find out about the stuff that I talked about tonight. You know, no, just from my point of view, okay, Epstein was in a lot more crazier shit than freaking what people believe. It's not just a open and shut case, you know what I mean? And that this is just a big conspiracy. There was some pretty freaking interesting connections there, you know. And most of the people that I've ever heard who had this conversation, they get a little bit caught up in the conspiracies and everything. But I wanted to make it to where it was as little conspiracy as possible, you know, and still be able to talk about it. But the whole thing with what's his name, the dude from Heart to Heart and his wife, that kind of leaned into it.
Mm.
You know what I mean? But it is odd that Robert Maxwell died that way. You know what I mean? And I have noticed that a lot of people who have died mysteriously die because they fell off of a freaking boat.
Mm.
You know?
Again, there was lots of speculation at the time. I remember lots of speculation being spoken about. But it's one of those things that we will never know the truth about, I think.
That's the Cold War and espionage and all that stuff, you know.
Yeah.
So before we take off, go ahead and let everybody know where they can find you, Mr. Edworthy.
What? Yeah. Okay. I'm at minds.com under the username Medworthy.
All right. And you can find me on minds.com as well at Roger underscore Hanson. We will be streaming, or we have been streaming on Rumble, YouTube, DLive, Kick, as well as Twitch. So if you guys want to check out any of our streams, you can check us out on those channels. I go by Roger Hanson at Infamous OG 1973 on Kick, or on Rumble, and then on Kick and DLive I go by Roger underscore Hanson, and of course you can find me on YouTube at Roger Hanson, and that's at or Roger Hanson at Roger Hanson 2731. So you got a lot of places where you can find us. If you like this video, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Give some comments down in the comment section. Let us know what you're thinking. Give us some feedback or just say hi. You know, either way, it's greatly appreciated. With that, I'm going to go ahead and end the show. We're at 5 hours and 58 minutes and 49 seconds. We are so cool, dude.